Because I was starving, I found a brothel to eat at. While I was stuffing my face in the private room, a young woman came in. Not only did she feed me, but she also played a guessing game with me, eyes closed, trying to discern my character. Little did I know, while I was still guessing that she was kind-hearted, she rummaged through my bag and concluded I was a penniless loser. She then called in 2 burly men who threw me to the ground, leaving me staring at the menacing thugs and the madam standing nearby. I forced an awkward yet polite smile and said, "Miss Sure, I'm a refined gentleman. I'm not trying to freeload, I just don't have any money." The madam of the Spring Night Pavilion, her face red as a monkey's backside, snorted coldly. "No money? So you're saying you plan to dine and dash and sleep with my girl for free?" Hearing this, I protested with a pitiful expression. "You can accuse me of skipping out on the bill, but I hadn't even gotten to the sleeping part yet. You barged in before anything happened." The madam sneered. "Oh, so I should let Sure sleep with you first before calling you out? Would that make it fair?" I swallowed hard, suppressing the drool that threatened to escape, but under the madam's murderous glare, I didn't dare voice my true thoughts. Instead, I straightened up and said solemnly, "I am a refined gentleman." Before I could finish, the madam cut me off with a mocking laugh. "No money means no money. Stop pretending to be some high-class scholar. And let us be honest, refined gentlemen are the wildest ones." I fell silent, surprised by how well she understood the ways of so-called gentlemen. Then, with a smirk, she said, "I'll give you 2 choices. Either pay up and leave, or sell yourself to the Spring Night Pavilion. Some noble patrons with certain tastes would love someone as delicate and fair-skinned as you." Jiang Yifeng didn't even wait for the madam to finish speaking before immediately stating his position. "I'll pay back the money." The madam extended her hand, a total of 22 taels of silver. "Damn your mother. Is your young lady lined with gold or something? 22 taels of fine silver would be enough to cover 2 years' expenses for a family of 5 in the Great Shou dynasty, let alone the fact that I didn't even sleep with her. What a huge loss. However, when under someone else's roof, one must bow their head." Jiang Yifeng forced a smile and said, "I don't have the money right now. Could I get it on credit? What do you think?" The madam glared at him and then said, "You don't look like someone with money. Take him away and clean him up. Send him to Master Zhao tonight." Hearing this, 2 thugs stepped forward, grabbed Jiang Yifeng, and dragged him toward the backyard. Seeing the situation, Jiang Yifeng steeled himself and shouted, "I may not have money, but my wife does. She can help me repay the debt." The madam raised her hand to stop the 2 thugs. "Who is your wife?" Jiang Yifeng gave an awkward smile. "I don't know." The madam got angry. "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Do you believe I'll have them open your eyes first with a rolling pin?" Jiang Yifeng's heart tightened in fear, and he quickly explained, "I really don't know who my wife is. We were betrothed before birth. This time I came to Sioux City to fulfill the marriage agreement." "Her family is wealthy?" The madam asked, "Which family's young lady is your wife?" Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment. "The Sioux family of Sioux City." "The Sioux family?" The madam's gaze sharpened as she exclaimed in surprise, "Your wife is Sioux Inshua, the #1 beauty of Sioux City. The Sioux family is a well-known wealthy merchant family in Sioux City. Currently, the head of the family, Sioux Ranshong, has 2 sons and 1 daughter. Unfortunately, the eldest son, Sioux Hongyi, had no interest in business and joined the military at a young age. The younger son, Sioux Dongchu, is still too young, so most of the Sioux family's business affairs are managed by Sioux Inshua. When it comes to Sioux Inshua, no one fails to give her praise. Not only is she stunningly beautiful, but under her management, the Sioux family's business has flourished, making them one of the most prominent families in Sioux City today." At this thought, the madam couldn't help but glance at Jiang Yifeng, her tone filled with skepticism. Would Su Inshu even look at you? What do you mean? Look down on me? Haven't you heard the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west never mock the poor youth? Jiang Yifeng really wanted to shout this out loud, but considering that it might upset the two thugs, he awkwardly chuckled instead. My late father and Master Su Rensheng of the Su family were close friends. Coincidentally, both my late mother and my mother-in-law were pregnant at the same time, so they arranged a marriage while the children were still in the womb. I have a token in my bundle that can prove it. As a modern man, Jiang Yifeng should have despised such outdated notions as arranged marriages. But the truth was, far from disliking it, he felt a secret delight. After all, his predecessor had already reached a dead end and came to Su City with nothing to lose, hoping to seek refuge with his betrothed. I was worried that Su Inshu might be unattractive, but the madam just said she's the most beautiful woman in Su City. Now everything is perfect. She's rich, and the most beautiful woman. Such a wealthy, beautiful, and noble woman, something I wouldn't have dared to dream of in my past life, can now be mine just through an arranged marriage. He almost wants to sing praises for arranged marriages. So it was the Su family's master who was blind. The madam, upon hearing the whole story, spoke with a tone of disdain toward Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng. The madam turned to the two thugs. Keep an eye on him. Come with me to the Su family to demand money from Su Inshu. Yes. Two thugs, one on each side, directly lifted Jiang Yifeng and followed the madam out of the Changshao Tower. Su residence. Su Inshu was checking the accounts in the study when her maid, Zhu, who was responsible for her daily needs, brought in the meal. Seeing Su Inshu motionless, she stepped forward and gently tugged at the account book. Miss, it's time to eat. M.H.M. Su Inshu knew that if she didn't eat, she wouldn't be able to continue reviewing the account books, so she could only nod in agreement. However, just as Su Inshu picked up her chopsticks, the main gate of the Su residence was pounded with loud, urgent knocks. Sensing trouble from the visitor, Su Inshu went out with Zhu, followed by several household servants. Miss Su, seeing you in person is indeed better than hearing about you. Truly worthy of being called the most beautiful woman in Su City. As soon as the door was opened, the madam walked in with her entourage, her tone full of flattery. Who are you? Su Inshu looked at the visitor with a puzzled expression. The madam smiled broadly. I'm the mistress of the Spring Night Pavilion. Spring Night Pavilion. Su Inshu was a well-bred young lady, and with Su Rensheng's careful protection, she had never heard of Spring Night Pavilion. At this moment, Zhu whispered, Miss, Spring Night Pavilion is a brothel. A brothel? Su Inshu widened her eyes and slightly furrowed her brows. What are you doing at the Su residence? It's like this. The madam explained the whole story in detail to Su Inshu. After hearing it, Su Inshu felt as if the sky had darkened and the earth was spinning, her head dizzy and vision blurred. She had imagined countless times what her husband would be like, a great hero, a literary giant, or at the very least, a talented scholar. Never did she expect him to be such a vulgar man who frequents brothels. The worst part was, not only did he visit a brothel, but he also didn't have the money to pay, and now they come knocking at their door. If word of this got out, how could she ever show her face in public again? At this thought, Su Inshu felt even dizzier. If it weren't for Zhu supporting her by the side, she would have fainted long ago. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng quickly called out, Darling, before you faint, could you at least settle the brothel bill? Could you at least pay the money first? Shut up. Su Inshu, who was about to faint, forced herself to stay conscious upon hearing Jiang Yifeng call her his wife and demand she settle the brothel bill. She dared not faint before resolving the matter at hand. Otherwise, within a day, The news that the husband of the Su family's eldest daughter had visited a brothel would spread throughout Su City. My wife looks beautiful even when she's angry. Jiang Yifeng looked at Su Inshua, who was scolding him angrily, but instead of getting angry, he felt quite amused inside. His seemingly refined and elegant wife was actually quite feisty. She must be wild in bed too. However, to avoid making his frail wife faint from anger, Jiang Yifeng wisely kept his mouth shut and gazed at Su Inshua with eager eyes. Su-er! Su Inshua glanced at Shu-er beside her, who immediately understood and leaned in to listen. No one knew exactly what Su Inshua had instructed, but Shu-er nodded repeatedly, then shot Jiang Yifeng a look of utter disdain without saying a word. You, come with me. Su Inshua spoke to Jiang Yifeng before turning and walking away. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng didn't hesitate and quickly chased after her. Anyway, no matter how bad the situation gets, it couldn't possibly be worse than picking up soap. Su! The madam, seeing Su Inshua taking Jiang Yifeng away, immediately stepped forward to stop them. But before she could finish speaking, Pearl stepped in front of her with a stern expression, saying, Wait here. With that, she instructed the servants to keep an eye on the three of them and turned to leave. However, Pearl didn't make the madam and her companions wait long. She soon returned and handed the madam 3 silver ingots. This is too much. The madam needed to weigh it by hand to realize that Jewel hadn't given her 22 taels, but 50. That's the amount. Jewel leaned close to the madam and whispered in her ear, My mistress hopes that today you never came to the Su residence and doesn't wish to hear any gossip about Su City. Understood, understood. The madam nodded repeatedly, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Clearly, the extra silver was hush money from the Su family. In truth, the madam wasn't surprised by such things. The Su family was a prominent and influential clan in Su City. If word got out that they had a son-in-law who frequented brothels, it would be a massive loss of face, hence the payoff to avoid scandal. She'd seen this kind of thing often enough. Many noble lords paid hush money otherwise. She wouldn't have personally come to the Su residence. As for whether she would speak, the madam dared to swear on her chest that before anyone offered a price far exceeding the hush money, her professional ethics would be as hard to pry open as a virgin's legs. At the same time, in the study, Su Inshua gestured for Jiang Yifeng to sit down and said coolly, Let's have a talk between the two of us. Great. Jiang Yifeng smiled and nodded, looking at Su Inshua. What do you want to talk about? Su Inshua didn't mince words and said directly, Let's divorce peacefully. Reason. Jiang Yifeng wasn't the least bit surprised when he heard the words peaceful divorce, his face still maintaining a smile. First, my Su family is a prominent and respected household in Sachung, yet you frequent pleasure quarters and even had someone come looking for you at our doorstep. If this were to spread, how would the Su family see face? Secondly, regarding the arranged marriage by our parents, I've heard my parents mention it. If I recall correctly, your ancestral home is in Yuzhou. However, this year Yuzhou suffered from the Yellow River floods, forcing many refugees to flee. I imagine your family's situation isn't great either. Do you really expect me to endure hardship with you? Su Inshua poured out the words she had prepared in her mind. After speaking, her eyes fixed on Jiang Yifeng, trying to detect any trace of shame on his face, hoping to make him retreat in embarrassment. However, had it been the old Jiang Yifeng, hearing Su Inshua's words would have made him wish he could vanish into thin air, as these two matters were indeed rather humiliating. But the current Jiang Yifeng had crossed over from 21st century Earth, and his values and worldview were vastly different from those of the people in this world. The things Su Inshua mentioned didn't bother him much. Jiang Yifeng smiled and asked, Any other reasons? None. Su Inshua shook her head. Seeing Jiang Yifeng still smiling, She frowned slightly. Aren't you the least bit ashamed? Why should I feel ashamed? Jiang Yifeng retorted and continued. First of all, I didn't go to the spring night pavilion of my own accord. I was starving at the time, and if I didn't eat something, I would have died. There was nowhere else to get food nearby, so I went in. Secondly, it's true that Yuzhou suffered from the Yellow River floods, but before that, I had already squandered our family's fortune. So whether the flood happened or not made no difference to me. Su Yingxue listened to Jiang Yifeng's explanation. At first, she didn't think much of it, but the more she heard, the more something felt off. You squandered your entire family fortune. That's how it should be in theory. Jiang Yifeng nodded with a bitter smile. In reality, squandering the family fortune had little to do with him. It was all the doing of his predecessor. The predecessor's family circumstances were actually quite decent, belonging to the landed gentry. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to arrange a marriage with the Su family while the children were still in the womb. It's just that the predecessor had rather unfortunate luck. Both parents passed away a few years ago, leaving him all alone. His former self was just a bookworm obsessed with passing the imperial exams, completely incapable of managing the family's assets. Moreover, influenced by others, he developed a gambling addiction and soon squandered the entire family fortune. Otherwise, his former self wouldn't have traveled all the way to Sioux City, only to starve to death on the road. No! I must divorce him. Su Yingxue became even more resolute in her decision. She couldn't let her life be ruined by such a person. After careful consideration, she coldly declared, considering our families have been long-time friends, I'll give you two options. Jiang Yifeng asked, what are the two options? Su Yingxue replied, the first option is that we divorce amicably. I'll give you 500 no, 1,000 taels of silver to help you rebuild your life. If within 3 years you can achieve something noteworthy, you may come to the Su family to propose again, and I will still marry you. But if you... At this point, Su Yingxue paused and looked at Jiang Yifeng. You're a refined man. If you accomplish nothing, I imagine you wouldn't have the face to propose again. Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment. What's the second option? Su Yingxue replied, the second option is for us to get married, but not with me marrying you. Instead, you would join the Su family as a live-in son-in-law. After speaking, Su Yingxue's lips curled slightly, revealing a charming smile. It seemed she had given Jiang Yifeng two options, but for a man, this was essentially one path, as almost no man would willingly agree to become a live-in son-in-law. The reason was simple. The status of a live-in son-in-law in the Great Shou Kingdom was far too low. Not only would they be looked down upon by others, but they would also lose the qualification to take the imperial examinations. For someone who had studied their entire life, this was undoubtedly a disaster. Comparatively speaking, the first option is quite attractive. First, their betrothal is still in place. Second, she is willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of silver is no small sum enough for an ordinary family to live comfortably and prosperously for several generations. Of course, she had set a trap for Jiang Yifeng here. If Jiang Yifeng used these 1,000 taels of silver to live a modest life, he could certainly live comfortably for the rest of his days. But if he remained unsatisfied and tried to use the money to make even more, he would most likely lose everything. By then, she doubted Jiang Yifeng, penniless as he would be, would still have the nerve to come to the Su family to propose marriage. However, Su Yingxue had calculated everything meticulously, but she never anticipated that the current Jiang Yifeng was far from ordinary. That's right. A normal person would choose 1,200 taels of silver, but Jiang Yifeng is not a normal person, so without a second's hesitation, he cheerfully replied, I choose the second path to become the Su family's life-in son-in-law. Su Yinxue looked at the delighted Jiang Yifeng and said in disbelief, "You're a man, yet you choose to become a life-in son-in-law. Have you no shame?" Jiang Yifeng looked at Su Yinxue and said earnestly, "When I chose to become a life-in son-in-law, I already stopped caring about face." Actually, Jiang Yifeng still cared about his dignity. The reason he didn't choose the first path was simply that he found striving too exhausting. After all, he had finally been given a second chance at life. If he had to work hard again, it would be too unfair to himself. Besides, the purpose of striving was to earn money, marry a wife, and buy a big house. But now, all he has to do is nod, and he'll have it all. Wife! The most beautiful woman in Sioux City, and a wealthy lady who can casually produce 1,000 taels of silver in his past life. She would have been the perfect white, rich, and beautiful catch. A house? As soon as he entered, he realized that the Su family's house was truly enormous. Just like in movies and TV dramas, even the servants had to jog to deliver messages. Make money. What's the point of earning so much money on earth when you'd just have to hand it over to your wife? Now, not only do I not have to hand it over, but I can also ask my wife for pocket money. Total win. As long as I don't strive, I'll reach the peak of life effortlessly. Jiang Yifeng became more convinced that choosing the first path was the right decision, and a smile involuntarily reappeared on his face. Phew! Su Yinxue looked at the shameless Jiang Yifeng and snorted in anger, feeling the urge to have the servants teach him a lesson. She had never imagined that such a brazen person could exist in this world. Young mistress, something terrible has happened. At that moment, Pearl hurriedly walked in. However, the moment she saw Jiang Yifeng, Pearl closed her mouth and didn't continue speaking. It's fine, go ahead. Su Yinxue glanced sideways at Jiang Yifeng, not taking him seriously at all. Regarding this, Jiang Yifeng didn't mind either. As a live-in son-in-law, making money was the women's business. His duty was to carry on the family line, loaf around, and wait for death. Miss, that bastard Zhao Beifeng just announced he's offering 30% more than us to buy Remy, Zhu said angrily. He also said unless Miss marries him, the Su family can forget about getting even a bit of Remy. What? Hearing this, before Su Yinxue could react, Jiang Yifeng couldn't stay seated. What kind of trash is this Zhao Beifeng, daring to ask my wife to marry him? If I don't teach him a lesson, am I even a man? Actually, Jiang Yifeng wasn't really angry. After all, his wife was so beautiful and came from a wealthy family, it was impossible for her not to have other suitors around her. The reason for his anger was that if this Zhao Beifeng succeeded, his life as a live-in son-in-law would end before it even began. Don't call me your wife, Su Yinxue said through gritted teeth. All right, my dear wife. Jiang Yifeng was fully aware of his role as a live-in son-in-law. Since Su Yinxue forbade him from calling her wife, he immediately switched his address without a word of protest. And don't call me my dear wife either. If wife and my dear wife are off the table, then I'll just have to call you the future mother of our child. Call me Su Yinxue, or just Yinxue. Su Yinxue suppressed her anger and calmly introduced Zhao Beifeng, the third son of the Zhao family in Sioux City, one of the 4 great talents of Sioux City. His family is in the cloth business. How do you plan to teach him a lesson? In ancient times, the 4 most profitable trades were salt, iron, tea, and cloth. Among these, salt, iron, and tea were state-controlled, leaving ordinary people with no access. Thus, the cloth trade became the preferred choice for merchants. The fact that the Zhao family could establish itself in such a lucrative industry was proof enough of their wealth and powerful backing far beyond what he could afford to provoke. Damn it! That was reckless. Pearl noticed Jiang Yifeng's fear and coldly mocked, You just said that if you didn't teach Xiao Bifeng a lesson, you wouldn't be a man. Jiang Yifeng shot a glare at the talkative pearl before turning to Su Yingxue and asking, "Don't worry, I'll definitely help you teach Xiao Bifeng a lesson. But before that, I'd like to ask, does our family also deal in the cloth trade?" "Our family?" Su Yingxue looked at the shameless Jiang Yifeng and corrected him. "The Su family is in the hemp paper business." "Hemp paper?" Jiang Yifeng was momentarily stunned. He was aware of hemp paper. Hemp paper appeared very early, dating back to the Western Han Dynasty. However, the hemp paper most people refer to in later generations is mostly the improved version by Kailuan, also known as Kaiho paper. However, as papermaking techniques continued to advance, hemp paper's role in writing was gradually replaced by other types of paper. The only remaining use was for burning as offerings to ancestors. That's right. The yellow paper burned during ancestor worship is actually hemp paper. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng smiled and looked at Su Yingxue, asking, "Does our family and the Zhao family have unpleasant disputes over Remy every year?" "Exactly." Su Yingxue nodded slightly and continued, "However, in previous years, with my father overseeing things, the Zhao family would show some restraint. Who would have thought that this year, my parents went to the capital to visit friends and won't be back for a while, so the Zhao family would seize the opportunity to stir up trouble." Jiang Yifeng didn't think much of it. Business is like war. If I were the Zhao family, I'd also take advantage of my father-in-law's absence to stir up trouble. As for the Zhao family's actions, Jiang Yifeng didn't find them dishonorable. After all, no one is a saint, and it's only natural to follow the principle of striking while the iron is hot. The only thing he cared about was whether the Su family would collapse. As long as the Su family remained standing, he, a freeloading reproductive tool, could peacefully continue his life as a live-in son-in-law. Su Yingxue frowned slightly upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's approval of the Zhao family's actions but remained silent. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng asked, "How do you plan to respond?" Su Yingxue hesitated for a moment, her tone tinged with helplessness. The Zhao family's financial resources surpass those of the Su family, so competing with them on purchase prices is out of the question. I intend to join forces with the other two cloth trade families in Su City to stand against the Zhao family together. At least she's not foolish enough to wage a price war. Before Su Yingxue could get angry, Jiang Yifeng swiftly changed the subject and asked sincerely, "Do you trust me?" Feeling Jiang Yifeng's sincere gaze, Su Yingxue didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately retorted, "What have I done that would give you the illusion that I trust you?" "Damn it! As expected, scripts are all lies. How could two strangers who just met trust each other based on a single glance?" Jiang Yifeng gave an awkward smile. "Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter, but you should know that I have a way to help our family get through the current crisis." "Just you?" Su Yingxue's tone was full of skepticism. "You'll come to realize how capable your husband is in the future." Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow at Su Yingxue, but unfortunately, the woman had no idea what driving meant, so he could only continue, "Asking you to trust me right now definitely won't work. How about this, let's make a bet between the two of us?" Su Yingxue asked coldly, "What's the bet?" Jiang Yifeng said, "Let's bet on whether I can help our family overcome this crisis. The stakes. I won, so you can't think about making me leave anymore, nor can you give me a hard time. You have to give me pocket money every month. What if you lose?" "If I lose, you can do whatever you want with me. If I lose, we'll separate." "No problem." Jiang Yifeng nodded in agreement without hesitation, then after a moment of thought added, "During the period when I help our family overcome this crisis, you must report all your actions to me. No acting on your own, or I won't take responsibility if we fail." Su Yingxue hesitated for a while before nodding in agreement. "Fine. How much time do you need?" 2 months. Jiang Yifeng grinned at Su Yinxue. In 2 months, not only will I ensure our family has enough raw materials for papermaking, but I'll also help you teach Zhou Bifeng a lesson. I hope so. Su Yinxue's tone was slightly perfunctory. In fact, from her perspective, this bet was a win-win situation no matter how you looked at it. If she won, she could rid herself of Jiang Yifeng. As for the issue of papermaking materials, she had ways to obtain them. It would just cost a bit more money. If she lost, the papermaking material problem would be solved, and Jiang Yifeng would have proven his worth. Letting him stay in the Su family would be out of the question. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng suddenly said, "Advance me 500 taels of silver first." Su Yinxue frowned. "What do you need so much money for? I'm penniless. You don't expect me to solve our family's problems like this, do you?" Jiang Yifeng was somewhat speechless. Although he had already thought of a solution, it all required money. He couldn't possibly resolve the Su family's issues without a single coin. "You can accomplish all those things with just 500 taels." Su Yinxue was slightly shocked, her tone filled with disbelief. To be clear, the Su family spends several thousand taels of silver just on purchasing Remy every year. "Don't worry about that. Just give me the money," Jiang Yifeng said, unwilling to explain anything further. "Great." Su Yinxue hesitated for a moment, then turned to Jeweler. "Give him 500 taels of silver." "Yes, miss." Pearl glared fiercely at Jiang Yifeng before heading to the accounts office to fetch the money. Soon, Pearl accompanied by 2 servants arrived, with the 2 servants carrying a small wooden chest. The chest was opened, revealing ingots of silver inside. No silver notes. Jiang Yifeng looked at the silver that required 2 servants to carry, and his expression froze for a moment. It was only then that he realized even by ancient standards where 16 taels made 1 jin, 500 taels of silver would still weigh over 30 jin. Banknotes. Su Yinxue was taken aback by the question and asked in confusion, "What are banknotes?" "Just." Jiang Yifeng was about to explain, when he suddenly realized that the paper produced in the Great Shou Dynasty was completely unsuitable for making banknotes. "It's fine." Jiang Yifeng waved his hand, took a few silver ingots from the wooden box, and tucked them into his robe. "Keep the rest safe for me. I need to go out for a bit." Having said that, without giving Su Yinxue a chance to ask further, Jiang Yifeng left. "Miss, should we send someone to keep an eye on him?" Jeweler watched Jiang Yifeng leave and snorted in dissatisfaction, then asked Su Yinxue for instructions. "No need." Su Yinxue remained silent for a moment before shaking her head slightly. "For the next 2 months, let him do whatever he wants. Once the time is up, if he fails to fulfill the bet, kick him out." Although 500 taels was no small sum for Jiang Yifeng, Su Yinxue didn't really mind, as she had originally intended to give him 1,000 taels. Now that 500 taels could solve the problem, she still came out ahead. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng was walking out of the Su residence in high spirits, money in hand. Perhaps because his attention was completely elsewhere, he bumped into someone as soon as he stepped out the door. Adhering to the principle that as long as one is shameless enough, they need not fear encountering other shameless individuals, Jiang Yifeng didn't wait for the other party to make a move before plopping himself onto the ground. "Ouch! Are you blind or something?" The person who was bumped into was also stunned, but seeing that Jiang Yifeng seemed injured, they quickly stepped forward to help. "I'm sorry, I was just focused on going home to teach a jerk a lesson and didn't notice you." "So you were distracted too. Great." Jiang Yifeng felt a surge of joy in his heart and took a closer look at the other person, intending to wait for the right price to sell. This was a young man, dressed in a light cyan silk robe with intricate patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. A piece of emerald green jade hung from his waist, exuding unparalleled elegance. In an instant, Jiang Yifeng concluded that the young man he had bumped into the one who had bumped into him was from a wealthy family and that he could ask for more. But just as Jiang Yifeng was considering how much would be appropriate, the young man asked in confusion, "By the way, how did you come out of my house?" "Your house?" Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was stunned and exclaimed in surprise, "You're Su, don't you?" The Su family has 3 children in total. The eldest, Su Hongyi, joined the military at a young age, leaving only Su Inshuo and Su Dongqiu at home. If nothing unexpected happened, the young man before him must be his brother-in-law, Su Dongqiu. "Do you know me?" Su Dongqiu looked at Jiang Yifeng and asked. Jiang Yifeng neither agreed nor disagreed, pondered for a moment, and then asked, "You mentioned going home to teach a scoundrel a lesson. What exactly did that scoundrel do?" Upon hearing this, Su Dongqiu was filled with righteous indignation. "Just now, a servant from home came to the academy to find me, saying a man had arrived at our house claiming to have a marriage arrangement with my sister. So, the scoundrel is me." Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he hadn't revealed his identity too soon. Feigning nonchalance, he asked, as the saying goes, "Parents' orders and matchmakers' words. Since there's a marriage arrangement, why not just abide by it? Why call him a scoundrel?" Su Dongqiu gnashed his teeth and said, "The servants told me that this scoundrel actually went to a brothel. I haven't even been to one. Cough, cough. What kind of lowlife is he if not a scoundrel? How does he deserve to marry my sister? Are you angry because I married your sister, or because I went to a brothel?" Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes, pondering his next move. "Ah!" But at this moment, Su Dongqiu asked again, "You still haven't told me who you are and why you came out of my house." This Jiang Yifeng naturally couldn't reveal his identity to Su Dongqiu. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said, "Who I am isn't important, and why I came out of your house isn't important either. What matters is what I'm about to take you to do next." Su Dongqiu, being a young boy with strong curiosity, fell for Jiang Yifeng's diversion tactic as soon as the topic was shifted. "What are you going to do with me next?" "I'll take you to the brothel." "The brothel?" Su Dongqiu's eyes sparkled with the lustful gleam of an underage man. He swallowed hard and chuckled sheepishly. "My mother and sister won't let me go to such places." After speaking, he leaned in closer and said excitedly, "But I heard from a few classmates that brothels are fascinating places. Their fathers go there every few days. Scared to death. I thought you were a good kid." Jiang Yifeng let out a sigh of relief and asked with a smile, "So, do you want to go?" "Yes," Su Dongqiu said meaningfully. "My classmates told me that only by visiting a brothel can a boy become a man, but..." Jiang Yifeng knew what Su Dongqiu was about to say and cut him off in advance. A boy's dream is to become a man who stands firm between heaven and earth, with the courage to remain unshaken even if Mount Tai collapses before him. How can one become a true man if he is timid and hesitant? Su Dongqiu, who originally had much to say, immediately closed his mouth. He felt that if he continued speaking, he would no longer have the face to call himself a man. A dignified boy, a future man, how could he fear his mother and elder sister? At this thought, Su Dongqiu nodded firmly. "You're right. A man must stand firm between heaven and earth. How can he be timid and hesitant? I'll go to the brothel with you, but the money..." Jiang Yifeng interrupted Su Dongqiu with hearty enthusiasm. "We hit it off right away. Talking about money would be too formal. Remember, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. There's no distinction between us." Hearing this, Su Dongqiu was deeply moved, his eyes moist and his blood boiling. "Though I don't know your name, I really want to call you Big Brother. Please don't take offense." "Deal! From now on, whether you call me Big Brother or brother-in-law, I'll answer to it." Jiang Yifeng muttered to himself inwardly, then nodded and said, "With such an obedient younger brother like you, I couldn't be happier. How could I possibly dislike you?" "Big brother!" Su Dongqiu shouted excitedly. "Second brother!" After speaking, Jiang Yifeng froze for a few seconds, feeling that if there were another bearded guy by his side, they could reenact the oath of the peach garden. At the same time, a maid came running all the way to Su Inxiu's study, looking anxious as she said, "Miss, something terrible has happened. Just now, the third young master returned from school and bumped into your husband. It looks like they're about to fight." Upon hearing this, Su Inxiu didn't even lift her head, still focused on her book. What's there to fear? He's no match for Dongqiu. Just have someone keep an eye on them, make sure they don't kill anyone. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to father. Yes. The maid acknowledged the order and turned to leave. Not long after the first maid had left, another came running into the study. Su Inxiu, disturbed twice now, frowned in displeasure. What's wrong now? Su Inxiu's tone carried dissatisfaction. Did Dongqiu injure that man? I'm not. The maidservant stammered, her expression somewhat unpleasant. Juror, seeing the maidservant unable to speak for a long time, sharply asked, what exactly happened? The maidservant gave an awkward smile, her expression unnatural. That the young master took the third young master to a brothel. What? Su Inxiu immediately stood up, no longer able to remain calm. She had thought Jiang Yifeng took the money to handle business, but never expected this scoundrel to take her younger brother to such a filthy place as a brothel. At this moment, Juror asked, Miss, should we send someone to bring them back? After a long silence, Su Inxiu gritted out a few words through clenched teeth. No need. Let him be. On the other side, Jiang Yifeng took Su Dongqiu straight to the brothel with ease. As soon as they entered, the madam of Changshaolu greeted them with a beaming smile. However, the moment she saw it was Jiang Yifeng, her smile instantly vanished. What are you doing here again? The madam's tone was full of disdain. Call me master. Without wasting words, Jiang Yifeng directly tossed over a 5-tael silver ingot. The madam hurriedly caught the silver, weighed it slightly in her hand, and the vanished smile reappeared on her face as she obsequiously called out, Master. That single word master sent a wave of satisfaction coursing through Jiang Yifeng's entire body. Sir, who is this young master? The madam turned her gaze to Su Dongqiu, who was following behind Jiang Yifeng with a nervous expression. Su Dongqiu, my younger brother. Young Master Su the Third. The madam let out a startled cry with her hoarse voice, her face filled with disbelief, because she simply couldn't understand how Jiang Yifeng, whom she had just sent away not long ago, managed not only to get money from Su Inxiu but also had the audacity to bring Su Dongqiu along for a visit to the brothel. My heavens! This gentleman is truly something. In an instant, Jiang Yifeng's image in the madam's mind grew significantly taller. Keep your voice down. I'm a refined person, don't ruin my reputation. Jiang Yifeng glared fiercely at the madam. Fortunately, it was broad daylight with almost no customers around, or else they would surely have drawn a crowd. Understood. The madam kept nodding, even more convinced that her remark about refined gentlemen having wild tastes was spot on. After all, if someone could call their brother-in-law to join in visiting brothels, wouldn't you say that's wild enough? My younger brother is still young, just arrange 2 drinking companions for him. Jiang Yifeng pushed Su Dongqiu aside and added, prepare a private room for me. The madam gave a knowing smile. Wait here, sir. I'll fetch the sure girl for you. No need. Jiang Yifeng smiled at the madam. I want you to accompany me. Bang! As the door of the private room closed, the entire Spring Night house was in an uproar. Am I still dreaming? That gentleman actually chose Madame Lu. I've met many gentlemen with peculiar tastes. Some prefer virgins, some favor seductive types, even those with a penchant for male companionship. But this is the first time I've seen someone who likes them old. Shouldn't we be more concerned about Madame Lu's safety? That young master is strong and vigorous, full of energy. Madame Lu is getting on in years. I wonder if she can handle it. Ever heard of the saying, an old tree with deep roots? Upon hearing the phrase old tree with deep roots, everyone felt a flash of inspiration and turned their gaze toward the speaker, eager for a detailed explanation of what it meant. Inside the elegant chamber, the madam, trembling with excitement and anticipation, closed the door behind her. Even now, she could hardly believe it, for she never would have imagined that Jiang Yifeng would choose her. After all, Jiang Yifeng was quite handsome otherwise. She wouldn't have previously considered sending him to Lord Zhao, who had a penchant for male companionship. Such a high-quality guest, even without payment, she would willingly open her legs. Sir! The madam swayed her no longer so flexible waist as she gracefully approached Jiang Yifeng, secretly determined to put on her best performance. Jiang Yifeng watched the overly flirtatious madam and quickly stopped her from continuing her antics. Tone down your flirtatiousness. I have other business with you. The madam looked slightly disappointed. Sir, what brings you here? Jiang Yifeng smiled faintly. I'd like to gather some information from you. Gather information? The madam was taken aback, then chuckled and said, This is a brothel. We deal in flesh trade. What kind of information could you possibly gather here? Jiang Yifeng looked at the madam with a half smile and said, Don't play dumb in front of me. Everyone knows your place is the most well-informed. Throughout history, taverns, tea-houses, and brothels have always been the most well-informed places, especially brothels. Even the slightest hint dropped by noble patrons could be a major event for ordinary people. Having just arrived in Sioux City, Jiang Yifeng was unfamiliar with the place and had limited time, making it impossible for him to gather information slowly. The madam, a seasoned veteran, showed no sign of panic. Sir, she said, you can eat recklessly, but you mustn't speak carelessly. I have no information here. Really? Really? All right then, since you've said so, I'll believe you. Jiang Yifeng stood up and, without further pestering the madam, walked towards the door of the elegant room. Seeing this, the madam secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Jiang Yifeng wasn't the type to cling obstinately. Otherwise she wouldn't have known how to handle the situation. After all, some of the information she knew could be deadly if revealed. Just then, Jiang Yifeng, who had already reached the door, suddenly stopped and turned to look at the madam. Earlier, you wanted to hand me over to a certain Master Zhao. Can I take that to mean there is a Master Zhao in Sioux City who has a penchant for male companionship? The madam's heart trembled, her voice shaking. Why are you asking this? Jiang Yifeng grinned. No reason, just a casual question. Don't be nervous. Just a casual remark. The madam naturally didn't believe Jiang Yifeng's excuse. Seeing that he was about to leave, she quickly stepped forward. Sir, you must not provoke this Master Zhao, otherwise. Before the madam could finish, Jiang Yifeng interrupted. I'm the live-in son-in-law of the Su family. Surely this Master Zhao wouldn't dare to kill me, would he? This. The madam was immediately left speechless. Although according to the laws of the great show, the status of a live-in son-in-law is very low, what ultimately determines his standing is the attitude of the wife's family. If the wife's family does not treat the live-in son-in-law as a human being, his status will naturally be low, and even the household servants can bully him. The problem is, Jiang Yifeng had just entered the Su family and was already able to take his brother-in-law to visit a brothel. By all appearances, his status could not possibly be low. The madam pondered for a moment before reluctantly giving in. Sir, what information are you seeking? Jiang Yifeng didn't press the madam further and asked with a smile. First, I'd like to know where the refugees fleeing from Yuzhou have been settled. The madam answered truthfully. The prefect, fearing the refugees might cause unrest, has settled them at an abandoned coal mine 30 miles west of the city. Jiang Yifeng then asked, secondly, I'd like to know where I can buy cheap grain. Cheap food. The madam immediately understood Jiang Yifeng's intention and quickly reminded him, Sir, although only a small portion of the refugees fleeing from Yuzhou have come to Sioux City, there are still several thousand of them. Even the cheapest food would cost. Jiang Yifeng raised his hand to interrupt the madam. Don't worry about that. Just tell me where I can buy cheap, non-lethal food that can fill their stomachs. The madam, who was about to continue persuading him, paused for a moment upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's request and said, The Song family, the largest grain merchant in Sioux City, had 3 old grain warehouses affected by moisture during the heavy rain a few days ago. The price of these moldy grains is very low. MHM. Jiang Yifeng nodded slightly. From ancient times to the present, the greatest taboo in grain storage is moisture. Once grain gets damp, it sprouts and produces harmful toxins, rendering it inedible. In such situations, grain merchants indeed drastically reduce prices to at least recover some of their losses. I also want to know, what is the governor's attitude towards these disaster victims? A headache. A headache? Sacheng is quite far from Yuzhou. Logically, this flood should have nothing to do with Sacheng, yet unexpectedly, we have these disaster victims now. Dealing with them is troublesome, but ignoring them is also not an option. After listening to the madam's words, Jiang Yifeng roughly guessed why things had turned out this way. As the governor of the prefecture, his primary responsibility was simply to ensure that Sioux City remained trouble-free. Whether Yuzhou suffered from the Yellow River floods or not had little to do with him. But now, with thousands of refugees arriving in Sioux City, if he ignored them and they rioted, he, as the governor, will be held accountable and inevitably face consequences. The problem is, managing these thousands of disaster victims even without considering whether more will arrive. Just feeding these thousands of mouths alone is already a significant burden. No matter what, you'll be held accountable if you don't manage it, and if you do manage it well, there's no credit to be gained. This kind of thankless task naturally gives the governor a headache. Understood. Jiang Yifeng obtained the information he wanted and took out 5 taels of silver, placing them down. This is your reward. The madam glanced at the silver ingot but did not reach for it. Sir, I won't take this silver. May I ask you a question instead? My answers are expensive, and you can't afford them. Jiang Yifeng knew what the madam wanted to ask and declined with a smile. Leaving the elegant abode, Jiang Yifeng called Su Dongqiu, who was being coaxed into drinking by 2 big sisters, and hurriedly departed the spring night pavilion. Walking into a secluded alley, Jiang Yifeng looked at the slightly tipsy Su Dongqiu and asked, How do you feel? I feel terrible. Su Dongqiu's voice carried anger. I went to the brothel to enjoy some wine, but those 2 big sisters kept rubbing their chests against me, making it impossible to drink properly. I just don't understand. The table was so big. Why did they have to squeeze in next to me? Jiang Yifeng. Before, he couldn't understand what kind of guy would take his girlfriend with her ID card for an all-nighter. After hearing Su Dongqiu's words, he finally got it. I gave you the chance, but you just couldn't take it. Oh no. At that moment, Su Dongqiu suddenly slapped his head and said anxiously, When school ended, the teacher asked everyone to compose a poem and hand it in by the afternoon session. I was so caught up in drinking that I haven't written a single line yet. At Su Dongqiu's age, young men dare to pluck the moon from the heavens or catch turtles from the deepest seas, yet they dare not skip the assignments given by their teacher. because skipping homework means facing the ruler's punishment. The mere thought of the pain from the ruler striking his palm made Su Dongqiu look pitifully at Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng smiled slightly and suggested, "Isn't it just about not composing a poem? That's simple. Just skip school, and you won't have any problems." Su Dongqiu let out a bitter laugh upon hearing the suggestion. "Big brother, if I don't compose a poem, the worst I'll get is a ruler's smack. But if I skip school, I might lose my life." Jiang Yifeng was shocked. "Would your teacher really dare to kill you?" "That wouldn't happen." Su Dongqiu forced another bitter smile and explained, "The teacher isn't just my instructor, he also taught my father and my brother. If I dared to skip class, it wouldn't be the teacher who'd come after me." Jiang Yifeng, "Damn, this could really cost me my life." At that moment, Su Dongqiu said, "Big brother, you're dressed like a scholar, you must have some literary talent. How about you compose a poem for me?" "I can't compose poetry." Jiang Yifeng felt somewhat embarrassed. In the era he lived in, although ancient poetry was taught, the art of composing it was not no exaggeration. His poetic skills were probably inferior even to Su Dongqiu's. Of course, he had another way to help Su Dongqiu, selecting a poem from the ones he had memorized before and having Su Dongqiu learn it by heart. The problem is, the poems he could memorize weren't the kind written by the perfect old man, but rather those considered top tier even in the context of Chinese history. He worried that helping Su Dongqiu this way might accidentally create a sensation, making it hard to handle the aftermath. So, after much deliberation, he asked, "Second brother, could you show me some of the poems you've written before?" "Of course." Su Dongqiu spoke, trying hard to recall, and recited the poems he thought were well written to Jiang Yifeng. "First listen, how could they be so bad? Second listen, indeed, they were still terrible. That's the best way to describe it." He used to think the lower limit of poetry was the 10 perfections elder, but after hearing Su Dongqiu's poems, he actually felt that the 10 perfections elder's poetry still had some flavor. Su Dongqiu looked eagerly at Jiang Yifeng and asked, "Big brother, how's my poem?" Jiang Yifeng remained silent for a long time, then patted Su Dongqiu on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Second brother, trust me, your inability to write poetry has nothing to do with visiting brothels." Su Dongqiu was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yifeng tactfully said, "Has your teacher ever said something like, 'Gold will always shine'?" "He has." Su Dongqiu thought for a moment and then asked, "Is that statement wrong?" Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "The statement isn't wrong, but some people can't face reality, they're just scrap metal yet insist on seeing themselves as gold." "Big brother, are you saying I'm useless scrap metal? As long as you don't write poetry, you're actually quite smart." Hearing this, Su Dongqiu immediately wilted like frostbitten eggplant. "Looks like I'll have to spend some silver to hire someone else to write a poem for me." "Spend silver? Find someone to write poetry." Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much silver does it cost to have someone compose a poem?" Su Dongqiu replied, "That depends on the teacher's evaluation. A first-class poem costs 10 taels of silver, a second-class 5 taels, and a third-class just passing only 1 tael. 10 taels of silver for a first-class poem. Are your classmates all that wealthy?" "Be clear. Last time he went to the brothel to dine and dash, he picked the top courtesan, which only cost 22 taels of silver per session. Yet, the homework assigned by the teacher, if graded as top tier, was worth 10 taels of silver. Doesn't this mean that selling just 2 top-tier poems would be enough to afford a session with the top courtesan at the brothel? The ancients truly did not deceive us. Books indeed contain golden houses and fair maidens." Su Dongqiu replied, "I didn't feel they were particularly wealthy, just about the same as me." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng roughly guessed that the academy Su Dongqiu attended was somewhat similar to a Western aristocratic school, where only those from wealthy or noble families could study. After all, the Su family is no small clan. If Su Dongchu feels they're comparable, it at least proves these families aren't much weaker than the Su family. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng smiled and said, "We hit it off right away. Sending you elsewhere to buy poetry would make me seem unbrotherly. Let me write one for you." Su Dongchu's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly, "Big brother, will you charge for it?" "Not a penny." Jiang Yifeng paused for a moment before continuing. "However, if your classmates ask, you must tell them that you bought the poem from me and direct them to purchase poems from me as well. I have poems here that can earn you top marks." Su Dongchu suddenly understood. "Big brother, you want to make money by selling poems. Otherwise." Jiang Yifeng sighed and said, "Drinking flower wine at the brothel isn't cheap. If I don't find ways to earn some money, how can I take you there?" Upon hearing this, Su Dongchu was deeply moved, feeling that in this world, not even his parents, elder brother, or second sister could compare to how good Jiang Yifeng was to him. After all, his father and elder brother had never thought of taking him to a brothel, unlike Jiang Yifeng, who was even willing to sell poems just to take him there. "Big brother, don't worry, leave this matter to me. I'll make sure they buy the poems from you. If anyone refuses, I'll beat them up." Su Dongchu thumped his chest and declared loudly, "No need for violence. As long as the poems bought from me earn top marks, they'll naturally come to buy them." Jiang Yifeng didn't want Su Dongchu to get into trouble otherwise. His role as a son-in-law would be a complete failure. "Big brother, the teacher's grading is very strict. Getting an O is not easy," Su Dongchu reminded. "It's just poetry. Even if written casually, it can still be immortalized." Although Jiang Yifeng's words sounded like boasting, he truly had such ability. Of course, his so-called casual writing actually relied on the poems he had memorized. The poems he could remember were inherently immortal masterpieces. Right after, under Su Dongchu's incredulous gaze, Jiang Yifeng effortlessly composed rather retrieved from memory a rather ordinary poem and had Su Dongchu write it down. Su Dongchu's poetic skills might not be exceptional, but he still had some ability to appreciate poetry. Looking at the poem Jiang Yifeng gave him, he felt confident it could earn a top grade. "I'm off to school," Su Dongchu said as he tucked the poem away, asking reluctantly, "Big brother, where can I find you after school? Where are the most bookstores and scholars?" "Shuangyuan Street." "Then come find me at Shuangyuan Street." With those words, Jiang Yifeng waved at Su Dongchu and turned to leave. Su Dongchu watched Jiang Yifeng's carefree departure with admiration sparkling in his eyes. "Big brother is so cool. I wish he could be my brother-in-law. It's a pity my sister is only good for her looks and some business skills. In all other aspects, she's utterly useless, especially with that icy face of hers all day long. She's not even as warm as the sisters in the brothel. Totally unworthy of you, big brother." Yuil Academy is nestled in a corner of Su City, not far from Shuangyuan Street. The students who study here are either from wealthy merchant families or noble lineages. Children from ordinary households rarely have the chance to enter. The teacher Su Dongchu mentioned, surnamed Hu, is a renowned scholar of the time. If not for his advanced age and his distaste for the ways of officialdom, it's said he could have entered the Imperial Academy and held the position of chancellor. A significant reason why wealthy merchants and nobles send their children to Yuil Academy is precisely because of teacher Hu's reputation. As was customary, Master Hu sat at the entrance of the school with a ruler in hand, and all the young students passing by would pay their respects to the teacher. Su Dongchu entered the school and obediently bowed to Master Hu, saying, "Greetings, my esteemed teacher. This is a poem I have composed." Leave it there." Master Hu remained expressionless, tapping the desk with his ruler to indicate that Su Dongchu should place the poem there, but he did not pick it up to read. These spoiled young masters, if not for his strict supervision, would probably show up only a few times a month. Even when they did attend school, most weren't genuinely interested in studying. They were just there to idle away their days. If not for their families pulling strings, he would have refused to take them in. Once most of the students had arrived, Teacher Hu swept his gaze over the group and announced in a clear voice, "Time is up. First, review the book of Xiao. I'll be grading the assignments you've submitted." Under Teacher Hu's scrutinizing gaze, the students lowered their heads, not daring to meet his eyes. They even held their breaths, afraid of drawing his attention. It's no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of these students, Master Hu is the most terrifying person. "Boss, how did your poem turn out today?" Just as Master Hu was engrossed in grading, a chubby young boy sitting next to Su Dongchu whispered the question. Of course, Su Dongchu was about to say his poem was quite good, but then he changed his mind and boldly declared, "After school, I went to the brothel for some wine and fun. It wasn't until class that I remembered the assignment, so I just scribbled something down. I just scribbled nonsense. I was writing randomly too." The chubby teenager, upon hearing Su Dongchu's words, let out a sigh of relief and beamed with ecstasy. But the next second, as if suddenly realizing something, he asked excitedly, "Boss, did you go to the brothel to drink flower wine?" For boys their age, brothels were a mysterious place, as they often saw their elders sneak off to visit them occasionally, returning afterward full of vigor and vitality. Unfortunately, they were strictly forbidden from visiting brothels, which only fueled their inner longing for such places. Now that Su Dongchu claimed to have visited a brothel, one could imagine how significant this was to the other boys. Several of them couldn't wait to ask in hushed tones, "Boss, what's it like inside a brothel? Boss, how does it feel to drink flower wine? Boss." Su Dongchu gradually lost himself in the repeated calls of boss and spoke with the tone of an experienced elder. "Actually, there's not much to brothels. They're quite similar to taverns, just places to eat and drink. The only difference is that while you're eating, there are two scantily clad older sisters waiting on you. I don't really like them. They always crowd me." "Boss, we don't want to hear about the older sisters. Just tell us quickly what it's like to drink at a brothel." For these boys who had even grown all their hair yet, scantily clad older sisters were far less appealing than crickets. Su Dongchu, who was in the middle of an impassioned speech, shot a glare at the boy who had interrupted him. "Song Yuan, why don't you take over if you have so much to say? Song Yuan, if you want to listen, then shut up. If you dare interrupt again, I'll beat you up." The chubby boy, noticing Su Dongchu's displeasure, immediately issued a threat. The other boys, who had been engrossed in the conversation, also glared angrily, looking ready to throw punches, which frightened Song Yuan into silence. Su Dongchu smiled with satisfaction and continued to recount his marvelous adventures in the brothel, still playing the role of the boss. Alas! Master Hu was reviewing the assignments, suddenly let out a deep sigh. Although he hadn't held much hope for the submitted work from the start, when he personally reviewed it, the feeling of it being as tasteless as chewing wax still made him shake his head involuntarily. Utter nonsense. Utterly devoid of substance. Pretentious and artificial. Master Hu grew increasingly furious as he read on, his hand gripping the ruler trembling uncontrollably, clearly on the verge of an outburst. This child is beyond teaching. Master Hu picked up another assignment, scanning it as he muttered, "Look at this. What is this supposed to be? 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces, thousands upon thousands, countless pieces, all vanished into the plum blossoms unseen." "Ho!" Master Hu was reading with full of anger, but after finishing, he suddenly realized something was amiss. This poem appears plain and unremarkable at first glance, yet it is infinitely fascinating. Initially, it merely seems somewhat interesting, but upon a second reading, it transports one into the midst of a vast snowfall, watching snowflakes drift endlessly, where white snow and plum blossoms merge into one, creating a boundless and profound scene of a vast, snowy world. Of course, the crowning touch is the fourth line. Without it, the first three lines would indeed seem rather ordinary. Excellent work, truly excellent. Master, who was in high spirits, a smile on his face as he glanced at the signature, only to frown again. So don't you, could he have written such a poem? It was that master who looked down on Su Dongchu, but the truth was, Su Dongchu was a troublemaker in the academy. Relying on his martial prowess, he often bullied other students and was utterly unscholarly. For a student like this, not submitting assignments would be the norm. Only this poem left him utterly baffled. However, after pondering for a long while, Master Hu still gave Su Dongchu a top-grade mark. Judging solely from this poem, without considering Su Dongchu's usual behavior, it fully meets the first-class standard. Su Dongchu. After reviewing all the assignments, Master Hu looked up and noticed Su Dongchu whispering with others, immediately calling out to him. The student is present. Su Dongchu felt a chill in his heart and quickly stood up. Do not speak to others, Master Hu reprimanded half-heartedly, then continued. The poem you composed today shows great improvement and has been graded as first class. First class. As soon as these words were spoken, expressions of shock, envy, and disbelief appeared on all the young faces. When it came to fighting, Su Dongchu was naturally formidable, but when it came to composing poetry, none of them were willing to concede. Thank you, Master. Su Dongchu beamed with joy, his head held high. Tomorrow, you shall submit another poem, Master Hu said calmly. Yes. Sit down. After instructing Su Dongchu to sit, Master Hu abruptly slammed the ruler onto the desk, producing a sharp, grating sound. He angrily exclaimed, apart from Su Dongchu, what nonsense have the rest of you written? Especially Wang Kun, you call this a poem? Come up here. Wang Kun, the chubby youth, was the one scolded by Master Hu. Wang Kun nervously approached Master Hu and leaned over the desk. Master Hu struck him several times with the ruler, eliciting a series of pitiful cries. When Wang Kun returned, he was limping as he walked. Boss, didn't you just scribble nonsense? Wang Kun couldn't understand why Su Dongchu, who had written carelessly, received top marks while he got punished with the ruler. I did indeed scribble nonsense for the teacher's assignment so poorly that even I thought it was bad, so I didn't hand it in, Su Dongchu said before Wang Kun could ask, continuing, the assignment I submitted was written by someone I paid. Wang Kun. Just as Su Dongchu was boasting in class about his visits to brothels, on Zhuangyuan Street not far from Yale Academy, Jiang Yifeng seemed to have forgotten his bet with Su Inshua and was leisurely strolling around. Zhuangyuan Street was famous for producing two top scholars in imperial examinations, and the entire street was filled with a cultural atmosphere. Most of the shops on both sides were bookstores, while the street stalls mainly sold calligraphy and paintings. Of course, judging by their attire, it was clear that the owners of these stalls were all scholars. Although scholars in the Great Shou dynasty were as rare as in ancient China, in large cities like Su City, there were still many of them. Unfortunately, with so many scholars across the land and the limited number of positions the imperial court could fill, the vast majority were destined never to enter officialdom. Yet scholars, proud of their status, refused to shed their long robes. Thus, they could only linger around Scholar Street, making a living by selling calligraphy and paintings or copying books for others. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng stopped in front of a stall. The owner of this stall is a young man around 20 years old. Perhaps due to malnutrition, he appears somewhat thin and pale. Sensing Jiang Yifeng's arrival, the young man merely glanced up without even greeting him before lowering his head to continue reading. It's a miracle he hasn't starved to death with such an attitude toward selling. Jiang Yifeng silently grumbled to himself but didn't pay it much mind, casually picking up a storybook from the stall to flip through. Did you write this storybook yourself? The young man nodded hesitantly and said, If you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you for 700 copper coins. Jiang Yifeng smiled and shook his head. I won't buy it. The young man was taken aback. Too expensive. I'm not. Jiang Yifeng shook his head again. To be honest, 700 copper coins were truly not expensive. The currency system of the Great Shou dynasty was divided into gold, silver, and copper. 1 tael of gold equaled 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver equaled 1,000 copper coins. In other words, this storybook cost less than 1 tael of silver. You should understand that in this era, the cost of copying a book for someone already exceeds 1 or 2 taels of silver, let alone this storybook being written by the young man himself. Your storybook isn't engaging enough, it's as dull as chewing wax. Most likely, it'll be thrown away after purchase. Although Jiang Yifeng only skimmed through the storybook briefly, he could tell it belonged to the biographical novel genre, evolved from factual biographies. It had low narrative appeal and primarily emphasized authenticity. Leave if you're not buying. Why humiliate me? The young man grew somewhat angry, glaring furiously at Jiang Yifeng. You're just a poor scholar. What if I do humiliate you? Jiang Yifeng pulled out some small pieces of silver and said in a condescending tone, As long as you admit that the stories you write are trash, these silver pieces are yours. You! The young man flushed red with anger and retorted, I am a scholar. I won't accept handouts. Don't think you can humiliate me with such filthy things. Jiang Yifeng listened to the young man's words and couldn't help but think he had been blinded by his studies, actually considering silver as something filthy without even considering whether he could afford a full meal. How many days has it been since you last ate? Are both your parents still alive? How many days has it been since your parents had a full meal? Jiang Yifeng remained calm and composed as he began his psychological assault on the young man. He aimed to shatter the young man's self-esteem, forcing him to choose between filling his stomach and upholding noble principles, a tactic designed to pave the way for his next move. The young man fell silent. His eyes still held a stubborn glint, instinctively unwilling to endure humiliation, but at the thought of his parents at home, a look of shame surfaced in his gaze. After a moment of struggle, his eyes filled with pain as he bowed deeply to Jiang Yifeng. Young master speaks rightly. The stories I write are indeed trash. As he spoke these words, the young man's eyes reddened, tears welling up in them. For the filthy thing he mentioned, he had already thrown his dignity to the ground. From now on, he could never be as flawless as before. Jiang Yifeng tossed the silver to the young man and advised, Don't be upset. Look on the bright side. Money can be earned again, but losing your dignity will only help you earn even more. The young man, What's your name? Xu Ning. How about following me from now on? Following you? Xu Ning looked at Jiang Yifeng with confusion. Jiang Yifeng smiled and said, You have quite a few storybooks on your stall, so it's clear you enjoy writing them. In that case, why not follow me and write storybooks? I'll pay you 3 taels of silver a month. Jiang Yifeng wasn't so wealthy that he had money to throw around, coming to Shuangyuan Street just to spend it. His goal was to recruit a few scholars to work for him. Writing storybooks and composing poetry, while it may not make a fortune, earning some pocket money is certainly possible. This? Xu Ning hesitated. To be honest, 3 taels of silver a month is not a small amount, but the problem is that his dream is to pass the imperial exams, and writing storybooks is merely a hobby at best. If not forced by circumstances, he wouldn't have resorted to writing storybooks. But The prospect of earning 3 taels a month was truly tempting. Recalling Jiang Yifeng's words, losing your dignity only makes you earn more, he gritted his teeth. Fine, I'll write storybooks with you from now on. At my pace, I can finish 1 book a month. No, no, no. Jiang Yifeng shook his head repeatedly, glanced at the scripts on the stall, and said, What I want you to write isn't this kind of script. You need to follow my ideas. Su Ning was taken aback and asked in confusion, Aren't all scripts the same? Scripts are definitely not the same. As he spoke, Jiang Yifeng prepared to explain to Su Ning. Just then, Su Ning's stomach growled loudly. Jiang Yifeng looked over, and Su Ning blushed with embarrassment. When you start worrying about face, remember this feeling of hunger, Jiang Yifeng continued. Come with me. I'll take you to eat, and we can talk over the meal. Yes. Su Ning began packing up his belongings as he spoke. His stall was filled with storybooks, which he quickly gathered. Then, he followed Jiang Yifeng to a restaurant. To make Su Ning realize the importance of money, Jiang Yifeng ordered a lavish table full of sumptuous dishes, which made Su Ning salivate uncontrollably. Go ahead, don't be shy. Thank you. Su Ning still had his pride even though he was drooling with desire. He waited for Jiang Yifeng's permission before daring to pick up his chopsticks. While Su Ning was eating, Jiang Yifeng pondered what kind of story he should have Su Ning write. Web novels were definitely out of the question. They were too ahead of their time, and people of this era wouldn't be able to accept them yet. It seemed only classic ancient literature would do. If it were classic ancient literature, the 4 great classical novels would naturally come first, followed by The Plum in the Golden Vase. As a scholar, one ought to choose the 4 great classical novels, but as a man, The Plum in the Golden Vase was the obvious choice. At this thought, Jiang Yifeng smiled and said, You eat first, and I'll tell you my idea. The gist of the story is, a beautiful young woman is home alone, so she should open the window casually. In fact, Jinping May has been repeatedly banned since its publication. Even during the Republic of China era, it was quite difficult to obtain a copy, and even if one could, it was often a sanitized version with the most provocative content censored. However, as a documentary director specializing in ancient cultural heritage, Jiang Yifeng had the rare opportunity to study the original edition while helping an antique book collector restore ancient texts. After reading it, he shared Lu Xun's view. Jinping May is a masterpiece of unparalleled brilliance. Su Ning listened to Jiang Yifeng's narration at first without paying much attention, but after a while, his entire face turned red with embarrassment. He forgot about eating and stood there dumbfounded. No, absolutely not. The more Su Ning listened, the more alarmed he became, waving his hands repeatedly. I am a scholar who reads the books of sages, learns the virtues of sages, aspires to the ambitions of sages, and cultivates the character of sages. If others were to find out that I wrote a vulgar book, how could I ever face them again? Jiang Yifeng had long anticipated Su Ning's reaction. After all, as a scholar, it wasn't easy to suddenly discard the dignity he had upheld. If you don't want people to know it's your writing, just use a pen name. Young master, not wanting to be recognized is only part of it. I am a scholar, one who reads the books of sages. Even scholars need to fill their stomachs, don't they? Jiang Yifeng didn't wait for Su Ning to finish before cutting him off. You have your principles, and I have my standards. If you can't meet my standards, we'll go our separate ways. You can keep selling your storybooks, and I'll find another scholar to collaborate with. I refuse to believe every scholar in the world is as stubborn as you. Su Ning listened to Jiang Yifeng's words, his fists clenching tightly, an urge to slam the table surging within him. Just then, Jiang Yifeng glanced out the window, as if speaking to himself or perhaps to Su Ning. This year's floods in Yuzhou have reduced grain yields, and the court will be requisitioning grain from various prefectures for disaster relief. Grain prices are likely to soar this winter, and who knows how many will starve to death. Hearing this, Su Ning's urge to slam the table deflated like a punctured balloon, quickly dissipating. Even at the current grain prices, he could barely ensure his parents had enough to eat. If prices surged, his family might not survive the winter without starving. He could starve himself to uphold his principles, but he couldn't bear to watch his parents starve for the sake of his integrity. Thinking of this, Su Ning had no choice but to compromise. Young master, I'll follow your arrangements entirely. That's more like it. Jiang Yifeng patted Su Ning on the shoulder and said with a smile, this book will be a joint effort between us. Let's take one character from each of our names for the pen name. What do you think of Jiang Ning? Su Ning pondered for a moment, feeling that this pen name had little to do with him, and then nodded in agreement. Let's continue then. Jiang Yifeng proceeded to narrate the subsequent plot of The Plum in the Golden Vase to Su Ning, emphasizing the importance of detailed descriptions. He reminded Su Ning that many crucial parts should not be glossed over. Readers wouldn't mind spending a bit more silver. Having lowered his standards, Su Ning no longer voiced any complaints and dutifully noted down all of Jiang Yifeng's demands. By the way, can you paint ladies' portraits? Jiang Yifeng was concerned that Su Ning's literary skills might not perfectly capture the essence of The Plum in the Golden Vase, so he thought of inserting some illustrations into the book to help readers immerse themselves more easily. I can do a little, but I'm not proficient. However, I know someone who is particularly skilled at painting ladies' portraits. Su Ning, unaware of Jiang Yifeng's intention, answered truthfully. Bring him here tomorrow. Yes. Su Ning first nodded, then asked, Young master, I'm a bit confused. Aren't we supposed to be writing stories? Why do we need portraits of noble ladies? You'll find out later. Jiang Yifeng smiled but didn't reveal his true intentions to Su Ning. Although Su Ning's moral boundaries had been lowered repeatedly, they were still far higher than his own. If Su Ning were to learn that the portraits of noble ladies were intended as illustrations for The Plum in the Golden Vase, he would probably choose to die for righteousness. No way. Most scholars of this era are pedantic. Big brother. Just then, a shout came through. Jiang Yifeng turned his head and saw Su Dongqiu approaching with two young men in tow. One of the young men was chubby with a sly expression on his face, while the other seemed timid, keeping his head down and avoiding Jiang Yifeng's gaze. MHM. Jiang Yifeng, like a big brother from the Young and Dangerous series, nodded at Su Dongqiu and then looked at the two young boys who had followed. Su Dongqiu immediately introduced them. Big bro, this chubby one is called Wang Kun, my good buddy. The one next to him is Song Yuan. When he heard you were taking me to the brothel, he insisted on tagging along. Couldn't he shake him off no matter what? My goodness, do brothels really hold such a strong appeal for young people? If I had to guess, their little chicks probably haven't even grown feathers yet. Song Yuan, you've met my elder brother. Isn't it time for you to leave now? Su Dongqiu didn't care much for Song Yuan's timid nature and, after meeting Jiang Yifeng, promptly showed him the door. Song Yuan, we don't belong in the same circle. Why don't you go home and help your stingy old man sell grain? Wang Kun chimed in. Selling grain. The surname Song. Jiang Yifeng suddenly thought of something and looked at Song Yuan with a smile. What's your connection to the Song family of Su City? Song Yuan replied, I am from the Song family. Jiang Yifeng asked further, does your father carry weight in the Song family? Song Yuan nodded, my grandfather is the head of the Song family, and my father is from the main lineage, so naturally, his words carry weight. What a coincidence! He was just worrying about having no connections to purchase grain from the Song family, and unexpectedly, the young master of the Song family, was right in front of him. As long as he maintained this relationship well, buying grain would no longer be a problem. Thinking this, he gave Song Yuan a warm smile. Song Yuan, seeing Jiang Yifeng's smile, mustered up his courage and asked, Can I call you big brother like Su Dongqiu does? Hearing this, before Jiang Yifeng could respond, Su Dongqiu flew into a rage. He stepped right up to Song Yuan, grabbed him by the collar, and pinned him against the wall. Song Yuan, are you looking for death? Su Dongqiu roared. Big brother is an extraordinary man, how dare you presume to call him that? Second brother, don't act recklessly. Jiang Yifeng quickly stepped forward and pulled Su Dongqiu away from Song Yuan. Elder brother. Although very reluctant, Su Dongqiu still released Song Yuan. Jiang Yifeng looked at Song Yuan. Are you okay? Song Yuan, timid by nature, was badly frightened, trembling all over, but gritted his teeth and said, I'm fine. Jiang Yifeng asked, Why do you want to call me big brother? Hearing this question, Song Yuan didn't answer immediately. He glanced at Su Dongqiu, hesitated for a long time, and then mustered up his courage. I've always thought Su Dongqiu was amazing. No one dared to bully him in the academy, and I've admired him for a long time. So when I saw him acknowledge you as his big brother, I wanted to do the same. Jiang Yifeng understood Song Yuan's thoughts upon hearing this. For someone timid by nature, someone like Su Dongqiu bold enough to visit brothels seemed to radiate brilliance, naturally inspiring admiration. Thus, when Song Yuan saw Su Dongqiu acknowledging Jiang Yifeng as his big brother, he wanted to do the same, hoping to follow in Su Dongqiu's footsteps. Jiang Yifeng smiled and looked at Su Dongqiu. He idolizes you. Don't you have anything to say? This made Su Dongqiu feel a bit embarrassed instead. He scratched his head with an awkward smile and said, He actually has pretty good taste. That's it? Big bro, why don't you take him under your wing too? After hesitating for a long time, Su Dongqiu finally made up his mind he was willing to share his beloved big brother with Song Yuan. Sure. Jiang Yifeng naturally wouldn't mind taking on another follower, especially when this follower was the young master of the Song family. What about me? Wang Kun grew anxious and asked, Boss, if Song Yuan can join, there's no reason I can't, right? Su Dongqiu looked troubled as he turned his gaze to Jiang Yifeng. In his eyes, Jiang Yifeng was an extraordinary and dazzling figure. The fact that he could acknowledge Jiang Yifeng as his elder brother was already considered a privilege, let alone Wang Kun and Song Yuan. Getting Jiang Yifeng to accept Song Yuan already made Su Dongqiu feel like he was pushing his luck. How could he possibly ask Jiang Yifeng to take in Wang Kun as well? However, Jiang Yifeng smiled and said, Of course, that's possible. From now on, I'll be the eldest brother, Dongqiu will be the second brother, Wang Kun will be the third, and Song Yuan will be the fourth. We'll pick an auspicious day to swear brotherhood. Upon hearing this, the three of them showed happy expressions and shouted in unison, Big brother. Jiang Yifeng smiled with satisfaction, thought for a moment, and asked, Do you know what is most important after swearing brotherhood? I know. Wang Kun quickly answered, After swearing brotherhood, the most important thing is loyalty. Loyalty is indeed important, but it can only rank second. Jiang Yifeng slightly shook his head. After swearing brotherhood, the most important thing is to listen to Big Brother. Speaking of listening to Big Brother, I must tell you the story of water margin. As the saying goes, the young should not read water margin, and the old should not read Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Water margin, one of the 4 great classical novels, is somewhat like the Young and Dangerous series of later generations. It can easily lead impressionable young people with underdeveloped values to emulate the heroes and outlaws in the story, fostering bad habits. And indeed, reality has proven this saying true. The three Su, Dong, and Chu were utterly captivated as Jiang Yifeng recounted water margin, their eyes gleaming with excitement as if they had found some kind of solace. Especially Song Yuan, who already idolized Su Dongchu. After hearing Water Margin, he became as devoted to him as Li Kuei was to Song Jiang, utterly unwavering in his loyalty. Su Ning was also captivated by the Water Margin story told by Jiang Yifeng, but unlike Su Dongchu and the other two, he was drawn in by the thrilling plot. At this moment, he finally understood why Jiang Yifeng had looked down on the stories he had written. Because even without writing something as vulgar as the plum in the golden vase, the brilliance of the tales Jiang Yifeng narrated far surpassed the stories he had written. No! To be precise, it was the brilliance of Water Margin that surpassed all the stories he had ever read. If before he had to obey Jiang Yifeng's words for the sake of money, now he genuinely admired Jiang Yifeng for being able to tell such an enthralling story. It's already very late, let's stop here for today. After Jiang Yifeng finished recounting how Wu Song avenged Wu Deong by killing Shimen Qing and Pan Jinlian, he noticed how dark it had become outside. Taking a sip of tea, he decided not to continue. Big brother, please tell us more. We're completely captivated, said Wang Kun, who had always loved listening to stories. Now that he had heard such an exciting tale from Water Margin, he naturally didn't want to let it go. Snap! As soon as Wang Kun finished speaking, Su Dongchu slapped him on the back of the head. Angrily, he said, "You really are asking for a beating. Have you forgotten what the core idea of Water Margin is?" Wang Kun held his head and asked in confusion, "What is it?" Su Dongchu scolded, "The core idea of Water Margin is to listen to the boss. If the boss says stop, then stop. Who allowed you to have an opinion?" Song Yuan nodded, "Second brother is right." Upon hearing this, Wang Kun also realized he had spoken incorrectly and quickly admitted his mistake. "Eldest brother, it's not that I don't listen to you, it's just that Water Margin is too captivating." "It's fine." Jiang Yifeng displayed the demeanor of an eldest brother, waving his hand and saying, "As long as you grasp the core idea and correct yourself in the future, that's enough. Waiter, the bill." The waiter at the tavern hurried over upon hearing the call and respectfully said, "Sir, the total is 200 copper coins." "Wait a moment." Jiang Yifeng spoke while fumbling around on his person. But after searching for a long time, he realized he had spent all the silver he had brought with him, and an awkward yet polite smile appeared on his face. As the elder brother, how could he lose face in front of his younger brother on the very first day? Just then, Wang Kun shouted at the waiter, "Are you blind? My elder brother dining here is an honor for your establishment. How dare you ask for money? Do you believe I'll smash this restaurant to pieces? Damn it! I'm telling you the story of Water Margin to teach you to listen to your leader, not to become bandits." Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng decided to teach Wang Kun a lesson. However, the waiter, upon hearing Wang Kun's scolding, not only didn't get angry but kept apologizing with a smile. "Young master is right. It was my lack of discernment that disturbed your refined enjoyment." Jiang Yifeng looked incredulously at the respectfully bowing waiter, froze for a few seconds, then suddenly thought of something and asked, "Lao San, what does your family do?" Wang Kun grinned, "My family runs restaurants. Over 60% of the restaurants in Sioux City belong to us, and this one is our family's restaurant on Zhuangyuan Street. Just say the word, and Big Brother 1T have to spend a dime whenever you come to eat here." Jiang Yifeng. He had originally thought Wang Kun was just an ordinary kid, never expecting his family background to be so impressive. If this were on Earth, he'd be a bona fide rich second-generation heir. One is the son of the largest grain merchant in Sioux City, and the other is the son of a chain restaurant owner in Sioux City. He had indeed guessed correctly earlier. UO Academy was akin to a Western aristocratic school, where those from poor families simply couldn't gain admission. Paying for meals is only natural. Even if I'm your elder brother, I still can't skip paying. At this point, Jiang Yifeng paused and turned to Su Ning, who was scribbling and sketching nearby, saying, "How about this? I'll write you an IOU and pay you back when I have the money." With that, he took paper and pen from Su Ning, wrote an IOU for 200 copper coins, and handed it to the waiter. "This." The waiter looked at the IOU with a troubled expression and turned his gaze to Wang Kun. If Jiang Yifeng didn't pay, he could report to the manager that it was Wang Kun who refused to accept the money, thus shifting the responsibility away from himself. But if he accepted the IOU, the responsibility would fall squarely on his shoulders, with little to do with Wang Kun. If accountability were pursued, he would have to cover the money himself. "Are you worried that big brother won't repay the debt?" Wang Kun exuded a thuggish aura. If this hadn't been his own tavern, he probably would have flipped the table. The waiter, seeing this, was scared out of his wits and didn't dare to voice any objections. He hastily accepted the IOU and hurried away. Afterward, everyone dispersed, leaving only Jiang Yifeng and Su Dongqiu behind. Su Dongqiu asked, "Big brother, where are you going to rest tonight? Why not come back to the Su family with me?" Jiang Yifeng, seeing that Su Dongqiu was still unaware of his identity, asked, "Dongqiu, do you know my true identity?" Su Dongqiu replied, "You're my big brother." Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "Besides that identity, what other identities do I have?" "Other identities?" Su Dongqiu shook his head and looked at Jiang Yifeng, saying, "I don't know." "Does it matter?" "It matters a great deal." Jiang Yifeng's expression turned serious. After hesitating for a moment, he revealed his identity. "I am the scoundrel you mentioned, the one who had an engagement with your sister, visited brothels, and is unworthy of her." As soon as these words were spoken, Su Dongqiu seemed struck by a bolt from the blue, freezing in place and unable to speak for a long while. Clearly, the shock brought by Jiang Yifeng's words was too great, leaving Su Dongqiu momentarily unable to react. Snap! However, just as Jiang Yifeng was curious about what decision Su Dongqiu would make, Su Dongqiu suddenly slapped himself and said remorsefully, "Brother, I was wrong. I didn't know you were my future brother-in-law before, which is why I spoke so rudely." "Jiang Yifeng," Su Dongqiu added again, "Brother, you must believe me. If I had known earlier that you were my brother-in-law, I would have been overjoyed and would never have said such outrageous things." After confessing, Su Dongqiu grinned and said, "I was just thinking earlier how great it would be if you were my brother-in-law. Haha. Never thought my dream would come true. With the engagement in place, big bro, you can't escape now. It's just a shame that, apart from being pretty and good at making money, my sister is practically useless. You'll have to put up with her in the future, big bro." Jiang Yifeng, Su Yingxiu. Listening to Su Dongqiu's evaluation of his own sister, Jiang Yifeng finally understood the saying that no matter how beautiful a sister is, in her brother's eyes, she's just average. No matter how outstanding Su Yingxiu was, Su Dongqiu always found her utterly worthless. Although Jiang Yifeng didn't agree with Su Dongqiu's assessment of his own wife, he was still his brother-in-law after all, so he went along with it. It is indeed a bit unfair, but considering it strengthens our family ties, enduring a little unfairness is nothing. Hearing this, Su Dongqiu asked excitedly, "Brother-in-law, did you agree to marry my sister just for my sake? What can you do? His family. You have to cook her." So Jiang Yifeng smiled and nodded. "You could say that." Su Dongqiu grinned. "In that case, my sister should thank me, otherwise, you wouldn't have wanted her." Seeing Su Dongqiu getting a bit carried away, Jiang Yifeng warned him, "It's fine to say these things in front of me, but never say them in front of your sister." Su Dongqiu was puzzled. "Why can't we say it in front of her?" Jiang Yifeng replied, your sister is someone who values her pride. If people found out I wanted her because of you, wouldn't she feel humiliated? Su Dongqiu thought for a moment and nodded firmly, definitely. Feeling humiliated would make her furious, and she'd surely take it out on you. I'm afraid you'd end up with a severe beating. You're absolutely right, brother-in-law. I hadn't thought of that. Su Dongqiu suddenly realized and was grateful for Jiang Yifeng's reminder. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Su Dongqiu didn't blab, no one else should find out about his boast. By the way, brother-in-law, the poem you wrote for me today received top marks. The teacher asked me to compose another one tomorrow, this time about the moon. Just composing poetry, it's simple. I'll give you another one tomorrow, guaranteed to be top grade. Also, others heard that the poem I bought got top grade and want to buy some too. Can brother-in-law really compose so many poems alone? Who said I'd be the one composing them? Jiang Yifeng smiled faintly. That scholar you saw at the tavern today is hired by me. He'll compose the poems for the others. The scholar Jiang Yifeng mentioned was naturally Su Ning. Although Su Ning hadn't passed the provincial examination, he was still a shieldsi, a qualified candidate who passed the county-level imperial examination. For him, Su Dongqiu's homework was as simple as a high school student solving elementary school problems, utterly effortless. As for the increased workload for Su Ning, as long as he mastered the skill of painting rosy pictures like those unscrupulous capitalists from his past life, it wouldn't be impossible to have Su Ning work for him on credit. And so, the two chatted back and forth, unknowingly making their way back to the Su residence. At this moment, although the sky had completely darkened, Jiang Yifeng estimated it was only around 7 or 8 in the evening. In his previous life, this would have been the perfect time for drinks and skewers, but unfortunately, this was ancient times. The entire city of Su was barely lit, and the only options were to go to bed, sleep, and make babies. If the internet were shut down every night, the birth rate would probably increase. Jiang Yifeng mused inwardly about the declining birth rate in his past life as he stepped forward to knock on the door. Brother-in-law, wait a moment. At that moment, Su Dongqiu stopped Jiang Yifeng. Whatever you do, don't knock on the door, or my sister will know we came back late, and will definitely get scolded. Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly. How do we get in without knocking? It's simple, brother-in-law, follow me. Su Dongqiu smiled confidently and led Jiang Yifeng along the base of the wall until they finally found an inconspicuous small door. Just as Jiang Yifeng was pondering how to open this small door, Su Dongqiu had already skillfully climbed over the wall into the Su residence. It was hard to tell that this kid had taken this route quite often. Creak! Su Dongqiu opened the small door for Jiang Yifeng. My second brother is truly, incredibly skilled. Jiang Yifeng originally wanted to say invincible on the heaven, but then thought it sounded inauspicious, so he quickly changed his words. Of course, I've climbed this wall countless times. Practice makes perfect. Sounds like you're even a little proud of it. Before Su Dongqiu could finish speaking, a cold voice suddenly rang out, startling him into immediate silence. In the next moment, Jiang Yifeng saw Su Inshua, accompanied by Yuer and followed by several servants, appear before him and Su Dongqiu. The large clubs in the servants' hands made it clear that they came with ill intentions. Su Inshua's face was cold as she glanced at Su Dongqiu before turning her icy gaze to Jiang Yifeng. You can be shameless on your own, but dragging my brother to a brothel? Have you no decency at all? Seeing that Su Inshua had misunderstood him, Jiang Yifeng immediately said, I can explain. I don't want to hear your explanation. Su Inshua was already dissatisfied with Jiang Yifeng, so she didn't even give him a chance to explain. She said sternly, I had intended to keep my promise and wait 2 months to see the outcome, but you are truly hopeless. You actually took Dongqiu to a brothel. I have no more expectations of you. As she spoke, 2 servants brought in a wooden box filled with silver ingots. Su Yingxue continued, "Here are 1,000 taels of silver. Take the money and leave now. From this day forward, I never want to see you again. I will explain everything to our parents." She had thought she could endure it, but the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she decided to drive Jiang Yifeng away directly. "Sis, you can't kick brother-in-law out." Su Dongqiu, who had been too scared to speak upon hearing Su Yingxue's voice, couldn't help but speak up when he heard his sister was about to drive his brother-in-law away. "He took you to a brothel, why shouldn't I kick him out?" Su Yingxue asked angrily, seeing Su Dongqiu siding with someone outside the family. "Isn't it perfectly normal for men to visit brothels? Besides, I had a great time chatting with those older sisters, they're much gentler than you, sis." "Shut up." Su Yingxue, disregarding the dignified demeanor expected of a lady from a prestigious family, practically shouted it out. She was on the verge of losing her mind, never having imagined that her own brother would compare her to a courtesan. What infuriated her the most was that it seemed she hadn't even come out on top in the comparison. "Let me hear you say one more word, and you'll face the family discipline. Sister, you especially shouldn't treat me like this." Su Dongqiu raised his head slightly. "You might not know this, but it was only because of my influence that brother-in-law agreed to marry you. You should be thanking me. And you shouldn't let brother-in-law suffer any grievances either. A woman like you, who has nothing to offer besides her looks, is lucky that brother-in-law is even willing to take you." Originally, he had thought Su Yingxue was good at making money, but after witnessing Jiang Yifeng's financial skills, he felt her ability to earn was just average. Thus, in his eyes, Su Yingxue, who was once seen as both beautiful and capable of making money, now only retained the latter trait. Jiang Yifeng was utterly speechless. He had just warned Su Dongqiu not to say those things out loud, yet in no time, Su Dongqiu had completely ignored his advice. "No's will no die. Now we're screwed." Su Yingxue definitely won't let this slide. Just as expected, Su Yingxue trembled with anger after hearing Su Dongqiu's words, enunciating each word clearly. "Family discipline shall be served." Upon hearing the phrase "family discipline shall be served," Su Dongqiu was not afraid at all. Instead, his admiration for Jiang Yifeng grew even stronger. "My heavens! Brother-in-law is so amazing. He had already told me that if I revealed the truth, my sister would become furious and beat me up. I never expected it to be true. Brother-in-law is truly a divine being." Soon, the servant brought over a wooden stool and returned with a whip in hand. Witnessing this scene, Su Dongqiu finally realized fear, his face turning pale with fright. Jiang Yifeng was equally terrified, as he had never seen a child being disciplined with a whip before. Yet he also understood that if he didn't say something, Su Yingxue would turn her attention to him after punishing Su Dongqiu, so he hurriedly said, "Wait." Su Yingxue's delicate face was flushed with anger from Su Dongqiu's actions, and upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's attempt to argue, she snapped, "What do you mean, wait?" Jiang Yifeng took a deep breath, his mind racing, and slowly said, "You can't use family discipline on Dongqiu." "Can't? Are you suggesting I have no authority?" Su Yingxue laughed in extreme anger. "With our parents absent, I am temporarily in charge of the Su family. Su Dongqiu is my younger brother. At such a young age, he visits brothels, why shouldn't I enforce family discipline on him?" Jiang Yifeng replied unhurriedly, "Because he has school tomorrow. If he's injured, how can he attend? Then he won't go." Su Yingxue was so angry that she snorted coldly, "Anyway, he's ignorant and incompetent. Going to the academy would only anger the teacher. Rather than letting him embarrass himself outside, it's better to keep him at home to recover from his injuries. Su Yingxue, you don't care enough about your younger brother. Jiang Yifeng sighed and continued. Do you know that the person you called ignorant and incompetent today wrote a poem that the teacher rated as top grade? Impossible. Su Yingxue simply didn't believe Jiang Yifeng's words. It wasn't that she looked down on Su Dongqiu, but his usual behavior was so poor that he left the impression of being playful and uninterested in studying. As far as she knew, Su Dongqiu couldn't even remember the poems taught by their tutor, so how could he possibly compose a first-class poem? Jiang Yifeng didn't respond to Su Yingxue's skepticism. Instead, he turned to Su Dongqiu and said, "Recite the poem you wrote today for your sister to hear." Su Dongqiu quickly recited, "Ode to Snow. 1 flake, 2 flakes, 3 or 4 flakes, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 flakes. Thousands upon thousands, countless flakes, flying into the plum blossoms and disappearing without a trace." After listening to the recitation, Su Yingxue fell into silence. If you only listen to the first 2 lines of this poem, no, even just the first 3 lines, it seems too ordinary, even poor. But with the addition of the final line, the entire poem is instantly elevated. Though it cannot compare to those timeless masterpieces, for a young student still in the academy, it is already a rare and excellent work. Su Yingxue remained silent for a long while before asking, "Did you truly compose this yourself?" Su Dongqiu answered without a change in expression or heartbeat, calmly stating, "Of course I composed it myself." "Compose another one on the spot." Su Yingxue naturally wouldn't easily believe Su Dongqiu. After all, the current situation was like a failing student suddenly scoring full marks. Anyone would be skeptical. "Su Yingxue, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? It's the middle of the night. Where am I supposed to compose a poem for you?" Su Dongqiu grew anxious. "No poem means facing family discipline," Su Yingxue said in a tone that brooked no argument. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng calmly stepped forward, patted Su Dongqiu on the shoulder, and guided him, saying, "The moonlight is lovely tonight. Why don't you compose a poem with the moon as the theme?" With the moon as the theme. Su Dongqiu suddenly thought of something. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly began, "Thoughts on a quiet night. Before my bed, the moonlight shines so bright, it seems like frost upon the ground. I lift my head to gaze at the moon, then lower it, lost in thoughts of home." On the way back, Jiang Yifeng had already written the poem that Su Dongqiu was supposed to submit the next day and made Su Dongqiu memorize it. Little did he expect that this move would actually pass Su Yingxue's inspection, which turned out to be an unexpected delight. This poem carves out a tranquil night in a vernacular-like language, devoid of ornate rhetoric. The entire piece is fresh and simple, vividly depicting the scene, atmosphere, and emotions truly exquisite. After listening to Quiet Night Thoughts, Su Yingxue gave it high praise, even feeling that this seemingly simple poem far surpassed her own in terms of skill. Had she not seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it was true. Involuntarily, a sense of joy arose in her heart. Her earlier anger stemmed partly from Jiang Yifeng and partly from Su Dongqiu's lack of ambition. He had actually gone to a brothel, a place of pleasure. Her eldest brother disliked commerce and had joined the military early on, while she, as a woman, was destined to marry and leave the family. Thus, the Su family's business would ultimately fall to Su Dongqiu to manage. However, Su Dongqiu showed signs of becoming a playboy at such a young age, so how could she feel at ease entrusting the Su family's business to him? But now, Su Dongqiu actually seems to be improving, which brings her great relief. Only. Su Yingxue slightly furrowed her brows and asked in confusion, "How did you suddenly learn to compose poetry?" "Because he went to the brothel." Jiang Yifeng, worried that Su Dongqiu might give himself away, quickly explained first, "In my eyes, there are 2 ways of studying. One is rigid studying, studying rigidly. This method of studying is just rote memorization, making it impossible to truly understand the content of the books. The other way is that reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles combining the content of the books with real life. Not only can one understand the content, but one can also grasp the essence and begin artistic conception of the books. On the surface, Dong Chu went to a brothel, but in reality, he was there to experience the hardships of the women there. In your eyes, untouched by worldly cares, these women are seen as impure. But have you ever considered if they could have enough to eat and wear, who would willingly sink to such a place? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into utter silence. Whether it was Su Yinxue or the servants, everyone held their breath, pondering Jiang Yifeng's words. Indeed, in an era that values chastity as life itself, no one would willingly descend into the world of pleasure unless absolutely forced. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng suddenly looked at Su Yinxue and asked, "Do you know what hunger feels like?" Su Yinxue pondered briefly. Hunger is the emptiness in one's stomach, a state of desiring food. You can stop now. Jiang Yifeng directly raised his hand to interrupt Su Yinxue, shaking his head. What you described is merely someone else's depiction of hunger, not the hunger you've personally experienced, and true hunger isn't like that either. Speaking of which, Jiang Yifeng turned to Zhu. You tell us, what does hunger feel like? Upon hearing this, Zhu fell silent, as if some unpleasant memories had been awakened. She couldn't help but shiver. When you're hungry, it feels like a raging fire is burning in your stomach. You feel dizzy, and at the sight of any food, you lose control of yourself. A person becomes like a wild beast, willing to do anything for a bite to eat. Su Yinxue, upon hearing Zhu's description, was momentarily at a loss for words. She had grown up in a wealthy family, where even the slightest dissatisfaction with a meal would make her refuse to eat. How could she possibly understand the feeling of hunger? At this moment, she began to understand the meaning of the saying, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Jiang Yifeng said earnestly, the poem that Dong Chu received a grade for appears to describe snow on the surface, but in reality, it tells the story of a courtesan recounting to Dong Chu the scene of her leaving home. Through the depiction of snow, Dong Chu conveys the tragic life of that courtesan, a world blanketed in white, with nowhere to call home. Jin Banqiao, did I? So I was thinking that much at the time. Jiang Yifeng applied the same approach he used for reading comprehension in his past life. Whether it fit or not, he forced the interpretation onto it. As long as part of it made sense, that was enough. Unfortunately, Su Yinxue wasn't so easily fooled and still showed no signs of relenting. However, compared to her previous attitude, she was less adamant now and had begun to doubt herself. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng added fuel to the fire. Having finished discussing Ode to Snow, let's now talk about these thoughts on a quiet night. What is thoughts on a quiet night? As the name suggests, it's about solitary reflection in the stillness of night. But have you ever wondered why, when everyone else is asleep in the dead of night, Dong Chu would be deep in thought? Because he couldn't sleep, he missed his parents. Don't be fooled by his size, he's still a child at heart. Children easily feel insecure, and you, as his elder sister, have been so focused on business that you rarely show him care. Alone at night, unable to sleep, he could only yearn for his parents and the feeling of being protected. After saying this, Jiang Yifeng walked sorrowfully to Su Dongchu, embraced him tightly, and whispered in his ear, "If you don't want to die, start crying now. The more heartbroken, the better." However, Su Dongchu, that carefree fellow, hadn't he even thought about his parents at all. How could he possibly cry? "Brother-in-law, I can't cry," he said. Jiang Yifeng stilled his heart. "Your brother-in-law will help you." With that, he placed his hand on Su Dongchu's waist and pinched hard. Instantly, heart-wrenching sobs echoed throughout the entire Su household. Seeing Su Dongchu cry so bitterly, Su Inshu's heart finally softened. She realized she had been too focused on family business and neglected her care for Su Dongchu. Forget it, forget it. Su Inshu stepped forward, gently patting Su Dongchu's head. Stop crying now. Your sister won't punish you anymore, and I won't hold going to the brothel against you. Hearing that Su Inshu wouldn't pursue the matter, Jiang Yifeng released his hand from Su Dongchu's waist and softly comforted him for a while, finally stopping Su Dongchu's tears. Mastering the art of restraint and release, Su Inshu thought for a moment and said, "When you were little, I often held you while you slept. How about tonight?" Before Su Inshu could finish, Su Dongchu shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. "I won't sleep with you. I want to sleep with brother-in-law." Su Inshu frowned. "First, he's not your brother-in-law yet. Second, you only just met him today. Is he really more important to you than I am? A life or death question. Is your sister more important, or this strange man?" However, Su Dongchu couldn't think that much and blurted out without hesitation, "Of course. Of course, a blood sister is more important." Before Su Dongchu could finish speaking, Jiang Yifeng took the lead to explain, "Dongchu is a big kid now and understands the principle that men and women should not be too intimate, which is why he doesn't want to sleep with you." "Isn't that right?" Su Dongchu came to his senses and nodded repeatedly. "Brother-in-law is right. I'm already this old. If word got out that I still let you hug me to sleep, people would laugh at me." Su Inshu felt a bit disappointed but still said, "All right, you can sleep with him." "Great, thank you, sis," Su Dongchu said excitedly. Su Inshu, seeing Su Dongchu's happiness, smiled with relief, then suddenly thought of something and turned her gaze to Jiang Yifeng. "Since you took Dongchu to the brothel to experience life, I'll let this matter pass. But remember, the Su family has a reputation to uphold in such things. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid such places of pleasure. It damages the family's name." "No problem, I'll try to go less often in the future." Jiang Yifeng wasn't about to make any absolute promises. Having traveled back to ancient times, it would be a shame not to experience the culture of brothels and the pleasure of listening to music in such establishments. "As you wish." Seeing that Jiang Yifeng didn't promise not to go, Su Inshu felt angry and turned to leave with Juror. "Wait a moment." At that moment, Jiang Yifeng suddenly called out to Su Inshu, "Today's visit to the brothel cost a total of 20 taels of silver. Please reimburse me." Hearing this, Juror immediately retorted, "When you left, you only took 20 taels of silver in total. How could you have spent it all at the brothel?" Faced with the accusation, Jiang Yifeng shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Su Inshu then said, "Juror, give him the money." "Yes." Although displeased, Juror still handed over the money. Jiang Yifeng accepted the silver with a satisfied smile. Having a beautiful and wealthy wife is great. Even visits to the brothel can be reimbursed. Su Inshu watched as Jiang Yifeng and Su Dongchu left together, her eyes flickering with a thoughtful glint. The next morning, at the break of dawn, the servants of the Su residence came to wake Jiang Yifeng and Su Dongchu. After washing up, the two headed to the main hall for breakfast. By the time they arrived at the main hall, Su Inshu was already eating. On the dining table were rice porridge, pickles, eggs, steamed buns, fried dough sticks. Although such a breakfast would have been quite ordinary in Jiang Yifeng's previous life, in this era, it was definitely a meal only wealthy families could afford. However, Su Inshu didn't seem to have much of an appetite. She just had a little porridge and then stopped eating. "No wonder my wife is so thin. So picky with food. Lucky. The child's bowl is big enough, so there's no need to worry about them going hungry." At this moment, Su Dongchu asked, "Brother-in-law, where should we find you after school? Still at Shuangyuan Street?" Su Inshu, who was about to leave, hesitated upon hearing Su Dongchu's words and sat back down, wanting to know Su Dongchu's next move. Jiang Yifeng shook his head while sipping his porridge. By the time you finish school, I probably won't be at Zhuangyuan Street. Su Dongchu asked curiously. Not on Zhuangyuan Street? Then where could it be? Jiang Yifeng didn't hide his whereabouts and replied, 60 miles west of the city. There's an abandoned coal mine there. I'll probably be at that location. An abandoned coal mine. Su Dongchu's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed, Brother-in-law, is the abandoned coal mine really fun? Can you take me there? In the eyes of a young boy, an abandoned coal mine, a place brimming with the thrill of adventure, held even more allure than a brothel. Stop fooling around. Just then, Su Inshua said sharply, after you finish eating, go pack your writing supplies. The coachman will take you to the academy later. Okay. Su Dongchu dared not disobey Su Inshua and reluctantly left the main hall to pack his belongings. After Su Dongchu left, Su Inshua turned to Jiang Yifeng and asked, the coal mountain is 30 miles west of the city. The refugees fleeing from Yuzhou have been settled there by the prefect. Why are you going there? Jiang Yifeng smiled slightly and said, guess. How childish. Su Inshua didn't want to waste words with Jiang Yifeng. She stood up to leave, but after a moment's thought, she still warned him, those disaster victims are starving and barely clothed. There are even rumors of cannibalism. Be careful. Jiang Yifeng grew somewhat excited and asked, are you concerned about me? Su Inshua rolled her eyes at him. I don't care about your life or death, but Dongchu adores you. If something happened to you, he would surely be heartbroken, and I don't want to see him sad. With that, Su Inshua left. Hearing the somewhat harsh words, Jiang Yifeng didn't get angry. After all, anyone would be in bad mood if they suddenly gained a husband out of nowhere. However, he believed that given enough time and the development of feelings, Su Inshua would eventually accept him. Brother-in-law, I'm off to school. Su Dongchu finished packing his things and shouted from outside. They're coming. Jiang Yifeng wiped his mouth and got into the carriage with Su Dongchu, heading towards UL Academy. On the way, Su Dongchu was still thinking about the abandoned coal mine and couldn't help but ask, Brother-in-law, I've never been to an abandoned coal mine before. Could you take me there? Jiang Yifeng neither nodded in agreement nor shook his head in refusal. It takes a whole day to go there and back. If you come with me, you might have to skip school. After a moment of thought, Su Dongchu said mischievously, what if I submit quiet night thoughts and tell the teacher I wrote it after staying up all night, then pretend to be exhausted? Do you think the teacher would let me go home to rest? It's doable, but what about third and fourth? Jiang Yifeng said earnestly. As brothers, the most important thing is to listen to the eldest brother, and the second is to uphold loyalty. If only we go have fun, that would be too disloyal. Absolutely right. Su Dongchu pinched his chin and thought for a moment, then suddenly suggested, how about I trick them into skipping school? After all, those two are thick-skinned and unafraid of boiling water. They skip school all the time anyway, unlike me, a model student. Is it that you don't want to skip school? You don't dare skip school. You're despicable. Jiang Yifeng cursed inwardly but nodded and said, all right, we'll do as you say. Let's call them both and go to the abandoned coal mine together. Got it. Su Dongchu's face lit up with joy. Soon, they arrived at the UL Academy. Su Dongchu got off the carriage and hurried into the academy at a trot. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Su Dongchu ran out of the academy, his face beaming with excitement. As soon as he got back into the carriage, he couldn't wait to say, Brother-in-law, it's done. The teacher was utterly amazed when he saw quiet night thoughts. He straight up called me a prodigy. Even my request for leave was granted without hesitation, something that would have been impossible before. Well, in the past, you were a poor student, and even if you studied diligently, the teacher would think you were just putting on an act. But now, you've composed 2 excellent poems in a row, especially Quiet Night Thoughts, which is destined to be remembered for centuries. In the teacher's eyes, you're already a good student. And how can the treatment of a good student be compared to that of a poor one? When a good student falls asleep while studying, the teacher would assume it's because they've been studying for too long. Of course, Jiang Yifeng didn't voice these thoughts. Instead, he asked, "Where are the 3rd and 4th brothers? Why haven't I seen them?" Su Dongqiu continued, "They're crawling through the dog hole right now." Jiang Yifeng initially thought he had misheard, but when he saw Wang Kun and Song Yuan approaching, covered in dirt, he realized Su Dongqiu wasn't lying. They had indeed crawled out through a dog hole. This is really strange. Isn't it said that in the eyes of scholars, crawling through a dog hole is extremely disgraceful, even insulting? Why would they? Jiang Yifeng looked at the excited Wang Kun and Song Yuan, thinking to himself how foolish he was to consider Wang Kun and Song Yuan as scholars. In the eyes of these two, crawling through a dog hole was probably no different from students in their past lives sneaking out by climbing walls. Not only did they not feel ashamed, but they were even somewhat proud. Look, this dog hole, I slid right through it in one smooth motion. After Wang Kun and Song Yuan boarded the carriage, they couldn't wait to ask, "Big brother, are we heading straight to the abandoned coal mine?" Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "First, we'll buy some food supplies, and then we'll go to the abandoned coal mine." Wang Kun asked curiously, "Big brother, what are you buying grain for?" Jiang Yifeng smiled slightly. "You'll find out when the time comes." "Oh." Wang Kun didn't press further but pointed at Song Yuan and said, "Big brother, Old Fourth family sells grain. If you need any, you can just take it directly from their house." As soon as these words were spoken, Song Yuan panicked instantly. No way. If my dad finds out, he'll beat me to death." Wang Kun was displeased upon hearing this. "Old Fourth, you wouldn't dare tell me that big brother has to pay for the grain when he goes to your house." Song Yuan, being timid by nature, felt utterly ashamed at Wang Kun's words. He hung his head low, tears welling up in his eyes. "Enough!" Su Dongqiu stopped Wang Kun and said, "You know as well as I do that Song Yuan's father is notoriously stingy. Last time Song Yuan just lost a few copper coins, and he was scolded as a spendthrift for half a month." "Phew!" Wang Kun snorted coldly but didn't say anything more. Jiang Yifeng found this utterly unbelievable. In his view, the Song family, being the largest grain merchant in Su City, had financial resources that surpassed even the Su family. How could they possibly scold their own son as a spendthrift for half a month just over a few lost copper coins? However, from the conversation among Su Dongqiu and the other two, it wasn't hard to tell that this seemingly absurd incident was most likely true. No! Such an old father must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, Song Yuan wouldn't be able to get money from home to show filial piety to him, the eldest brother. But before that, he needed to first change Song Yuan's perception. So, Jiang Yifeng asked, "Fourth brother, let me ask you, if your father dies, who will inherit the Song family's estate?" Song Yuan pondered for a moment, his voice as faint as a mosquito's hum. "My father only has me as his son, so it should be passed down to me." Jiang Yifeng gently guided, "Exactly. No matter who the Song family's business belongs to now, it will ultimately be yours. Since the Song family is yours, doesn't that mean the Song family's grain is also yours?" Song Yuan seemed to grasp the idea, raising his head slightly. "That does seem to make sense." Jiang Yifeng concluded, "Since the Song family's grain is yours, what's wrong with giving it to me for free? Of course, I'm not the kind of person to take advantage, but the principle must be clear. I can't stand by and watch your father spend your money, eat your grain, and still call you a spendthrift. Song Yuan's eyes lit up with sudden clarity. Thank you, big brother, for the reminder. Otherwise, I'd still be in the dark. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Why does my father get to eat my food, use my things, and still call me a spendthrift? Don't be too angry. Jiang Yifeng patted Song Yuan's shoulder and comforted him. Even though your father is unreasonable spending your money, eating your food, and scolding you as his child, you mustn't stoop to his level. This is the filial piety I'm teaching you. Filial piety? Listening on the side, Su Dongqiu and Wang Kun felt that the filial piety Jiang Yifeng taught was somewhat different from what was written in books. However, being academic underachievers who found reading a headache, they couldn't be bothered to verify where the differences lay. Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. Rest assured, I won't stoop to the level of my unreasonable father. Song Yuan nodded firmly, his confidence visibly growing. In fact, a large part of Song Yuan's timid personality was shaped by his upbringing. After all, while his classmates could casually spend dozens of taels of silver, his stingy father would give him, at most, a few dozen copper coins. A few dozen copper coins were quite a sum for children from ordinary families, but unfortunately, Song Yuan's classmates were all from wealthy families, so a few dozen coins meant nothing to them. Over time, this fostered in Song Yuan a personality marked by inferiority, timidity, and lack of confidence. But now, after Jiang Yifeng's guidance, he suddenly realized that he was actually the most important figure in the Song family, and his confidence surged instantly. Big brother, just tell me how much grain you need, and I'll make the decision to give it to you, Song Yuan declared like a nouveau riche, offering to provide Jiang Yifeng with grain outright. Jiang Yifeng looked at the almost transformed Song Yuan, paused for a moment, and said, Big brother doesn't want you to give it for free, big brother will pay for it. I heard that a few days ago during the heavy rain, 3 of the Song family's old rice warehouses got damp. I'd like to buy the rice from those 3 warehouses. Song Yuan thought for a moment and nodded. That did happen, but those 3 damp warehouses aren't very large. Altogether, there's only about 200,000 catties of old rice. So-called old rice refers to rice that has been stored for a long time. This type of rice is usually left over from previous years that didn't sell, so the quantity isn't as much as new rice, and the price is also cheaper. Not only does old rice taste worse, but it also carries the risk of spoilage, especially when it has gotten damp, so the price would only be even lower. Only 200,000 catties in 3 granaries. Jiang Yifeng was somewhat surprised, feeling the amount was much less than he had imagined. Initially, there were over 200,000 catties in the 3 granaries, but my father has been mixing them with new rice and selling a lot these days, so only 200,000 catties remain. Mixed with new rice and sold. Jiang Yifeng was speechless, thinking to himself that Song Yuan's father was truly eccentric. How much per catty for these damp, old grains? New rice is 8 copper coins per catty, while old rice is half the price of new rice. As for the dampened old rice, I reckon 1 or 2 copper coins can buy a catty. If you're willing to buy, I'll make the decision to sell it to you for 1 copper coin per catty. This is your first time doing business, and as your elder brother, I can't let you take a loss. Let's make it 2 copper coins per catty. Jiang Yifeng paused and continued, however, I don't have that much cash on me, so I can only give you an IOU for now. In fact, the 500 taels of silver Jiang Yifeng had on him were more than enough to buy the 200,000 catties of dampened old rice. However, the silver he had was earmarked for other purposes and couldn't be used to purchase grain. Besides, if you can buy things with IOUs, why use silver? It doesn't matter. Whatever Big Brother says goes. I'll follow Big Brother's lead. Song Yuan had never spoken so generously before, a confident smile appearing on his face. Afterward, the four of them took a carriage to the Song family granary and saw the batch of dampened grain. Compared to new rice, aged rice appears much duller in color, giving the impression that it has been stored for a long time. Fortunately, however, this aged rice hasn't turned yellow yet, meaning it hasn't spoiled, otherwise it would truly be inedible. With Song Yuan, the young master of the Song family, present, the warehouse manager was extremely accommodating. Not only did he agree to let Jiang Yifeng purchase 200,000 catties of damp aged rice with just an IOU, but he also arranged for ox carts to help transport the rice. Moreover, Jiang Yifeng was even allowed to temporarily store the rice that couldn't be transported immediately in the Song family's granary. Creak! A horse-drawn carriage followed by 3 ox carts made its way toward the abandoned coal mine. The abandoned coal mine was located 30 li from Sioux City. In the previous life, covering 30 li would have taken less than an hour on an electric bike, but in this era, the same distance required a full hour and a half, 3 hours in total. Moreover, Jiang Yifeng felt that his bones were about to be jolted apart along the way, with no comfort to speak of. As they got closer to the abandoned coal mine, the surrounding environment began to change. The vegetation on the ground became sparse, and all that could be seen was barren land. Continuing further inside, a massive mining pit soon appeared, caused by the extraction of surface coal. The refugees fleeing from Yuzhou were then settled in this enormous mining pit. Viewed from above, the scene in the depression could only be described as horrifying. Thousands of refugees huddled together in small groups, too weak from hunger to move. Nearby, those lying on the ground might have already starved to death, their bodies covered with flies and maggots multiplying in large numbers. Everyone, whether it was men, women, the elderly, or children, the light in their eyes had vanished, as if they were mere puppets of hunger, lifeless and hollow. Witnessing this scene, Song Yuan, the most timid of the 3, nervously tugged at Jiang Yifeng's sleeve, his entire body trembling. Jiang Yifeng offered no words of comfort. Instead, he turned his gaze to Su Dongqiu and Wang Kun, who were holding up slightly better than Song Yuan, though their faces were equally grim. After all, as the top rich heirs of Sioux City, the 3 of them had everything they could ever want, making it impossible for them to comprehend the sight before them. Who are you? Just as Jiang Yifeng was about to lead the 3 into the mine, 3 soldiers stopped the carriage and shouted sternly. To prevent the refugees from wandering around and disrupting the peace of Sioux City, the governor dispatched 500 soldiers to guard the mine pit. This would both stop the refugees from fleeing and prevent outsiders from entering. I am Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng? Never heard of you. Jiang Yifeng was just about to introduce himself and explain his purpose when the leading soldier rudely interrupted. This area has been taken over by the county troops. Get lost now, or don't blame me for being merciless with my blade. Clang! 3 soldiers simultaneously drew their swords slightly, casting mocking glances at Jiang Yifeng. A poor scholar like Jiang Yifeng was beneath their notice. At that moment, a figure darted out from behind Jiang Yifeng, swiftly approaching the 3 soldiers and slapping each of them across the face. Are you blind? How dare you stop us? Do you have a death wish? The one who struck was Su Dongqiu, who showed no fear in the face of the 3 soldiers, instead scolding them as if they were mere household servants. The 3 soldiers were stunned by the blows, frozen for a few seconds before coldly drawing their broadswords, glaring ominously at Jiang Yifeng and his companions. It was clear they had already harbored malicious intent. Come on, strike here. Not only was Su Dongqiu unafraid, he even stretched his neck forward. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yifeng was half scared to death and stepped forward to pull Su Dongqiu back. As the saying goes, when a scholar meets a soldier, reason is of no use. If a real fight breaks out, these soldiers won't go easy on them. And as a frail scholar, leading free youth, how could he possibly stand a chance against free armed soldiers? Yes, yes, hurry up and chop him down. This is the third young master of the Su family. Killing him would instantly make you famous. Just chop at the neck. We've never seen a beheading before. Why not chop us too as well? My third brother is the eldest son of the Wang family, and I'm the eldest son of the Song family. You can take one each. As soon as Jiang Yifeng approached Su Dongqiu, Wang Kun and Song Yuan began to stir up trouble, clearly relishing the chaos. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was so furious he almost exploded, silently cursing that these three troublemakers were really causing chaos. Even a normal person would be provoked into action by such taunts, let alone these three soldiers. The three soldiers, however, shuddered in fear, their faces filled with panic as they looked at Su Dongqiu and his companions. Far from taking action, they even voluntarily dropped their broadswords. Finally, the three soldiers even fell to their knees with a thought in front of Su Dongqiu. Jiang Yifeng was completely baffled, not knowing what was going on. After kneeling down, the three soldiers wore panicked expressions on their faces. We were blind and ignorant, offending you young masters. We beg for your mercy, to let us off like a passing fart. Filth! Su Dongqiu snorted coldly. If you had only offended me, I might have let you off like a fart. But you just insulted my elder brother. If we let you go so easily, we, his younger brothers, would be laughed at. Elder brother. The three soldiers looked at Jiang Yifeng in disbelief, secretly speculating how terrifying his identity must be to be the elder brother of these three young masters. At this thought, they felt deeply wronged, thinking to themselves, with your noble status, you could simply walk over, slap us, and tell us to scram. Why bother asking for our opinion? Clearly a person of terrifying status, yet insisting on pretending to be refined. Is this just to mess with us? Mess with us? The three soldiers suddenly realized this might be a new game of the upper class, deliberately disguising themselves as lowly individuals to toy with them. This guy is terrifying, truly worthy of being the boss. Jiang Yifeng was naturally unaware of the thoughts running through the soldiers' minds. He wore a friendly smile on his face, though in the eyes of the three soldiers, that friendly smile was nothing short of a devil's grin. Gentlemen, my three brothers here acted foolishly. Please don't take it to heart. Quickly get up, the ground is dirty. Sir, I have elders and children to support. Please spare us. We'll kowtow to you. With that, the three soldiers began kowtowing repeatedly, making Jiang Yifeng feel rather embarrassed. Forget it. Jiang Yifeng sighed helplessly. Get up. I forgive you and won't make things difficult for you. Hearing this, the three soldiers exchanged glances but remained kneeling, still too afraid to stand. The reason is simple in their imagination. Wealthy young masters should be like Su, Dong, and Chu, the type who thrive on chaos. How could they possibly be refined? Therefore, anyone who appears refined must be playing them for fools. Sir, please stop toying with us. Just let us go. Jiang Yifeng was full of questions, thinking to himself, why are these people even more scared when I'm being so polite? At that moment, Wang Kun stepped forward and whispered into Jiang Yifeng's ear, Big brother, just give them a beating, then say you're letting them go, and that'll be enough. Jiang Yifeng couldn't understand and frowned as he asked, why is that? Wang Kun explained, the three of us are spoiled young masters, so in their eyes, you're one too. If they offend a spoiled young master and don't get punished, they won't be able to rest easy. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng somewhat understood the reason. It's like when someone offends their superior. If the superior acts as if nothing happened, that person will be on edge all day. But if the superior scolds them harshly, it would actually make them breathe a sigh of relief, because it means the matter is over. The 3 soldiers before him were in exactly this situation. If he didn't do something, they wouldn't dare to stand up. Ah, forget it. Jiang Yifeng shook his head and sighed, stepping forward to give each of them a kick. Perhaps the 3 soldiers felt the punishment was too light, as they remained kneeling. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng could only smile wryly and deliver a few more forceful kicks to each of them. Feeling the increased force in Jiang Yifeng's kicks, the 3 soldiers finally broke into smiles, repeatedly expressing their gratitude. Get lost. Yes. The 3 soldiers quickly stood up, eagerly making way and bowing repeatedly as they watched the carriages and ox carts enter the mine. Taking advantage of the remaining distance from the entrance to the bottom of the mine pit, Jiang Yifeng turned his cold gaze toward Su Dongqiu and the other 2. When traveling outside, safety comes first. Your actions just now were too reckless. If your identities hadn't intimidated those 3 soldiers, we all could have been in danger. Danger? Su Dongqiu laughed. Big brother, don't worry. Even if our status can't intimidate those 3, they're no match for me. I'm really strong. You're talking nonsense again. They have knives in their hands, and you're just a young boy, unarmed. How could you possibly be their match? In Jiang Yifeng's eyes, Su Dongqiu was only slightly better at fighting than his peers, but no match for adults. Even if there were adults who couldn't defeat Su Dongqiu, it was probably out of respect for the Su family, deliberately holding back against him. In his eyes, Su Dongqiu was always just a teenager. Big brother, second brother really wasn't boasting those 3 ordinary soldiers truly couldn't defeat him, Wang Kun said between bites of a chicken leg he'd somehow gotten hold of. Third brother is right. Song Yuan had no strong opinions of his own and could only nod in agreement. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng realized that continuing to discuss with the 3 of them about how minors couldn't defeat adults was utterly pointless. This was a matter of perception. It was just like when Emperor Hui of Jin, upon hearing that the country was in chaos and people were starving to death, absurdly suggested, why not eat meat porridge? With Emperor Hui of Jin's level of understanding, he wouldn't know what it's like to go without food. As for the awareness of Su, Dong, and Chu, they don't comprehend the difference in strength between minors and adults. Even if those 3 soldiers are no match for you, have you considered that they are the prefect's men? By attacking them, you're disrespecting the prefect and will offend him. The prefect? Song Yuan was taken aback for a moment, then turned to Wang Kun and asked, Third brother, is the governor that big brother mentioned the old man who visits our family every year but gets turned away by my dad? Yes, that's him. Wang Kun continued, also, Dong Ti called the governor an old man. My dad said the governor holds quite a high position. The reason your dad turns him away is because he is stingy and worried about the cost of hosting the governor at home. So your dad first refuses him at the door, then later visits the governor with gifts. That way, it's the governor who ends up hosting your dad. Hearing how stingy his own father was, Song Yuan flushed red and retorted, even if that is the case, my dad at least brought gifts. Dong Ti gifts cost money. Hearing this, Wang Kun put down the chicken leg and asked, Do you know what gift your father sent last year? Song Yuan nodded. I remember. It was a one-of-a-kind stone. Wang Kun continued to ask, What about the year before last? Song Yuan thought for a moment. It seems it was also a one-of-a-kind stone. And the year before that? A stone. Song Yuan seemed to realize something. Wang Kun said, In fact, your father sends a unique stone every year because each stone is different, so of course they're one of a kind. And the reason for sending stones isn't because they're particularly valuable, but because they can simply be picked up by the roadside. If Song Yuan didn't know his father well enough, he would definitely argue back. The problem is he knew his father too well. Just a little thought would make him realize his father was indeed capable of such a thing. After hesitating for a long time, Song Yuan spoke in a tone of exasperation. My dad is so immature, always embarrassing me. Listening to the conversation between Wang Kun and Song Yuan, Jiang Yifeng felt the world had gone mad. If he remembered correctly, a commandery governor was no minor official. An official of such rank held the power of life and death over an entire commandery, and everyone would treat him with utmost respect. As a result, not only did Song Yuan's father dare to shut the governor out, but he also sent stones every year. That's practically asking for death. Third brother, doesn't the governor get angry when he receives a stone every year? Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but ask. He was dying to know how Song Yuan's father managed to survive. Of course, he doesn't get angry. Wang Kun explained, first of all, the Song family isn't just the largest grain merchant in Sioux City, they're also the biggest in the entire Zhejiang commandery. If the Song family were unhappy, grain prices across Zhejiang would rise, leading to many deaths from starvation. The governor wouldn't dare take that responsibility. Secondly, maintaining troops costs money, but the imperial court has already owed 3 years of military pay. The governor has no choice but to seek help from the major families in Sioux City. Since these families have contributed funds, as long as they don't go too far, the governor usually turns a blind eye. Third, the stability of Zhejiang County relies on the support of these major families. As long as the governor isn't foolish, he would dare to target them. After hearing these 3 reasons, Jiang Yifeng finally understood the intricate relationships in Sioux City. He never expected that in ancient times, when agriculture was prioritized over commerce, the merchants of Sioux City could actually make the prefect wary. If this trend continues, it may not be long before capitalism begins to take root in Sioux City. Creak! At that very moment, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, causing the 4 people inside to nearly collide with each other. Su Dongchu asked discontentedly, "What's going on?" "Young master, we're surrounded." The coachman's voice trembled, as if he had encountered something terrifying. "Who dares to?" Su Dongchu stepped out of the carriage cursing, only to fall completely silent the next second. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng led Wang Kun and Song Yuan out of the carriage, and the sight before them made them gasp in shock. The refugees moved like zombies, slowly closing in on them, gradually surrounding the carriages and ox carts until there was no way out. The refugees stretched out their emaciated arms toward Jiang Yifeng and the others, their voices murmuring like zombies, though in reality, they were weakly pleading. "Give me some food, please. Have mercy. Give me some food." Faced with this apocalyptic scene, the 3 teenagers Su Dongchu, Wang Kun, and Song Yuan were completely terrified. They had never witnessed anything like this in their lives. Looking at the pleading refugees, the 3 youths felt pity and decided to share their own food. "Do not give them any food." But at that moment, Jiang Yifeng sternly forbade their actions and even forcefully kicked down a refugee who tried to climb onto the carriage. "Big brother, why is this?" The 3 of them, Su, Dong, and Chu, were somewhat puzzled. "Don't ask so many questions." Jiang Yifeng didn't explain, speaking in an unquestionable tone. "Remember, from this moment on, we must all act as villains." With that, Jiang Yifeng actually ordered the coachman to ignore the approaching refugees and drive straight toward the porridge shed. The coachman was from the Su family and couldn't care less about the lives of these refugees. He drove the carriage forward without hesitation, knocking over many people along the way, even running the wheels over a few. The remaining refugees, terrified by the sight, quickly scrambled out of the way, no longer daring to crowd around the carriage and ox cart, only following at a distance. Thus, the carriage and ox cart arrived safely at the porridge distribution shed, where over a dozen county soldiers armed with weapons formed a protective barrier around the carriage, shouting at the refugees to keep their distance. Although these county soldiers didn't know who was inside the carriage, They were well aware that anyone allowed into the mining pit must be either wealthy or noble. The refugees, seeing the gleaming blaze, knew with their last shred of rationality that they could not approach any closer and could only stop at a distance to watch. "Noble sirs, are you all right?" The squad leader approached the carriage and asked respectfully. "We're fine." Jiang Yifeng took out some pieces of silver and pressed them into the squad leader's hand. "Thank you for earlier. Just a small token of appreciation, nothing much, but please accept it." The squad leader weighed the silver in his hand at least 3 or 4 taels and after feigning politeness, finally pocketed it. "Big brother, you told us stories from water margin, teaching us to stand up against injustice. Why didn't you let us share food with them just now?" Wang Kun loved water margin dearly, especially when reading about the outlaws robbing the rich to aid the poor. It made his blood boil with excitement. Little did he expect that his respected elder brother would stand by and do nothing, even going so far as to have the coachman run over several victims of the disaster. Such despicable behavior was as detestable as that of the infamous Gao Yannian. If Jiang Yifeng weren't his elder brother, he would have already started cursing loudly. Faced with the questioning, Jiang Yifeng didn't immediately explain. Instead, he turned to Su Dongqiu and Song Yuan and asked, "You two can't figure it out either?" "Yes, we can't understand it." Su Dongqiu and Song Yuan shook their heads simultaneously. "You'll understand soon." Jiang Yifeng paused and looked at Wang Kun, asking, "Do you still have any chicken legs on you?" "Yes," Wang Kun said, and actually pulled out a chicken leg. Jiang Yifeng took the chicken leg, scanned the crowd of refugees a few times, and then threw the chicken leg away. In an instant, those refugees who could barely walk rushed forward like zombies spotting humans, desperately scrambling for that chicken leg. "I got it, A survivor was the first to get a chicken leg and cheered excitedly, eagerly stuffing it into his mouth. But the next second, the survivor was struck hard on the head by others and collapsed straight to the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably before quickly losing all signs of life. The chicken leg in his mouth was snatched away by other survivors, leaving him unable to rest in peace even in death. In the end, at least 3 people were beaten to death and dozens injured in the fight over that single chicken leg. Gulp! Seeing this scene, Wang Kun couldn't help but swallow hard, as if he understood something, yet couldn't quite put it into words. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng asked, "Do the 3 of you have enough food on you to share with all of them?" Su Dongqiu, Wang Kun, and Song Yuan looked at each other and simultaneously shook their heads. Jiang Yifeng then asked, "Have you ever thought about what these disaster victims might do if you run out of food?" Song Yuan thought for a moment. "We don't have any food to share with them, so of course they would leave." "No." Wang Kun shook his head, his expression suddenly changing. "Even if we distribute all our food, they won't leave. Because in the eyes of those who didn't get any, we still have food, we're just unwilling to share it with them." Su Dongqiu's face darkened. "By then, they'll attack us just like they fought over the chicken leg, trying to see if we really have no food left." Song Yuan disagreed. "How could that be? They're people, not wild beasts. A hungry man is a beast." Jiang Yifeng paused for a moment before continuing. "When someone is driven mad by hunger, even cannibalism can occur, let alone murder." Hearing this, Song Yuan also fell silent. In fact, when he witnessed 3 refugees beaten to death over a single chicken leg, he realized his thinking had been too naive. He just wasn't willing to admit it to himself, because it completely contradicted the knowledge he had learned in the academy. Having the heart to save others is not wrong, but you must think clearly about how to save them and how to do it. You can't just act on impulse. If you can't even guarantee your own life, how can you talk about saving others? Hearing these words, the 3 of them lowered their heads in shame, regretting having questioned Jiang Yifeng's methods. Even if they were smart, could they be smarter than their elder brother? You must understand, Big Brother has been to brothels and written water margin. How could these little brats compare to his life experience? Big Brother, teach us how to save people. Su Dongqiu and the other two exchanged glances, then simultaneously took a few steps back and bowed deeply to Jiang Yifeng. This was a highly formal bow of respect, typically used by children when first entering school to honor their teacher. The fact that the three of them performed this ritual for Jiang Yifeng was clear proof they were not fooling around. Do you really want to learn from me how to save people? We really do. Great, Jiang Yifeng said, entering the porridge shed. After rummaging around for a while, he found 3 thick sticks, each as thick as an arm, and handed one to each of them. Before the 3 could ask any questions, Jiang Yifeng continued, take these sticks and go among the refugees. Beat anyone you dislike, make them fear the sight of you. This. The 3 men looked at the clubs in their hands, hesitating for a long time before asking, Big Brother, we were taught to save people. Why are you asking us to hit someone? Jiang Yifeng smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you after you hit them. But we don't know how to hit people. You don't know how to hit people? Jiang Yifeng glanced at the 3 of them and said, just summon the same energy you used to deal with those 3 county soldiers at the entrance. Of course, it would be best if you could tone it down a bit. Remember, from this moment on, you are villains, terrifying villains. The same energy as dealing with county soldiers. Su Dongqiu was taken aback and frowned. Big Brother, are you saying you want us to act like spoiled brats? You could put it that way. Jiang Yifeng nodded and continued, moreover, you are already spoiled young masters. This should be a piece of cake for you. But Su Dongqiu was unwilling to equate spoiled young masters with villains. In his eyes, villains were those who oppressed the common people, bullies who preyed on the weak and cowered before the strong, groveling at the sight of young masters like them, truly despicable individuals. However, the spoiled young nobles were different. These young nobles were people of status. They could spend extravagantly, indulge in debauchery, and act arrogantly, but they must not bully the common folk. Snap! Just as Su Dongqiu was about to retort, the back of his head was sharply slapped by Wang Kun. Why did you hit me? Su Dongqiu glared at Wang Kun. Second brother, you taught me before to listen to eldest brother, but today you've been asking too many questions, always doubting him, Wang Kun said righteously. Su Dongqiu was left speechless, standing frozen for a long moment before finally nodding in reluctant compromise. Afterward, the 3 of them adjusted themselves and then walked toward the disaster victims. It was unclear why, but as the 3 approached, the refugees inexplicably felt a sense of fear, as if they would be grabbed and beaten even if they hadn't provoked them. To put it bluntly, the 3 had reached a level where people loathed them on sight, and even dogs would snarl at them. After the 3 left, Jiang Yifeng didn't idle either and headed to the kitchen behind the porridge shed. Calling it a kitchen was generous. It was just 3 large pots set up haphazardly. While they seemed capable of cooking a fair amount at once, considering there were thousands of refugees, these 3 pots were far from sufficient. As for what the disaster victims were eating, there were 2 bags of rice placed on the ground, along with some rotten vegetable leaves and a large jar of coarse salt. To be fair, these 2 bags of rice were quite decent, all freshly harvested this year. However, with thousands of disaster victims sharing just 2 bags, it was far from enough to feed everyone. It was almost certain that every day, some disaster victims were starving to death. Jiang Yifeng asked, who is in charge here? A plump cook came over, bowing obsequiously, and said, honored guest, I am in charge here. There are 3 ox carts outside, all loaded with grain. Use the shortest time possible to turn all that grain into food. All of it. Otherwise, my lord, this is too much. According to the governor's orders, 2 bags of rice per day are sufficient. Snap! As soon as the cook finished speaking, Jiang Yifeng slapped him and scolded, "What do you mean? I brought all this grain here, and you expect me to hold it back? If the other young masters in Sioux City see this, they'll think I can't afford to feed these refugees. How would I save face if word got out?" Jiang Yifeng didn't want to act this way, but he knew the soldiers and cooks were the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. If he remained polite, they would surely feign compliance while acting otherwise. Therefore, he could only act tough to make them work honestly and dare not slack off. "Yes, yes, yes." The cook nodded repeatedly, not daring to say another unnecessary word, and called a few county soldiers to move the grain. The 3 ox carts carried a total of 36 bags of grain, with each bag weighing about 100 catties, so there were roughly 3,600 catties of grain. These 3,000 pounds of grain are enough to provide a hearty meal for the disaster victims in the mine pit. Just then, the cook grabbed a handful of rice and approached, hesitating before speaking. "Honorable one, I think you've been deceived. These are all damp, stale grains, worthless." "Well, damp, stale grains cost 2 copper coins per pound, while fresh rice costs 8 copper coins per pound. The silver I have is barely enough to buy the damp, stale grains. How could I afford fresh rice?" Of course, Jiang Yifeng couldn't say these words out loud, as it would undermine his authority. So, he glanced sideways at the cook and said, "These refugees are lowly people. Giving them damp, old rice is already an act of kindness. Do you really think they deserve fresh rice?" The cook dared not question Jiang Yifeng and kept nodding. "If the noble says they don't deserve it, then they don't deserve it." With that, the cook didn't dare linger and immediately went to prepare the meal. From the cook's shaken expression, it was clear he was now deeply afraid of Jiang Yifeng. Likely, just a single glance from Jiang Yifeng could scare him half to death. At the same time, Su Dongqiu, Wang Kun, and Song Yuan walked among the refugees, each holding a stick. At first, the 3 had no intention of striking these refugees. They weren't truly wicked men, after all. How could they bring themselves to harm such unfortunate souls? But this sentiment lasted only a short while before they furrowed their brows, a sudden urge to strike welling up in their hearts. Because among these refugees, there were some whose actions filled them with utter disgust. "I'm begging you on my knees, please don't take this rice water. Our child's life depends on it." At that moment, a woman's pleading voice rose from among the famine victims, immediately drawing the attention of Su Dongqiu and his 2 companions. The 3 quickly turned to look and saw a man, seemingly in a frenzy, snatching the food from a woman who held an infant in her arms. What passed for food was merely a small amount of rice water, something the woman had hidden for her newborn child. Because the woman had been starving for a long time, her body couldn't produce milk, so she could only feed the child some rice water. In conditions like these, the child won't survive anyway. "Feeding him is just a waste of food," the man said, unmoved by the woman's pleas. "Give that rice water to me. As long as I survive, we can always have more children." From the conversation between the man and the woman, it was clear they were husband and wife. Hearing this, Su Dongqiu could no longer hold back. He rushed toward the man without a word and began beating him with a stick, leaving the man begging for mercy. But Su Dongqiu showed no intention of stopping and continued to beat him, as if venting his pent-up rage. In the end, it was only when Wang Kun and Song Yuan stepped in together that they managed to restrain him. "Second brother, stop hitting him. Any more and he'll be beaten to death. Serves him right if he dies." Su Dongqiu spat in anger and said, "To think he's the child's father actually snatching food from his own child. Even tigers don't eat their young, yet he's more vicious than a tiger." In the eyes of these youths, the worst evil was merely oppressing the common folk. But this act of stealing food meant for his own child's survival. He had truly never seen anything like it. It defies all human decency. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I think I understand why Big Brother wants us to play the villains. Wang Kun suddenly let out a bitter laugh. We live in Sioux City. Even if there are bullies who oppress the people, even if there are dark corners, at least there's still order. What is order? It's the binding force of morality and law. In Sioux City, you can't kill or rob others at will. Even bullies have to be cautious of the constables when they beat people. But here, it's different. For these starving refugees, morality and law no longer exist. There is no order to speak of. They are no longer people, they're all beasts. And Big Brother wants us to be villains because he actually wants us to be the ones who tame these beasts. His goal is for us to re-establish order. Wang Kun's family runs a restaurant business, which requires being all things to all people and learning to anticipate customers' needs. Growing up in this environment, Wang Kun developed a particularly sharp mind and enjoyed using it, which is why he was the quickest to grasp Jiang Yifeng's intentions. Upon hearing this, Su Dongqiu and Song Yuan frowned in thought for a moment before nodding in agreement, tacitly acknowledging Wang Kun's point. Truly worthy of being our elder brother. It's as if everything is within his expectations. Even a seemingly ordinary remark from before took us so long to fully comprehend. Wang Kun admired Jiang Yifeng even more, feeling that if the wisdom of the world were divided into 10 parts, his elder brother alone possessed 9, while the rest of the world shared the remaining 1. Since elder brother isn't wrong, then we'll proceed as he said and play the villains for once. Su Dongqiu's gaze gradually turned icy. He had long been unable to hold back. Hearing Su Dongqiu's words, Wang Kun and Song Yuan remained silent, but both tightened their grips on the clubs in their hands, as if they had made some firm resolution. An hour later, just as all the disaster victims were wondering why the meal had been delayed today, the gong signaling the distribution of food finally sounded. In an instant, those who were so hungry they could barely walk rushed toward the porridge station from all directions, like chickens in a poultry farm. Although the porridge station only distributed food once a day, and it was just thin, watery rice porridge, this was their only sustenance for the day. If they arrived too late, there might not even be any porridge left, leaving them to go hungry for the entire day. It is said that some people, unable to bear the hunger, would pick up coal from the ground to eat, eventually dying from bloating. Don't push, everyone. There's enough food today, as much as you can eat. Take it slow, one by one. The cook responsible for serving the food, seeing the massive crowd before him, shouted at the top of his lungs. However, with thousands of starving people, no matter how loudly the cook yelled, it had no effect. Maintain some order. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng spoke calmly. Yes. Upon hearing this, Su Dongqiu and the other 2 charged at the refugees like 3 fierce tigers, wielding clubs. Without the slightest hesitation, they swung their clubs down, instantly leaving the front row of refugees battered and bleeding, their agonized cries filling the air. The 3 relied on the authority they had previously established and managed to calm all the refugees within just a few minutes. Though there was still no real formation to speak of, the scene was no longer chaotic, and no one dared to speak out of turn. Satisfied with the sight, Jiang Yifeng stepped forward and announced loudly, "Today, there will be enough food for everyone. You can eat as much as you want, but you must form a line. The meal will only begin when the line is properly formed." Hearing this, no matter how reluctant they were, the refugees had no choice but to obediently line up. Although during this process, many disaster victims nearly came to blows in their eagerness to be at the front of the line, 3 queues were eventually successfully formed. Once the lines were organized, all the disaster victims turned their eyes to Jiang Yifeng, having realized that he was the most authoritative figure present. "Let's eat." Jiang Yifeng gave a nod to the cooks. Food's ready. The cook, upon receiving the order, lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the fragrant steamed rice inside. This is rice. My God, we're actually eating rice. Am I dreaming? Can you dream of eating rice? The disaster victims thought it would be the same as before, expecting to drink rice porridge, but to their surprise, they saw actual rice. Rice is much more filling than rice porridge. A small bowl of rice can be as satisfying as a large bowl of porridge. Don't give too much the first time, just about the size of a fist. They can come back for more after they finish. Jiang Yifeng noticed the cook in charge of serving rice had given out too much at once and quickly reminded him. Just as someone who has been thirsty for a long time shouldn't gulp down water immediately, a person who has starved for too long shouldn't eat too much right away. Prolonged hunger shrinks the stomach and puts the digestive system on pause. Eating too much suddenly can cause acute gastric dilation, potentially leading to stomach rupture. Even if the stomach doesn't rupture by chance, overeating would still place a heavy burden on it, causing harm to the body. Yes. The cook in charge of serving food responded and gave each victim only a small portion. Although the victims didn't understand, they didn't dare to say anything. Moreover, since they could come back for a second serving, they didn't dwell on it too much. The first to receive their food didn't care if it was scalding hot. They grabbed the rice and stuffed it into their mouths, finishing it in no time. Delicious, truly delicious. After eating, the refugees turned around to continue. But the next second, they were kicked to the ground. If you want to eat, get to the back of the line, Su Dongchu said sternly. If I catch anyone cutting in line or stealing food from others, don't blame me for being ruthless with this stick. Hearing this, those refugees who had been thinking of cutting in line or stealing food immediately abandoned such thoughts and obediently went to queue up. All the disaster victims were receiving food in an orderly manner. Soon, the prepared rice was about to run out. Seeing this, those who hadn't yet received food felt their hearts sink, as according to the rules of the porridge kitchen, only one meal was provided per day. If they missed this meal, they would have to wait until the next day. Look, more rice is being brought out. Just then, the refugee at the front of the line suddenly exclaimed with delight. The refugees turned to look and saw two county soldiers carrying out steaming hot rice, replenishing the nearly empty pot. Once everything was proceeding smoothly, Su Dongchu and the other two found Jiang Yifeng, their faces full of curiosity. Big brother, I saw how much the refugees were enjoying their meal. I'm really curious, is the rice made from old grain really that delicious? Jiang Yifeng didn't answer their questions. Instead, he had someone bring a small bowl of rice. Why not taste it for yourselves? The three didn't hesitate and took turns pinching a bit of rice to taste. But within seconds, they all spat it out, their faces twisted in disgust. Brother, this is awful. It tastes moldy. It's not just the smell of mold, but also a faint sourness. Is this stuff even fit for human consumption? Even our families, Wankai wouldn't eat it. The three of them had grown up in luxury, eating only the finest and most carefully selected foods. They wouldn't even touch rice that had been stored for a while, let alone damp, aged grains. Have you ever wondered why food you find unpalatable becomes a delicacy to those famine victims? Jiang Yifeng looked at the three of them. I don't know. The three of them whispered among themselves for a while but couldn't come up with a reasonable answer. Because you're not hungry enough. Jiang Yifeng said to the three, you think this rice doesn't taste good because you're not hungry. If you were like them, starving for who knows how long, you'd find this rice delicious. Sioux City, the Sioux residence. A modest carriage came to a stop at the entrance of the Sioux mansion. Once the carriage had fully halted, the coachman quickly brought over a mounting stool and placed it down. An elderly man with white hair and beard stepped out of the carriage and descended using the stool. The elderly man with white hair and beard was none other than the teacher from Yale Academy. The scholar looked up at the Su family's door plaque and then motioned for his attendant to knock on the door. The attendant lightly tapped the door knocker once. When there was no response from inside, he gently knocked 3 more times. Creak! The gate opened, and the Su family's doorman stepped out to ask, "Who are you looking for?" The attendant replied, "The scholar from Yale Academy has come for a visit." "The master of Yale Academy!" The doorman exclaimed in surprise, not daring to delay, and hurried off to announce the visitor. Before long, Su Inshua, accompanied by Junior, quickly came out to greet him. Junior Su Inshua pays respects to the master. "Please, master, come inside the residence." "Please." Only then did the master enter the Su residence. Entering the main hall, Su Inshua invited the teacher to take a seat and then ordered tea to be served. "No need for such trouble. I'll just sit for a while and then leave," the teacher said with a smile, waving his hand. "Teacher, may I ask the purpose of your visit this time?" Su Inshua paused before cautiously inquiring, "Has my younger brother been causing trouble at the academy again?" "That's not the case." The teacher smiled and said, "Dongchu has not only refrained from causing trouble these past 2 days, but has also made remarkable progress, especially by composing 2 excellent poems. Among them, Thoughts on a Quiet Night is bound to be celebrated for generations to come." Su Inshua couldn't help but smile upon hearing the teacher praise her younger brother. "It's all thanks to your excellent guidance. Without your patient teaching, my untalented brother would never have been able to compose such poetry." The teacher shook his head. "Poetry requires talent. Those with talent can effortlessly produce masterpieces as soon as they open their mouths. But those without talent, even if they compose tens of thousands of poems, will never create a single decent one. The perfect old man. So, master, you mean my younger brother is a talented person?" "Exactly." The master nodded affirmatively, stroking his beard. "In all my years of teaching, I've seen many with a gift for poetry, but none can compare to Dongchu. That's why I want to recommend him to participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Festival." Participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Festival. A look of pleasant surprise appeared on Su Inshua's stunningly beautiful face. Although the Mid-Yuan Poetry Gathering is merely a private literary event organized by some scholars, its significance is extraordinary. To gain entry, one must either have some reputation in poetry circles or receive a recommendation from an academy. Once one shines at the Mid-Yuan Poetry Gathering, not only can they gain fame in Sioux City, but they might also leave a lasting legacy by chance, which greatly aids in future imperial examinations. Unfortunately, the Su family has no one truly skilled in poetry. Not to mention making a splash at the Mid-Yuan Poetry Gathering, they don't even qualify to participate. Don't be surprised. The teacher gently waved his hand and said with a smile, "Yale Academy selects talent based on merit. Since Su Dongchu has such ability, this opportunity naturally belongs to him." "Thank you, teacher." Su Inshua repeatedly stood up to express her gratitude. "Enough." The teacher stood up and waved his hand. "I came this time only to inform you of this matter. Now that it's been conveyed, I must return. Such a trivial matter could have been mentioned by Dongchu after school. To trouble you, teacher, to come personally is truly my fault. Miss Su must have been too busy and forgot that Su Dongchu took sick leave this morning, leaving me no choice but to inform you personally." After speaking, the teacher reminded, "The poetry gathering begins in 3 days. Ensure Su Dongchu takes care of his health so illness doesn't affect his performance." "Yes." Su Inshua froze for a moment, then clenched her fists tightly. She had already guessed that Su Dongchu's sick leave was just an excuse to skip school, and he wasn't even at home. But there was no way she could tell the teacher about this, otherwise Su Dongchu's image in the teacher's mind would be greatly diminished, and he might not be able to attend the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Therefore, she had no choice but to help Su Dongchu cover up his truancy. Just then, the teacher said, "Since we're here, let's take a few more steps to visit him. He usually seems quite healthy. I wonder why he suddenly fell ill." For the teacher, having finally encountered a student with a talent for poetry, he naturally cherished him dearly. However, Su Inshua, panicked and quickly said, "Teacher, my younger brother has caught a cold and has already taken medicine. He's probably asleep by now." The teacher didn't suspect anything and said, "Then let it be. Let me see you out, teacher." Su Inshua breathed a sigh of relief and quickly escorted the teacher to the Su family's main gate. The teacher still seemed somewhat uneasy and once again reminded her, "Miss Su, you must take good care of Su Dongchu. He has a talent for poetry, and we can't let this opportunity go to waste." "Don't worry, teacher." Just as Su Inshue was about to say some polite words, a loud voice suddenly rang out. "Big brother, you have no idea how despicable those refugees were at the time. They nearly drove me mad with rage, so I stopped holding back. I swung my club down, beating them until they cried for their parents." The speaker was none other than Su Dongchu, whom Su Inshua had mentioned as having taken the medicinal soup and already gone to bed. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng's voice chimed in, "Put your clothes on properly. If you catch a chill, you might get infected with wind cold." "Infected with wind cold, haha." Su Dongchu burst into laughter, slapping his chest vigorously. "Big brother, I feel like the tiger-slaying hero Wu Song. Even if it were a white-browed tiger, I could kill it with my fists. How could I possibly catch a cold? I'll never catch a cold in my life." Su Inshue. These words effectively placed Su Inshue on the hot seat. At this moment, Su Inshue, looking at the livid expression on the teacher's face, felt an urge to tear Su Dongchu apart. "Big brother, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'll still go with you to the abandoned coal mine. We can use the excuse of catching a cold." Su Dongchu's voice came again. I'm going to. Two more voices chimed in, belonging to Wang Kun and Song Yuan. "Although the teacher would never approve our leave, we can crawl through the dog hole. There's a technique to crawling through dog holes. Even the teacher can't crawl faster than me." The speaker was Song Yuan, his voice brimming with smugness. He was too ordinary in the academy, only excelling at crawling through dog holes, which he often boasted about. "Do not disrespect the teacher." At this moment, Jiang Yifeng's reprimanding voice rang out, "Heaven, earth, the sovereign, parents, and teachers. Your teacher is the one who imparts knowledge to you, ranked after heaven, earth, the sovereign, and parents. Therefore, you must not joke about the teacher. You must learn to respect teachers and uphold their teachings. If these three guys can't even respect their teachers and elders, how can they respect me as their big brother in the future? Therefore, it's essential to strengthen their education in this aspect." Amidst their laughter, the four of them got off the carriage and then saw the livid faces of the teacher and Su Inshue. In an instant, the smiles on the faces of Jiang Yifeng, Su Dongchu, Wang Kun, and Song Yuan vanished, shifting elsewhere. Su Inshue looked at the four grinning faces, feeling so furious she was about to explode. If looks could kill, the glare she directed at Jiang Yifeng would have been enough to slice him into 1,000 pieces and tear him limb from limb. Ever since this man appeared, her once obedient younger brother had first gone to a brothel, then dared to deceive their teacher, and if nothing unexpected had happened, they had even gone to Maishan. In just 2 days, he had led her brother into so much trouble. If given more time, who knew what else could happen? At this thought, Su Inshue angrily shouted, "Kneel down." Hearing these 2 words, Su Dongchu felt his soul tremble, his legs uncontrollably weakening, and he was about to kneel toward the ground. However, Just as he was about to kneel, his peripheral vision caught Jiang Yifeng standing motionless, so he forcibly steadied himself and did not kneel. If my elder brother hasn't knelt, why should I? Thinking of this, Su Dongchu even cast a glance over, as if to say, "Big brother, don't worry, I won't let you down." Wang Kun and Song Yuan noticed Su Dongchu's gaze and also looked at Jiang Yifeng, then raised their heads with an unyielding expression, as if they would rather die than surrender. Jiang Yifeng felt their gazes and wished he could just die on the spot. "Can you guys stop looking at me? I'm very nervous right now too. If they tell you to kneel, then kneel. Resistance offers no way out. Admitting defeat is the only option. And what's more, don't turn to me every time something happens, making it seem like I'm the mastermind." Although Jiang Yifeng didn't want to stand out and preferred to be a coward, he also understood that relying on his 3 underlings would only lead to a quicker death. He had to fight for a slim chance of survival. So he took a step forward and asked, "May I ask why he has to kneel?" Su Inshuo snorted coldly. Su Dongchu lied about being sick and asked the teacher for sick leave, but in reality, he followed you to Coal Mountain. Do you know how dangerous that place is? What if something had happened? Is that your reason for making him kneel? Isn't that enough? Not enough. Jiang Yifeng sighed, his voice tinged with helplessness. I already told you last night that Su Dongchu isn't suited for the academy. It's not conducive to his poetry. The teacher nearby frowned upon hearing this. Not suited for the academy. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yifeng clasped his hands toward the teacher and explained, Su Dongchu has a natural talent for poetry, as you must already know. But do you truly believe that staying confined within the academy's narrow walls can inspire him to write poetry? Why not? Poetry emphasizes artistic conception. If you want to write about mountains, you must see mountains. If you want to write about water, you must see water. How can one write about landscapes while confined within the academy walls, never having witnessed them? The master pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, that makes some sense. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng let out a sigh of relief and continued, yesterday, Su Dongchu mentioned wanting to write a poem depicting the hardships of life. Coincidentally, I thought of Coal Mountain, so I took him there to experience those hardships firsthand. Even if I lied during the process, it could only be considered a white lie. Su Inshuo angrily retorted, You're just twisting words to suit your argument. Jiang Yifeng chuckled and replied, I'm merely stating the facts. Show me the evidence. Come on, recite the poem you composed at Coal Mountain for your sister and the teacher. Hearing that Su Dongchu had composed another poem, the teacher immediately became greatly interested, his dim eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he looked over. Su Dongchu hemmed and hawed for a long time but couldn't produce anything. Because he hadn't actually composed any poem, and Jiang Yifeng hadn't given him one to memorize either. Jiang Yifeng had anticipated this outcome long ago. With a tone of reproach, he looked at Su Inshuo and said, It's all your fault. The child was already timid, and you scolded him loudly. Now he's forgotten the poem he had composed. Hearing this, Wang Kun and Song Yuan could only think how their elder brother was spinning such a tall tale. Everyone knew Su Dongchu was the boldest in the academy. Believe he's timid? Might as well believe a sow can climb a tree. Let me jog your memory. Jiang Yifeng clasped one hand behind his back, pretending to ponder as he paced back and forth. That poem was inspired by Eastern Chu witnessing refugees fighting over a single grain of rice, with starved corpses littering the ground. Sympathy for the peasants. A single grain sown in spring yields 10,000 seeds in autumn. Across the land, no field lies idle, yet farmers still starve to death. The scholar's eyes lit up, turning red with excitement, his breath quickening. What a fine poem! This is yet another masterpiece. It will surely endure through the ages, just like Quiet Night Thoughts. Hearing this praise, Su Yingxiu's expression softened slightly, though traces of anger still lingered on her face. She remained convinced that Su Dongqiu should not continue fooling around with Jiang Yifeng, lest it waste his poetic talent. The Su family finally produced a literary genius, and they couldn't let Jiang Yifeng ruin him. At this moment, the teacher asked, "Has Su Dongqiu been with you these past 2 days?" "MHM." Jiang Yifeng nodded. The teacher asked in confusion, "Su Dongqiu couldn't compose a decent poem in 3 years at the academy. I'd like to ask, how did you teach him to compose 3 excellent poems in just 2 days?" Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment and replied, "In my humble opinion, teaching students should be tailored to their individual needs." The teacher was taken aback. "What do you mean by tailored to their individual needs?" "By tailored to their individual needs, I mean that educators should base their teaching on the actual circumstances and individual differences of the students, implementing targeted and differentiated instruction so that each student can develop their strengths, overcome their weaknesses, and achieve optimal growth." This concept of teaching according to the student's aptitude was proposed by Confucius. However, this world has no Confucius, so there is no principle of teaching students according to their aptitude. The teacher pondered for a moment. It seems somewhat clear now. That means it's still not clear. Jiang Yifeng didn't spare the teacher's feelings and continued, "Let me give a simple example. Although Su Dongqiu has a talent for poetry, he must experience life firsthand. If you confine him to the academy, how can he understand the hardships of the world and compose poetry? For another example, Song Yuan is adept at remembering numbers and can quickly memorize any sequence, but ask him to compose poetry or recite texts, and he struggles. Can we say he's utterly useless? Wang Kun may not match Su Dongqiu in poetry or Song Yuan in numbers, but he excels at reading people, thinking critically, and skillfully managing interpersonal relationships. Each of them has their own unique strengths, yet the academy only teaches them how to pass imperial exams. This severely limits their growth and stifles their talents." Upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's words, the teacher felt as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. As someone who has taught for half his life, he always felt there was something wrong with current education, yet couldn't pinpoint exactly what the issue was. But now, he finally understands where the problem lies. Teach students in accordance with their aptitude. Not treat everyone equally. Bring out the strengths of every student. That is the true essence of teaching and nurturing. Absurd! At that moment, Su Yingxiu scoffed coldly. "You make it sound noble, but can their talent help them pass the imperial exams and enter the court? If not, then tailoring education to individual needs is nothing but heresy. All occupations are based only the pursuit of learning is exalted." In this world resembling ancient China, this saying holds true as well. So in Su Yingxiu's eyes, Jiang Yifeng's teaching students in accordance with their aptitude is nothing but heresy. Jiang Yifeng let out a bitter laugh, his voice tinged with helplessness. Teaching students in accordance with their aptitude may not help them pass the imperial exams, but it has the power to change the world. Upon hearing this, Su Yingxiu merely responded with a cold sneer. "Don't believe me?" Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll pose a question. You use the knowledge you've learned, and I'll use what I've studied. Let's have a little competition." Su Yingxiu scoffed. "Fine by me. Do you want to compete in couplets or poetry? Don't underestimate her just because she's a woman. She attended the academy and achieved excellent grades. It's just a shame that women weren't allowed to take the imperial exams. Otherwise, she would have long since risen to prominence. As for Jiang Yifeng, he's just a scholar. What makes him think he can compare to me? No, no, no." Jiang Yifeng shook his head repeatedly, picked up 2 stones, one large and one small from the ground, and smiled, saying, "I won't compete with you in those things. I'll challenge you to guess which stone will hit the ground first." Su Inshu. She had no problem composing couplets or poems, or even reciting the entire book of Xiao from memory. But when it came to which of these two stones would land first, she truly had no idea. The imperial exams don't test this kind of thing anyway. However, she was unwilling to admit defeat. After hesitating for a while, she said, I guess the larger stone will land first. Why? The larger stone is heavier, so it falls faster. Naturally, it will land first. What are your thoughts? Jiang Yifeng looked at the teacher and the other three. Su Dongchu. The big stone lands first. The other four shared the same thought as Su Inshu. Hearing that the others' answers matched hers, Su Inshu finally relaxed, thinking there was no way they could be wrong this time. However, Jiang Yifeng said, You're all wrong. The answer is both stones land simultaneously. How is this possible? Su Inshu didn't believe it. Jiang Yifeng didn't explain. Instead, he raised both hands to the same height and then released the two stones simultaneously. The two stones quickly fell to the ground, landing almost at the same time. This! Everyone was stunned. Su Inshu frowned. Are you cheating? How could these two stones land at the same time? Jiang Yifeng picked up two stones and handed them to Su Inshu, saying, If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. How childish! Su Inshu did not reach out to take the stones but instead said, So what if two stones land at the same time? What use is such trivial knowledge? Seeing that Su Inshu still refused to concede, Jiang Yifeng replied, In your eyes, these two stones landing simultaneously may seem useless, but to others, they hold profound principles. Mastering these principles could lead to unexpected achievements. For example, I'm still researching. Jiang Yifeng also wanted to explain that the speed of falling is related to gravity, not mass. But in such an era, this theory was far too advanced, and very few could understand it. If he encountered some radicals, they might just burn him at the stake. He wasn't Bruno, willing to die in vain for the truth. Su Inshu said, Even you haven't figured it out, yet you want other students to learn miscellaneous subjects tailored to their abilities. Do you think that's possible? Just then, the teacher suddenly spoke up. Apart from two stones falling simultaneously, are there any other similar miscellaneous knowledge? Yes. Jiang Yifeng nodded vigorously and, after a moment's thought, said, Let me share a more practical piece of knowledge, the principle of lenses. The teacher asked curiously, What is the principle of lenses? Jiang Yifeng replied, This is related to light, and it's not easy to explain in a short time. However, once applied, it can benefit many people. For example, it can help you see things clearly. The teacher was taken aback. I'm not blind. Jiang Yifeng explained, What I mean is, as you grow older, do things up close become increasingly blurry? Exactly. That's how people get when they age, their vision blurs and dims. This can actually be improved. The knowledge involved is the principle of lenses. Once applied, the elder's presbyopia can be alleviated. Although this world has crystal, the stuff is far too expensive to be used for making glasses, and most importantly, it can't be widely adopted. The problem is, he doesn't know how to manufacture glass either. He knew the principle, but the key was that transparent glass couldn't be made from sand alone. There must be other processes he wasn't aware of. Is it really that miraculous? The teacher asked. Even more miraculous than the teacher imagines, Jiang Yifeng said. I'll definitely show you when I get the chance. Thank you. The scholar clasped his hands and hesitantly asked, I have a favor to ask, but I wonder if you would agree? Jiang Yifeng was taken aback. What is it? The master said, I would like to invite you to teach at UL Academy and share your knowledge with the students. Be a teacher. No. Teaching is too exhausting, and dealing with a bunch of kids, he simply doesn't have the time or energy for it. Master, he has agreed. However, just as Jiang Yifeng was about to refuse, Su Yinxue spoke up and accepted on his behalf. Jiang Yifeng looked at Su Yinxue in confusion, but she simply ignored him. In fact, Su Yinxue was also taken by surprise. She never expected that Jiang Yifeng, whom she considered worthless, would catch the master's eye. She couldn't figure it out. But she didn't need to figure it out. All she needed to know was that Jiang Yifeng could enter Yuil Academy. That was Yuil Academy, after all. Apart from the highly respected scholars, the other teachers were also extraordinary. Some had even been recommended through the selection system and would soon enter the imperial court as officials. What she valued was precisely these networks of relationships at Yuil Academy. I can agree. Jiang Yifeng naturally wouldn't be controlled. However, I have a few conditions. The teacher said, "Speak freely." Jiang Yifeng said, "First, I will only teach 3 classes a month. After those 3 classes, I won't be responsible for anything else." The teacher smiled and said, "The most important thing for the children is to pass the imperial examinations. Naturally, miscellaneous subjects shouldn't take up too much time. 3 classes a month is also my idea." Jiang Yifeng continued, "Second, how and where I teach will be entirely up to me. However, you can rest assured on one point: I will guarantee the safety of every student." "No problem." The teacher thought for a moment and nodded. "Third," Jiang Yifeng pointed at Su Dongqiu and the other 2 as if deliberately, saying, "From now on, these 3 will be under my personal responsibility. They can attend classes if they want to, and skip if they don't. This." The teacher looked somewhat troubled and turned his gaze toward Su Yinxue. In fact, he was quite inclined to agree, as in his view, both the miscellaneous subjects Jiang Yifeng taught and the educational method of teaching students according to their aptitude were worth trying out. The question is, can the parents of the 3 students accept such an educational philosophy? Su Yinxue noticed the teacher looking at her and understood it was time for her to make a choice. Either agree to let Su Dongqiu accept Jiang Yifeng's teaching method, or Jiang Yifeng would refuse to become a teacher at Yuil Academy. If other factors were not considered, she would not hesitate to have Jiang Yifeng give up the teaching position, as nothing could be more important than her younger brother's pursuit of scholarly honors. However, she was also afraid of offending the teacher. After all, it's not hard to see that the master admires Jiang Yifeng. If Jiang Yifeng fails to become a teacher at Yuil Academy because of her, the master will undoubtedly be displeased. She isn't worried about other matters, only that the master might prevent Su Dongqiu from participating in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Sigh. Just as Su Yinxue was caught in her dilemma, a luxurious carriage pulled by 3 horses stopped at the entrance of the Su residence, followed by a small troop of soldiers. Immediately, a middle-aged man stepped down from the carriage. Upon seeing Su Yinxue and the teacher, he paused briefly before quickly clasping his hands in greeting. "Greetings, teacher." "Greetings, Miss Su." "Greetings, Commandant." Su Yinxue and the teacher nodded politely in response. The Commandant, as the deputy to the governor, oversees the military forces and armored soldiers of Zhejiang Commandery, responsible for maintaining public order throughout the entire commandery, wielding considerable authority. Su Yinxue asked, "May I inquire as to what matter brings the Commandant here?" "I am here under the governor's orders to invite Jiang Yifeng to the governor's residence for an important discussion." After speaking, the Commandant's gaze swept around before finally settling on Jiang Yifeng. There were 6 people present, 5 of whom he knew, but he had never met Jiang Yifeng before. "The governor is looking for him." Su Yinxue frowned, finding it hard to believe. It's important to note that the governor is the highest-ranking official in Zhejiang County, a figure akin to a regional overlord. Even the prominent families of Su City couldn't meet him at will. But now, The governor wants to see Jiang Yifeng. To meet someone who, just days ago, was still a disaster victim. Exactly. After speaking, the commandant ignored Su Yingxue and instead approached Jiang Yifeng, saying, Mr. Jiang, please. Faced with this sudden invitation, Jiang Yifeng glanced at Su Yingxue without a word and calmly boarded the carriage. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, the carriage gradually moved away and eventually disappeared from sight. After an unknown amount of time, the carriage came to a stop. Jiang Yifeng stepped down from the carriage and found himself at the prefectural governor's residence. Please come in, young Master Jiang, the commandant said politely. MHM. Jiang Yifeng nodded and followed the commandant into the prefect's residence. After a series of announcements, he met the prefect by a pond, where the official was fishing. The prefect was a slightly plump old man with a constant faint smile on his face. Upon seeing Jiang Yifeng arrive, he first made a gesture for silence, then suddenly lifted his fishing rod, reeling in a carp weighing about half a catty. Seeing this, the commandant quickly stepped forward to assist, removing the hook from the carp's mouth and releasing the fish back into the pond. Young Master Jiang is truly a man of striking appearance. Please, have a seat here. The prefect invited Jiang Yifeng to take a seat. Thank you, Governor. Jiang Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony either and sat down casually. Young Master Jiang is thinner than I imagined. Should I have the servants prepare some delicacies to nourish your health? How damn hypocritical. If you truly mean to entertain me, forget about 1 table of dishes. I'd prepare 10 tables for you. Of course, Jiang Yifeng couldn't say such words out loud. He shook his head with a smile and replied, I deeply appreciate the kindness of the prefect, but let's get down to business. I had hoped to properly host you, but alas, let's discuss the matter at hand. The prefect feigned regret before asking, Do you know why I summoned you here, young Master Jiang? I have no idea. Jiang Yifeng shook his head. Actually, he knew, but in front of outsiders, he didn't want to appear too clever. It was best to be an unnoticed nobody. What a pity! With this handsome face of his, being a nobody was just too difficult. I summoned you here regarding the refugees at Coal Mountain. The prefect glanced at Jiang Yifeng, sighed deeply, and continued, You visited Coal Mountain today and must have seen the suffering of those refugees. As their parent official, it pains my heart to witness their plight. I wish to save them from their misery, but my abilities fall short, leaving me helpless as they endure the pangs of hunger. Heh! As for the prefect's words, Jiang Yifeng took them with a grain of salt. It's not hard to gather from the madam's words that the prefect here finds the refugees troublesome and doesn't want to deal with them, yet fears reprimand from the court, leaving him in a dilemma. Acting? Huh? Fine. If you're acting, I'll act too. Jiang Yifeng suddenly became animated, speaking with fervor and expression. My lord, you guard the peace of this land even if there's no merit, there's toil. Please don't blame yourself, or this humble scholar's heart will ache. Whatever you need me to do, just command me. The governor seemed to be waiting for Jiang Yifeng to say this, and immediately responded, I want you to take charge of the disaster victims at Coal Mountain. As long as you perform well, I will report to the court to commend you, and even help you maneuver to achieve scholarly honors sooner. It must be said that the conditions offered by the governor were quite tempting. If it were any other scholar, they would have nodded without hesitation and even kowtowed in gratitude. However, in Jiang Yifeng's eyes, the governor was merely painting him a few seemingly grand but ultimately empty promises, with little chance of fulfillment. The prefect's sole purpose was to shift the responsibility for the disaster-stricken people of Coal Mountain onto someone else to find a scapegoat to take the fall. If he performed well and successfully resolved the issues with the Coal Mountain refugees, the prefect would claim the lion's share of the credit. At best, his name might be mentioned in the report, though more likely, it wouldn't be mentioned at all. But if he failed, the prefect would find an excuse to pin all the blame on him, and it would be his head on the line. Thus, once he agreed, he would be walking right into the prefect's trap. This. Jiang Yifeng hesitated and said, Lord Prefect, I am but a poor and pedantic scholar. How could I possibly be capable of taking responsibility for the disaster victims at Coal Mountain? You overestimate me. The prefect replied, Young Master Jiang, you are no poor scholar. I have inquired you are the husband of the eldest daughter of the Su family. With the Su family as your backing, you are more than capable. Just as expected. A madam's words are less reliable than a fledgling's legs. Jiang Yifeng gave a bitter laugh. My lord, the title of husband is but a pretense in truth. I am merely alive in son-in-law. How could I possibly persuade the Su family? The governor saw that Jiang Yifeng still wouldn't agree and gritted his teeth. Fine. The governor's office will provide you with assistance. Whatever difficulties you have, just name them. Think carefully. With me as your backer, the Su family won't just stand by and watch. With the combined help of the Su family and the governor's office, solving the refugee problem will be no issue at all. I guarantee that as long as you perform well, I will submit a report to the court commending you. With my help, passing the imperial exams will be just around the corner, and you won't have to suffer the humiliation of being alive in son-in-law anymore. Jiang Yifeng's eyes lit up. What Your Excellency says makes perfect sense. The governor eagerly pressed, So you agree? Agreeing isn't entirely out of the question, but... Jiang Yifeng paused and looked at the governor. Since Your Excellency is willing to offer assistance, this humble scholar would like to propose a few conditions. If Your Excellency can agree to them, I will immediately take charge of those disaster victims. The governor asked, What conditions? Jiang Yifeng suddenly laughed and said, I want the entire Coal Mountain and the land within a 5-kilometer radius around it. Additionally, the prefecture must give me 1,000 taels of silver, and the prefect's troops must be lent to me for half a month. Jiang Yifeng, of course, knew that the prefect was setting a trap for him, intending to make him responsible for the disaster victims at Coal Mountain. Under normal circumstances, anyone with even a bit of shrewdness would not agree to take charge of such hot potatoes. But this premise holds true only if there isn't enough benefit to be gained. If the benefits were substantial enough, Jiang Yifeng would be more than happy to take in those disaster victims. For one, he was about to source raw materials for papermaking for the Su family, which required a large workforce. Hiring other laborers would cost money, but the disaster victims at Coal Mountain were free. All he needed to do was ensure they were well fed. So, even if the governor didn't approach him, he had no intention of giving up on those free laborers. Of course, Jiang Yifeng knew the governor would definitely come looking for him, because the madam told him that the disaster victims at Maishan were giving the prefect a headache, and it was almost certain that the prefect had been looking for someone to take the burden off his hands. His act of transporting a large quantity of old rice to Maishan today undoubtedly made him the perfect candidate to take on that burden. He needed those disaster victims. The prefect wanted to find someone to take the burden off his hands. They shared the same goal and hit it off immediately. In such a situation, the one who is more anxious will have to pay a certain price. Clearly, the governor was in a hurry, so he seized the opportunity to make some demands. Upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's request, the governor was stunned for a while, and the smile disappeared from his face. I didn't expect your appetite to be so big. Aren't you afraid of choking on it? Jiang Yifeng completely ignored the governor's threat and calmly analyzed, Your Excellency, my request is not excessive. Phew! The prefect snorted coldly, but he didn't stop Jiang Yifeng from continuing. Jiang Yifeng went on, First, let's talk about Coal Mountain. The land on Coal Mountain and its surroundings can't grow crops at all. Calling it wasteland would be a compliment. The only thing of any use is the coal, but how many people dare to burn it? Although ancient people knew coal could burn long ago, it wasn't until the 19th century that coal was widely used. The root cause is that the coal burned by ancient people was raw coal, which contained a large amount of sulfur. When burned, it easily produced toxic sulfur dioxide gas, leading to many unexplained deaths. Over time, no one was willing to burn coal anymore and instead opted for charcoal. Charcoal is produced by the incomplete combustion of wood. The production method is simple, and in this era where everything is scarce except trees, obtaining charcoal is not difficult. Secondly, while the 1,000 taels of silver I'm asking for may seem like a lot, if you think carefully, sir, new rice currently costs 8 copper coins per pound. In a while, when the weather turns colder, it's estimated to rise to 10 copper coins per pound. Those disaster victims consume 3,000 catties of rice a day, which amounts to 30 taels of silver. 1,000 taels of silver can sustain them for at most a month. Spending 1,000 taels to rid ourselves of those burdens, does the official still consider it excessive? The governor remained silent, lost in thought. To be honest, 1,000 taels of silver is no small sum, but his expenditures on those disaster victims were even greater. Though the disaster victims only consumed 2 sacks of rice daily, the soldiers guarding them also incurred costs, adding up to a considerable sum each day. Thinking of this, the governor said, "The land of Coal Mountain and 1,000 taels of silver can be given to you, but the county soldiers cannot be lent to you, as it violates the laws of the court." Jiang Yifeng pondered for a moment. "The county soldiers don't have to be lent to me, but your excellency must agree to another condition of mine." The governor frowned in displeasure. "Why do you have so many conditions? Your excellency, think of the benefits." Jiang Yifeng reminded him, "If I fail to calm those disaster victims, the responsibility is mine. If the court blames anyone, it won't fall on you, sir, it'll be my head on the chopping block. But if I happen to succeed in stabilizing those disaster victims, all the credit will go to you, sir. Thinking about it this way, do you still find my conditions excessive?" The prefect instinctively nodded. Jiang Yifeng's words aligned exactly with his own thoughts at the time. However, he quickly realized his nod had betrayed his inner thoughts and hastily added, "Young Master Jiang, speaking like this underestimates this official. We share both the risks and the rewards naturally. You'll have your share of the credit." He. Starting to make empty promises again. Jiang Yifeng sneered inwardly, but outwardly bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord. However, none of the conditions can be omitted." The governor fell silent for a moment before relenting. "Fine. You may propose one more condition, just one." Jiang Yifeng said, "I haven't thought of anything for now. Let's keep the condition aside. Consider it as you owing me a favor. I'll come to you when I think of something later." The prefect, he really wanted to know how he ended up owing a favor. However, considering he could finally offload the disaster victims from the Coal Mountain onto someone else, he didn't dwell on whether he owed a favor or not and simply nodded. "Thank you, my lord." Jiang Yifeng quickly stood up and bowed to the prefect. The prefect looked at Jiang Yifeng, inexplicably unable to feel happy, as if he had set a trap for Jiang Yifeng but ended up falling into it himself. Yet upon reviewing the entire process, he found no issues. After all, the 2 demands Jiang Yifeng proposed, the land around Coal Mountain truly couldn't grow crops, so the 1,000 taels of silver just pained his heart. But being able to push those disaster victims away with 1,000 taels of silver didn't feel like a loss to him at all. Was I overthinking it? The prefect wore a look of confusion. Soon, the broker from the tooth agency was brought over. Under his witness, the prefectural office transferred the Coal Mountain and the surrounding 5 kilometers of land to Jiang Yifeng. After completing all this, The prefect had someone bring over 1,000 taels of silver, counting it clearly in front of Jiang Yifeng. Finally, the prefect thoughtfully sent someone to escort Jiang Yifeng and the silver to the Su family. Not long after Jiang Yifeng appeared at the entrance of the Su residence, Su Inshuo came out with Su Dongchu. "Did the governor give you this silver?" Su Inshuo looked at the 1,000 taels of silver, but instead of feeling happy, her brows furrowed, because she knew very well that the prefect was no kind-hearted man. In the prefect's eyes, people were divided into two types, those who were useful and those who were not. To those who were useful, the prefect was very accommodating. Even if they made minor mistakes, they wouldn't be held accountable. The prominent families of Su City were precisely such useful people. But if someone is useless, they might just be killed outright. Yet Jiang Yifeng managed to obtain 1,000 taels of silver from the prefect, which proves he's a useful man. The question is, what does the prefect need Jiang Yifeng for? With this in mind, she asked, "Why did the prefect give you silver?" Jiang Yifeng grinned, "Because I promised the governor that I would take charge of the disaster victims at the coal mountain." What? Su Inshuo's pretty face instantly changed color. On the other side, perhaps because the issue of the disaster victims had been resolved, the governor was in high spirits and had already started humming a tune. Just then, he noticed the wooden box placed nearby and asked curiously, "Whose box is this?" "It belongs to young Master Jiang." The commandant quickly stepped forward to explain, "On the way here, young Master Jiang said that it would be impolite to meet your excellency for the first time without bringing a gift, so he took some time to prepare one specially." Hearing this, the governor's face broke into a smile. Who would have thought this young man is quite considerate? What a pity! As he spoke, the governor picked up the box and slowly opened it. The next second, the smile vanished from his face because he saw it was a stone inside. That's right. It was a stone. Damn it, another stone. Of course, there was also a note besides that. The governor opened the note and saw written on it, "This humble scholar has learned that the head of the Song family presents stones to your excellency every year. Presuming your excellency must be fond of stones, I have also prepared one as a token of respect. I hope your excellency will accept it with a smile." Su residence, main hall. At this moment, Su Inshuo was pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow, deep in thought about how to resolve the trouble Jiang Yifeng had stirred up. Go directly to find the county governor? Obviously impossible. Who in all of Su City doesn't know that the governor is struggling with how to settle those disaster victims? Now that he's finally managed to pass the hot potato, there's no way he'd take it back. Expel Jiang Yifeng from the Su family and stand idly by? That's equally impossible. The prefect assigned Jiang Yifeng to handle the refugees precisely because of his connection with the Su family. Now that the Su family wants to distance themselves, it's clearly too late. What should I do? Su Inshuo was like an ant on a hot pan, racking her brains to find a solution. Whoosh, whoosh. Just as Su Inshuo was feeling agitated, she suddenly heard the sound of someone drinking tea. Turning her head, she saw Jiang Yifeng leisurely sipping his tea, completely unperturbed. With a sudden whoosh, Su Inshuo was furious. She strode up to Jiang Yifeng, snatched the teacup from his hands, and smashed it forcefully onto the ground. Jiang Yifeng, you're supposed to be a scholar, how can you be this foolish? Su Inshuo snapped angrily. Can't you see the prefect is trying to make you the scapegoat? Jiang Yifeng looked at the teacup with a pained expression and answered truthfully, I noticed it. You noticed it, yet you still took in those disaster victims. Do you know how seriously the court takes disaster relief? The slightest mistake could cost you your head. Then let's just make sure there are no mistakes. No problems. Su Inshuo snorted coldly. There are thousands of disaster victims now. Just feeding them every day costs a lot of silver. With the mere 1,000 taels you got from the governor, how long can that last? If we use new rice, about 30 days. But if we use old rice, it could last 60 days. Let us say you can make it last 60 days. What happens after that? In 60 days, I know, our family will become the wealthiest in Sioux City. Su Inshua didn't react immediately, and after a long pause, she said, Are you still half asleep? In 60 days, the Sioux family, not wanting to be implicated by you, will have no choice but to keep pouring money to cover for you. But those disaster victims are a bottomless pit. When will it ever end? How could we possibly become the wealthiest in Sioux City? Jiang Yifeng listened to Su Inshua's concerns and chuckled lightly. Why do you think those disaster victims are bottomless pits? Su Inshua asked coldly. If they're not bottomless pits, then what are they? Thousands of free laborers. Jiang Yifeng glanced at Su Inshua and said unhurriedly, Most of those who managed to flee from Yuzhou to Sucheng are strong and able-bodied people, with very few elderly or children. Jiang Yifeng had personally experienced this point. Although he was just a frail scholar, he was still in his prime. Even he nearly starved to death on the road, let alone the elderly and children. To put it somewhat cruelly, the elderly and children starved to death along the way, making it difficult for them to reach Sioux City. Jiang Yifeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. These are thousands of free, strong laborers. All we need to do is feed them, and we don't even have to pay wages. Where else could you find such a good deal? This. Su Inshua was stunned. Because it was the first time she had seen someone use those poor disaster victims as free labor. After all, in the common perception, disaster victims were weak and could barely walk. But everyone overlooked the fact that these disaster victims were emaciated simply because they were starving. Just give them enough to eat, and they'd become strong laborers. Still the kind of strong laborer who would willingly work as long as they're given something to eat. Su Inshua thought for a moment and softened her tone. Even so, the Sioux family doesn't need thousands of laborers. If we can't put them to work, they'll just end up wasting food. Jiang Yifeng suddenly exclaimed, My God, you actually called those poor disaster victims food wasters. You're such a vicious woman. Su Inshua. Before Su Inshua could get angry, Jiang Yifeng continued, The Sioux family couldn't provide thousands of jobs before, but now it can. As he spoke, Jiang Yifeng took out the deed to Coal Mountain and placed it in front of Su Inshua. Su Inshua picked up the deed and examined it, her brows furrowing. You obtained Coal Mountain and the surrounding land from the prefect. Jiang Yifeng nodded. That's right. Su Inshua furrowed her brows. Although this is a vast piece of land, the soil there is all coal dirt. No matter how you cultivate it, you can't grow crops. Jiang Yifeng laughed. Who said anything about having them cultivate land? I plan to have them mine coal. You want to sell coal? Su Inshua paused for a moment before asking, Do you know that people who burn coal can die for no reason? Right now, in the entire Sioux City in the entire Great Zhou who dares to burn coal. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yifeng immediately mocked, See? Your intellectual limitations are showing. With the miscellaneous knowledge you look down on, we can make coal safe to use. I don't believe it. What does it matter to me if you don't believe it? You. Just kidding, don't be mad. If you want to forgive me, I can kneel and apologize. But could you put the chair down first? I'm worried you might hit yourself. Su Inshua looked at the cheeky Jiang Yifeng and suddenly burst into laughter. Although I quickly suppressed my smile, I still couldn't help blushing in embarrassment, silently scolding myself for suddenly laughing. How mortifying. Sigh. Su Inshua sat down the chair, composed herself, and asked, Can your eclectic knowledge really make coal safer? Jiang Yifeng didn't explain but directly said, Tomorrow when I go to Coal Hill, I'll bring back some coal. Then you can find 2 chickens to test whether I'm lying to you or not. Great. Su Inshuo first nodded, then said, if burning coal is safe, then we can sell it in large quantities this winter. Charcoal costs 8 copper coins per jin, so coal should be priced at 5 copper coins per jin, right? Swaxio, you're so dark. Jiang Yifeng, seeing Su Inshuo about to grab the chair again, quickly explained, an average strong laborer can dig 2,000 jin of coal in a day. Even after a 20% loss during the washing process, that still leaves 1,600 jin of coal. At 5 copper coins per jin, the coal dug by one laborer in a day is worth 9,000 copper coins. Yet all we did was ensure they had enough to eat. Don't you think that as exploitative? Upon hearing this, a faint blush appeared on Su Inshua's delicate face. She had only considered that coal was cheaper than charcoal, but she had realized how much coal a single laborer could dig in a day. If you ask me, 3 copper coins per pound, let's just eliminate charcoal and monopolize the entire market. Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes. He never did things halfway once he started. He aimed for the biggest impact. Su Inshuo stared at Jiang Yifeng, who radiated confidence from head to toe, and for a moment, she was completely stunned. She never expected that the person she looked down upon and couldn't wait to drive away would have such lofty ambitions. If Jiang Yifeng could truly achieve what he claimed, he would indeed be a good son-in-law. Just then, Jiang Yifeng added, by then, our family could earn money effortlessly, and I could dutifully serve as a live-in son-in-law. Speaking of which, my duty is to have children. Pick an auspicious date, and we should start preparing. Shut up. Just a second ago, Su Inshuo thought Jiang Yifeng seemed different from before, but the next moment she was instantly furious, feeling the urge to grab a chair and throw it at him again. This man couldn't stay serious for more than 3 seconds. Why are you angry again? Is it that time of the month? Jiang Yifeng was somewhat baffled, thinking to himself that he hadn't said anything wrong. Wasn't it Su Inshuo who brought up the fact that he was a live-in son-in-law? And as a qualified live-in son-in-law, just like a qualified wife, shouldn't he avoid public appearances and stay quietly at home, focusing on continuing the family line? His approach was completely correct. Is he going to be like those fickle women, spending all day out flirting with others? He's just not that kind of person. Jiang Yifeng, don't celebrate too soon, Su Inshuo said coldly. Don't forget our bet. If you can't secure enough materials for papermaking in 2 months, our engagement will be cancelled. Jiang Yifeng replied, but I've already gathered plenty of materials for papermaking. All the farmers who grow rami have to sign contracts with the Zhao family. How did you manage to secure enough raw materials for papermaking? Su Inshuo hadn't been idle these past few days, having contacted several families to compete with the Zhao family in purchasing rami. Unfortunately, the Zhao family's financial power was overwhelming. No matter what price others offered, the Zhao family would always bid higher. Over time, the rami-growing farmers stopped worrying and decided to wait until the bidding war among the major families was over before selling their rami. But the major families weren't fools either, so they came up with the idea of using contracts to fix the prices. With their terrifying financial resources, the Zhao family naturally attracted many farmers who grew rami, while the Su family and other price-conscious families were completely ignored. Even these prominent families couldn't obtain rami. What qualifications did Jiang Yifeng have to secure enough raw materials for papermaking? Shue, you're showing your lack of knowledge again. This time, Su Inshuo didn't get angry or grab a chair to throw at Jiang Yifeng. Instead, she frowned and asked, is this another one of your miscellaneous studies? Jiang Yifeng nodded with a smile. In your mind, the paper-making technology mastered by the Su family is the most advanced in the Great Shou dynasty, but in my eyes, the Su family's paper-making technology is far too outdated. Su Inshuo was somewhat unconvinced, do you know how long the Su family's paper-making technology has been passed down? Jiang Yifeng didn't wait for Su Inshui to finish speaking before interrupting. If it hasn't changed after being passed down for so many years, isn't that backwardness? Su Inshui was left speechless. Jiang Yifeng continued, your Su family's paper-making technique uses rami as the raw material. To be honest, where I come from, paper made from rami is only used for the dead. If not rami, what else can be used for paper-making? Too much. Jiang Yifeng said, mulberry bark, bamboo, cotton, and even reeds from the river can be used to make paper. Su Inshui wore a skeptical expression. Can these things really be used to make paper? Jiang Yifeng confidently replied, not only can they, but they can also produce various types of paper. Once these papers are made, you'll realize how inferior the Su family's paper is. Although the paper-making method Jiang Yifeng knew was considered ancient craftsmanship in his era, in Su Inshui's world, it was regarded as quite advanced paper-making technology. Therefore, he didn't need to consider competing for rami at all, because the paper-making technique he mastered didn't require rami in the first place. Mulberry bark, bamboo, cotton, reeds, as long as the material had sufficient fibers, it could be used as raw material for paper-making. If what you're saying is true, the Su family won't need to compete with the Zhao family for rami anymore. Su Inshui's voice carried excitement. The entire Su city only grew so much rami it was needed for paper-making and also for weaving cloth, making the annual rami procurement as intense as a battle. This year is even more outrageous. The purchase price of rami has skyrocketed. If we follow the current purchase price, the Su family's paper production would hardly make any profit. However, they can't stop making paper either. Otherwise, the paper merchants who source from the Su family wouldn't be able to buy paper and might never come back in the future. To keep these merchants stable, the Su family must continue producing paper even at a loss. No, no, no. Jiang Yifeng kept shaking his head. The Su family must continue competing with the Zhao family to buy rami, and put on a desperate front, constantly driving up the price of rami. Su Inshui was puzzled. Why is that? Jiang Yifeng grinned. Have you ever heard the saying, harm others to benefit oneself? As long as the Zhao family suffers, the Su family will inevitably gain some advantage. At the very least, it can make that scoundrel Xiao Bifeng lose a large sum of money. Hearing this, Su Inshui's eyes lit up as she understood Jiang Yifeng's intention. Then, she froze in astonishment, never expecting that the seemingly frivolous Jiang Yifeng could be so cunning and ruthless. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but say, didn't you say before that business is like a battlefield, and if you were Xiao Bifeng, you would do the same? Why do you want revenge on him now? Shui, sometimes you seem quite smart, but other times you're adorably naive. Jiang Yifeng teased Su Inshui and explained, I'm indeed not angry with him, but that doesn't mean I won't fight back. Since he's targeting our family, he deserves a lesson. Perhaps because she had gotten used to it, Su Inshui didn't feel as repulsed by Jiang Yifeng calling her Shui. After some thought, he asked, should I notify the families collaborating with the Su family? Why should we inform them? Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his voice turning cold. Let those families compete with the Zhao family, preferably to the point of bloodshed. Eventually, a few of them will inevitably face broken capital chains. That means they'll run out of money. By then, the Su family can seize the opportunity to buy out their workshops. At the very least, we should take shares in their businesses, gradually gain control over their industries, and then leverage their networks. This way, the Su family can break into the textile industry. Su Inshui widened her eyes and shook her head repeatedly. You want to annex those families? No, if the Su family does this, other families in Su City will point fingers at us. How can we continue to stand in Su City after that? Jiang Yifeng was somewhat speechless at the moral standards of ancient people. They were clearly merchants, yet they still cared about face. Just look at Boss Jia, who promised to return next week, Boss Su, who never missed a payment, and Boss Ma, who regretted founding Alibaba. Which of them cared about face? And yet, aren't they all wealthy? So he said, there's a lot of room for maneuvering in this. If done well, the Su family won't be criticized. Instead, they might even become a moral benchmark. Just find someone clever. Forget it, I'll handle it myself. As long as you can create a gap in those families' funding chains, I'll find a way to make them willingly sell their businesses to the Su family. As for dignity, I'm already alive in son-in-law. What use do I have for dignity? Remember, money lost can be earned back, but if you lose your conscience, you'll only end up making even more. Su Yinxue listened to Jiang Yifeng's lofty talk and for a moment didn't know what to say. She had previously disliked Jiang Yifeng because she couldn't stand the thought of her future husband having no ambition, only wanting to marry into the Su family. But after this conversation, she realized she didn't understand Jiang Yifeng at all. This man was far more astute than she had imagined. At this thought, Su Yinxue suddenly spoke up. I'll go with you to Coal Mountain tomorrow. All right. Jiang Yifeng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded with a smile. Although Su Yinxue didn't say much, it was clear that she was beginning to trust him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made the request to go to Coal Mountain. Things are moving in a good direction after all. The next day, Jiang Yifeng and Su Dongchu were once again awakened by the household servants. Rubbing their sleepy eyes, they made their way to the main hall for breakfast. While everything else remained the same, Su Yinxue was already seated in the main hall. The only difference was that this time, the book she was reading wasn't an account ledger, but a biographical novel. Do you also enjoy reading novels? Jiang Yifeng was somewhat curious. He had always thought his wife was a workaholic. When I'm tired, I like to read some poetry collections or novels to help myself relax. Unlike yesterday when she ignored him, Su Yinxue actually responded to Jiang Yifeng, showing less rejection than before. Elder sister, if you want to read a storybook, asked brother-in-law. Su Dongchu raised his head with an excited expression. Ask him. Su Yinxue put down the storybook in her hand and asked puzzledly, why should I go to him to read storybooks? Because brother-in-law's storybooks are the most interesting. Su Dongchu was like a fan, holding Jiang Yifeng's storybooks in particularly high regard. Dongchu, you're still young and don't understand what makes a good storybook. Su Yinxue heard the praise but merely smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. The reason was simple. In Su Yinxue's eyes, Su Dongchu's literary skills were too poor to discern what constituted a good script. Most likely, what he considered a good script would be seen as trash in others' eyes. Su Yinxue, who says I don't know what makes a good script? Su Dongchu hated being looked down upon the most and immediately retorted, brother-in-law's scripts are genuinely enjoyable. If you don't believe me, you can go to Zhuangyuan Street when you take me to school today. Su Yinxue was puzzled. Why go to Zhuangyuan Street? Su Dongchu said, brother-in-law hired a scholar to help him transcribe the story. If nothing unexpected happened, that scholar should have finished writing it by now. Is that so? Su Yinxue looked at Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng gave an awkward smile, though inwardly, he was furious with Su Dongchu. This guy really had no filter. How could he blurt out that he wrote storybooks? Of course, his concern was that Su Yinxue would find out he wrote storybooks, but rather that she discover he wrote The Plum in the Golden Vase. Though The Plum in the Golden Vase is a remarkable literary work, most people view it as obscene. If Su Yinxue learned he wrote such a book, his refined scholar image would surely plummet. Jiang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, Sure, don't listen to his nonsense. The stories I told him were just made up on the spot. They're not as good as he claims. I thought as much. Su Yingxue nodded in agreement. That's not true. Su Dongchu's stubborn temper flared up, and he began telling Su Yingxue the story of water margin. At first, Su Yingxue wasn't very interested, but as she listened, she discovered the vast worldview and strong logic of the tale. By the end, she was completely captivated. It's worth noting that this was just Su Dongchu's retelling, with many parts unclear in his memory. Had Jiang Yifeng narrated it himself, the story would have been even more enthralling. Before going to Maishan, let's first visit Zhuangyuan Street. After saying this, Su Yingxue stood up, picked up the script, and left. After Su Yingxue left, Su Dongchu said proudly, Brother-in-law, don't you owe me thanks? If it weren't for my help, Su Yingxue would never have known about your talents. Brother-in-law, you're great in every way, except you're too modest. If I were you, I'd show off at least 3 times a day, each time in a different way. Jiang Yifeng, do you think I don't want to show off? I just don't want to die. If your sister sees the plum in the golden vase, do you think I'd make it home alive? Creak. After the meal, the 3 of them boarded the carriage and headed to UL Academy. Watching Su Dongchu enter the academy, Jiang Yifeng had no choice but to take Su Yingxue to Zhuangyuan Street to look for Su Ning. The only thing Jiang Yifeng could do now was pray that Su Ning wouldn't show up, otherwise it would be quite troublesome. However, before he could finish his prayer, he heard Su Ning's voice calling out, Boss, why didn't you come yesterday? Did you think I couldn't write it? You underestimate me too much. I'm not some trash who can only manage 2 chapters a day. What I'm most proud of is my typing speed. I can finish all those plot lines you mentioned in a single day. Yesterday, out of boredom, I even. How could Jiang Yifeng allow Su Ning to continue? He cut in first, saying, Enough with the nonsense. Show me the script you wrote. Oh. Su Ning obediently took out 2 books. One was Water Margin, and the other was The Plum in the Golden Vase. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng almost wanted to kick Su Ning to death. He couldn't tell whether the guy was genuinely stupid or just pretending. Didn't he? He noticed there were other people around. Why did he have to take out both books? Let me see. At that moment, Su Yingxue picked up 2 books and asked, Which one did Dongchu tell me about? Water Margin. What is this Jing Pingmei? This. Jiang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then could only turn to Su Ning and ask, What kind of book is this Jing Pingmei? All he could do now was hope that Su Ning would be quick-witted enough to take all the responsibility upon himself. However, he overestimated Su Ning. This guy was so obsessed with studying that he completely failed to grasp Jiang Yifeng's meaning. He answered truthfully, The Golden Lotus is a lewd book. The boss forced me to write it. Jiang Yifeng grew anxious. Don't you dare slander me. When did I ever force you? Boss, have you forgotten so quickly? Su Ning thought to himself that the boss's memory was really too poor, and continued, At the time, I was unwilling to write it. After all, I am a scholar who studied the teachings of sages, but never mind. However, the boss said that food prices would rise this year, and if I didn't write, I would starve to death. It wouldn't matter if I starved to death, but my parents worked hard to raise me. Failing to give them a good life is already a sin. How could I bear to see them starve? So I had no choice but to listen to you and write The Plum in the Golden Vase. Su Ning was too sincere. So sincere that Su Yingxue didn't hesitate for even a second before choosing to believe him. Jiang Yifeng, you. Su Yingxue's delicate face flushed slightly as she glared at Jiang Yifeng for a long moment before finally declaring, This book damages the Su family's reputation. I'm confiscating it. Jiang Yifeng, who had been on edge, froze for a moment upon hearing Su ensue as punishment. Then, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. This scene feels somewhat familiar. He vaguely remembers it was during his high school years when he was caught reading a novel in class, and the teacher confiscated it. Later, the teacher also fell in love with that novel. Of course, this was just an interlude and didn't hinder Jiang Yifeng and Su ensue from heading to Coal Mountain. They first went to the Song family granary to transport 3 cartloads of grain, then hired a few cooks before setting off toward Coal Mountain. Before even reaching Coal Mountain, Jiang Yifeng spotted refugees outside. As expected, the governor had already withdrawn the county soldiers. Without the county soldiers guarding the area, the refugees naturally emerged from Coal Mountain. Fortunately, the number of refugees who had escaped was not large. Upon seeing Jiang Yifeng bringing 3 cartloads of grain, they obediently returned to the mine pits. For these disaster victims who have experienced hunger, whoever has food to offer is whom they will follow. Look everyone, it's the noble one has come again. We were terrified when we saw the county soldiers withdraw, thinking no one would care for us anymore. Thankfully, the noble one has arrived. Today, they've brought so much rice again it seems we'll have full stomachs once more. This noble one is truly our savior. The refugees, who had thought they were abandoned when the county troops withdrew, burst into tears of joy. Although the prefect provided only a small amount of food each day, it was at least something to eat. If even the prefect abandoned them, the vast majority would likely get no food at all and would starve to death. Everyone, please quiet down. Jiang Yifeng looked at the vast crowd of refugees before him and forced out a few tears. Dear fellow countrymen, I am no nobleman. Like you, I fled from Yuzhou. I was just a bit luckier than you. I have experienced hunger, so I understand your fear of going hungry again. At these words, the refugees immediately stirred. They never expected that the nobleman who had fed them was also a fellow refugee. For a moment, they inexplicably felt a sense of trust toward Jiang Yifeng, finding him very approachable. But Jiang Yifeng wiped the corners of his eyes again, though this time, he hadn't managed to squeeze out any tears. But rest assured, even if others abandon you, I, Jiang Yifeng, will not. I will do everything in my power to ensure you are fed and never go hungry again. Hearing these words, many of the refugees were moved to tears. Their hometown was flooded, and along the way, countless people starved to death before they could flee to Sioux City. Many lost their families and homes, barely surviving day by day. But at this moment, Jiang Yifeng's words, spoken as if they were family, felt like a spring breeze, warming them from head to toe. He is our benefactor. That's right, he is our savior. If not for him, we would have starved to death sooner or later. Unknowingly, Jiang Yifeng's image among the refugees had shifted from that of a nobleman to that of a fellow villager and benefactor. It is no exaggeration to say that if Jiang Yifeng were to raise his arm and call for them to become bandits, many of these refugees would willingly follow him. Ahem, ahem. At that moment, Jiang Yifeng was seized by a fit of violent coughing. What's wrong, benefactor? Seeing this scene, a large number of disaster victims immediately asked with concern. It's nothing serious. Jiang Yifeng waved his hand. I've been working day and night these past few days to prepare food for everyone and caught a cold. Please don't come near me. I'm afraid I might pass it on to you. Although Jiang Yifeng is a documentary director, he is far more skilled in acting than those young idols. What a pity that he couldn't find red dye, otherwise, he would have definitely staged the classic scene of coughing out blood. Jiang Yifeng's action instantly won him another wave of goodwill. Listen up, everyone. We can't just let our benefactor do all the hard work alone. We should share the burden with him. Just then, the voice Jiang Yifeng had been most eager to hear finally appeared. If he directly asked these disaster victims to work, it would surely cause resentment, but if the victims voluntarily offered to help share the burden, then no one would resent it. Of course, to make the act convincing, he pretended to be reluctant. This won't do. You've endured such hardship to reach Sioux City, starving for so long, and your bodies are so weak, how could we let you help share the burden? Benefactor, don't worry about us. Taking care of yourself is what matters most. I'm strong. I can go to Suching and find a job moving goods. I can earn quite a bit in a day. I can weave cloth. I'm a carpenter. I can farm. Among these disaster victims were all kinds of talents. It was no exaggeration to say that, as long as logistics were provided, they could build an entire city. No! Jiang Yifeng quickly shook his head. I know you mean well for me, but you absolutely must not enter Sioux City. If the county soldiers discover you, you'll be in great danger, especially since you're all refugees now. This time, Jiang Yifeng wasn't lying to these disaster victims. The prefect handed the disaster victims over to him with one condition: they must not endanger the peace of Sioux City. Even if only a portion of these thousands were to enter Sioux City, it would cause quite a stir. Back then, he was able to enter Sioux City because he was a scholar, dressed in scholarly attire. If he had been like these disaster victims, wearing tattered clothes, he would likely have been apprehended by the prefectural soldiers as soon as he reached the city gates. What should we do then? Our household registration isn't in Suching. Right now, we're just displaced people. If it weren't for the flood in Yuzhou, we would have been arrested. If we get caught, the prefect can indeed punish us for our crimes. The refugees began to panic. The household registration system in ancient times was extremely strict. To travel to other regions, one had to obtain an official travel permit from the authorities. If it weren't for the flood, their act of leaving their registered residence would have been a serious crime. Of course, with so many of them, the authorities wouldn't storm in to arrest them, but if they were caught alone, it would be a different story. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng turned to the refugees with a gentle smile and said, "Actually, there's no need to panic. I'll do my best to find ways for everyone to earn some money. Since we're wandering without a fixed home, from now on, this coal mountain will be our home. Though this place is a bit barren, it's peaceful at least, with no fear of being disturbed. Back in my hometown, floods come every few years. If we can make this place our home, I'd truly not want to go back. Let's work together and build up Coal Mountain." Hearing that they had a home again, the refugees felt warmth in their hearts. For those who had been homeless, even a single piece of wood was something to cherish. Let's not overthink things for now. First, fill your stomachs. Oh, by the way, I bought some chickens today. We'll slaughter them later to give everyone a little extra nourishment. After Jiang Yifeng finished speaking, the chef invited from Sioux City stepped forward, carrying 2 chicken cages in his hands. Each cage contained 5 chickens, making a total of only 10 chickens. 10 chickens might seem like a lot, but for thousands of disaster victims, it wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Even so, the disaster victims cheered enthusiastically. Amidst the cheers, Jiang Yifeng returned to the carriage. Su Inshua, while reading water margin, asked, "They trust you so much. How can you bear to deceive them?" "Deceive?" Jiang Yifeng shook his head and said with a smile, "I don't think I'm deceiving them. On the contrary, I believe I'm saving them. Without me, most of them would starve to death." Jiang Yifeng's plan to develop the Coal Mountain wasn't just empty talk. He took action by transporting large quantities of timber and iron tools to the site. The timber was primarily used to build houses, as winter was approaching, and it was impossible for thousands of people to endure the harsh conditions without shelter. Otherwise, Many would freeze to death during the winter. As for the iron tools, they were used for coal mining, stripping bark from paper mulberry trees, and cutting bamboo. It must be said, the efficiency of these disaster victims after being well fed was astonishing. In just 2 days, they managed to gather tens of thousands of pounds of paper mulberry bark and even more bamboo. At this rate, within a month at most, the Su family will have enough raw materials for papermaking. Seeing the refugees work so diligently, Jiang Yifeng couldn't be stingy either. He purchased hundreds of chickens from the market, along with over a dozen sows and 1 boar. Of course, these livestock weren't for the refugees to eat but for them to raise. Li Ernio, you harvested 100 catties of paper mulberry bark and dug up 1,200 catties of coal yesterday. These 3 chickens are your reward. Jiang Yifeng looked at a tall, dark-skinned young man with a simple and honest smile on his face. Under the envious gazes of all the refugees, Li Ernio scratched his head sheepishly and walked up to Jiang Yifeng, taking a chicken cage from the Su family servant. Don't rush off. Jiang Yifeng grabbed Li Ernio, who was about to leave, and asked as if conducting an interview, "What do you plan to do with these 3 chickens?" Li Ernio grinned, "I'll take it back to kill for my mother and Dia to eat. They haven't had meat in a long time." Compared to other refugees, Li Ernio still had 2 family members with him, his elderly mother and his elder brother's daughter, his niece. He seemed fortunate, but in reality, their family originally had 6 members. However, his father, elder brother, and sister-in-law starved to death during the escape, leaving only 3 out of the 6. "I knew you, this simpleton, would want to kill the chickens, but these 3 hens must not be killed," Jiang Yifeng said. "These are egg-laying hens. As long as you take good care of them, they can lay an egg a day. Chickens lay eggs, and eggs hatch into more chickens. If you eat them, it's like losing an entire chicken farm." "Benefactor, but I want to give my mother and Dia some good food to nourish them." Li Ernio was a very filial person otherwise. His mother and Dia wouldn't have been able to survive the journey to Su City. Therefore, even though he knew it would be better to keep the chickens, if his mother and Dia asked, he wouldn't hesitate to slaughter them. Jiang Yifeng was somewhat speechless. "These chickens can lay eggs. You can just give them the eggs to eat." Li Ernio suddenly realized, "That's right, I can give them eggs to eat. You silly fool, hurry up and go show off to your mother and Dia." Jiang Yifeng laughed and gave Li Ernio a playful kick on the backside. Li Ernio ran off cheerfully, drawing envious glances from those around. However, there wasn't much jealousy, as almost everyone knew that Li Ernio worked extremely hard. "Don't be envious, there's more to come. Those whose names I call, come up. Jiao Fuguin, 2 chickens. Zhang Tinio, 2 chickens. Chang Wei, 2 chickens. Level, 1 chicken." The list was very long, with over 200 names in total. Jiang Yifeng spent a considerable amount of time reading out all the names. These people walked up excitedly, eagerly receiving their rewards, their faces beaming with joy that they couldn't hide. For the wealthy in Su City, these rewards might seem insignificant, but for these disaster victims, even a single chicken is incredibly precious. Those who received rewards, keep up the good work. Those who didn't, don't lose heart, there will be more in a few days, Jiang Yifeng said. Hearing this, those who didn't receive rewards secretly resolved to earn one next time. As for these sows, Jiang Yifeng pondered for a moment, then turned to the group and said, "These pigs are the shared property of all of us. Let's find 2 people who know how to raise pigs and entrust them with the care of these animals, to see if we can get the big pigs to breed piglets." "Benefactor, I know how to raise pigs." "Benefactor, I also know how to raise pigs." "I can too." As soon as Jiang Yifeng's voice fell, many people stood up, declaring that they knew how to raise pigs. Raising pigs isn't a particularly physically demanding job, so Jiang Yifeng picked 2 weaker individuals to take care of these cells. With a bit of luck, they might have a litter of piglets by the new year. The only downside: the pigs he bought were all local black pigs, not the white pigs he was used to eating in his previous life. Black pigs grow slower but have tastier meat. Each has its pros and cons. After distributing the livestock, Jiang Yifeng returned to Su City. No sooner had he arrived at the Su residence than he was quietly pulled into a room by Su Dongqiu before he could even sit down for a cup of tea. Su Dongqiu looked extremely anxious. "Brother-in-law, I'm done for. I'm really done for this time. The mid-year poetry gathering is tonight, but out of all the poems you told me to memorize, I've only managed to remember 2. Although Jiang Yifeng wasn't entirely sure what the mid-year poetry gathering was, he had learned from Su Inshua that it was an important event. In previous years, the Su family not only failed to shine at the poetry gathering but didn't even have the qualification to participate. It was only this year that Su Dongqiu performed well, earning a recommendation from the UL Academy. However, Su Dongqiu had no talent for composing poetry, so he had no choice but to seek help from Jiang Yifeng. Naturally, Jiang Yifeng was willing to assist him. He wrote various types of poems for Su Dongqiu to memorize. Unfortunately, there simply wasn't enough time. This time, the poem Jiang Yifeng wrote was clearly much more difficult than Quiet Night Thoughts. Su Dongqiu spent 2 days memorizing it but still couldn't grasp more than a few lines. Of course, it's possible that this guy just isn't cut out for studying. "Don't rush, let me think about it." Jiang Yifeng frowned slightly and after a long pause said, "If you really can't remember, then we'll just have to act it out." Su Dongqiu asked in confusion, "Brother-in-law, what do you want me to play?" "To play the role of the poet immortal." Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes, his voice brimming with excitement. As a documentary director, he had always harbored an idea to film a documentary about the poet immortal. "I don't know how to act though. Playing the role of the poetry immortal is quite easy." Jiang Yifeng closed his eyes and conjured up the image Li Bai should have in his mind, saying, "The poet immortal must look down upon everything," meaning he would regard anyone else as poetry as worthy. His own poems are the best in the world, and anyone who disagrees can just beat up whoever. Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes at Su Dongqiu, who had interrupted, "You're attending the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, not a martial arts tournament. Even if someone points at your nose and insults you, you mustn't get angry, keep smiling. That's called grace." Su Dongqiu crossed his arms. "If you ask me, that's just cowardice. If anyone dares to insult me, I'll beat the shit out of them." "Heh!" Jiang Yifeng sneered and said, "If you're not afraid of your sister beating the shit out of you, you'd better do as I say." Su Dongqiu shrank his head in fear the moment he heard Su Inshua's name, his lofty ambitions instantly vanishing into thin air. He feared no one except his own sister. An inexplicable fear. "Brother-in-law, I'll listen to you." Su Dongqiu obediently sat down, thought for a moment, and asked, "Brother-in-law, when you see the best in the world, is it like my status in the academy?" Jiang Yifeng asked curiously, "What's your status at school?" "The boss." Su Dongqiu was so proud that his tail was practically wagging in the air. He smugly declared, "No matter who it is, they're all trash in my eyes. I'm not talking about any one person, I mean every single classmate." "Damn! That sounds so familiar." "You wouldn't." Jiang Yifeng muttered a sarcastic remark, then thought for a moment and said, "Right, that's the confidence we need. No matter who it is, they're all trash in your eyes, every last one of them is trash." "This." Su Dongqiu gave an awkward laugh and said, "Brother-in-law, if you ask me to fight, I'm not afraid of them. But if you want me to compose poetry, I'll show my weakness." You're the poet immortal. Why would you show weakness? The problem is, I'm not the poet immortal. I say you are, so you are. Don't be afraid. I think I should still tell my sister and the teacher that I've caught a cold. Believe it or not, even if you're too sick to get out of bed, your sister could still carry you there. Su Dongqiu thought about his elder sister's way of doing things and couldn't help but shudder. His brother-in-law wasn't wrong. His elder sister really would drag him to the mid-yuan poetry gathering. Brother-in-law, what should I do? Su Dongqiu asked nervously. Don't be afraid. Just follow my instructions, and I'll make sure you pass smoothly, Jiang Yifeng said with confidence. All right. Su Dongqiu also realized there was no way out and could only nod helplessly. Next came the training session. You must remember the image of the poet immortal, unrestrained, bold and unconstrained, brimming with vigor, striking colors, and a wondrous artistic conception. I've told you how many times, don't look directly at others. You need to look sideways, not just sideways, but with a disdainful sidelong glance, a look of utter contempt. When the time comes, you must drink, but not get completely drunk, otherwise you won't remember anything. Being 7/10 drunk is best. A man 7/10 drunk can act his way to your tears. When you smash the wine cup, don't be too deliberate about it. Be carefree, as if everything is worthless. You must stand up and recite the poem loudly. Don't recite it all at once. Pretend to think it over, and leave room for others to know. Give others time to praise you. Jiang Yifeng was originally a director, so even though Su Dongqiu was acting for the first time, after nearly a day of coaching, he was already performing quite convincingly. Evening. Su Yingxue came looking for him and gently knocked on the door. Dongqiu, are you ready? After waiting a few seconds, there was still no response. Seeing this, Su Yingxue prepared to knock on the door again. Just then, the door opened by itself, and Su Dongqiu stepped out. At some point, Su Dongqiu had changed into a white robe, looking rather handsome, though his face still bore traces of youth. East Chu, what's wrong with your eyes? Su Yingxue asked with concern, noticing Su Dongqiu squinting at her the entire time. Ignorant. Su Dongqiu glanced at Su Yingxue out of the corner of his eye and ignored her, striding out with large steps. Su Yingxue was first full of question marks, then had the idea of teaching Su Dongqiu a lesson to show him the power of his elder sister. However, after some thought, she felt that the mid-yuan poetry gathering in the evening was more important, so she suppressed her anger. He's just a kid. She wouldn't stoop to his level. Even if she were to hit him, it would have to wait until after the mid-yuan poetry gathering. Having figured this out, Su Yingxue finally eased her emotions and turned her gaze toward Jiang Yifeng, who was following behind. Why are you dressed in a page's clothes? Seeing Jiang Yifeng's attire, Su Yingxue frowned again. Although Jiang Yifeng would eventually become a live-in son-in-law, he was still a member of the household's master class. A page's clothes, however, were those of a servant, and wearing them would mean lowering his own status. You don't understand. Jiang Yifeng imitated Su Dongqiu's manner, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yingxue before finally calling out, "Young master, wait for me." With that, Jiang Yifeng eagerly scampered after him, looking surprisingly similar to a real page boy. In fact, he wasn't wrong. Su Yingxue truly didn't understand. As a director, it's only natural to witness one's own work firsthand. Since this world doesn't allow recording, he had no choice but to participate personally. Thus, the director made a cameo appearance, playing the role of an extra. Su Yingxue froze in place, her anger on the verge of eruption, but in the end, she managed to hold it back. The mid-yuan poetry gathering is more important. I won't stoop to their level. Even if they were to be beaten to death, it would have to wait until after the Zhongyuan Poetry Festival. Taking a deep breath, Su Inshuo followed. Those qualified to attend the Zongyuan Poetry Festival could bring a few family members, and since Su Inshuo was the only one from the Su family present at the moment, she naturally gained the qualification to attend. Today's Zhuangyuan Tower is bustling with activity, not only filled to capacity inside but also surrounded by a large crowd of scholars outside. Although these scholars are not qualified to participate in the mid-year poetry festival, just being able to witness it in person makes them feel incredibly fortunate. If one could hear a poem destined to be immortalized in the first moment, it would be so thrilling that one might not sleep for days and nights. Oh! At that moment, a carriage pulled by 5 horses came to a stop in front of the Zhuangyuan Tower. This is the prefect's carriage. I never expected the prefect to attend the mid-year poetry gathering this year. But can he even compose poetry? He's the prefect. Even if he can't compose poetry, he still has the right to attend the gathering. Another carriage is arriving. That's the Zhao family's carriage. Though regulations only allow them to use 1 horse, their horse is a prized steed. Only the Zhao family has such financial means. Unless something unexpected happens, Zhao Bifeng will be attending the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. He's one of the 4 great talents of Su City. There's no reason he wouldn't come. Look, another carriage is arriving. Whose carriage is this? I know most of the families in Su City who are qualified to attend the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, but I've never seen this carriage before. The curtain is opening. Oh my heavens, she's stunning. It's Su Inshuo, the most beautiful woman in Su City. But wait, aren't women not allowed to attend the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering? Looking at Su Inshuo's back, unless something unexpected happens, it's her younger brother Su Dongqiu who's participating in this poetry gathering. She's just attending as a family member. Her brother? That little brat? I doubt he even knows how to compose poetry. What qualifications does he have to attend the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering? You're out of the loop. Su Dongqiu was recommended by a professor from Yuil Academy. His credentials are the most prestigious among all attendees. Hearing this, everyone quickly turned their gaze toward Su Dongqiu. Perhaps it was because the teacher had vouched for him, but this time when everyone looked at Su Dongqiu, their feelings were completely different from before. This child is truly extraordinary. What did you notice? I found nothing, but he never looked us in the eye the entire time. If he wouldn't even look at us, doesn't that precisely show how extraordinary he is? That makes perfect sense. The other scholars nodded in agreement upon hearing this. The Zhuangyuan Tower is divided into 3 levels, each with strict entry requirements. The first level is accessible to scholars. The second level, scholars may enter. The third level is accessible to Juran successful provincial candidates. The highly anticipated Mid-Yuan Poetry Gathering was held on the 3rd floor, and those invited were all renowned figures. As for why Wang Kun was seen on the 3rd floor, it can only be said that the Zhuangyuan Tower is also his family's property. Of course, don't be fooled by this guy's usual habit of crawling through dog holes in front of people. He's quite well-mannered, almost like a completely different person compared to before. Wang Kun naturally noticed Jiang Yifeng and Su Dongqiu as well, but his father kept dragging him around to socialize, leaving him no chance to approach them. Well, if it isn't the eldest Miss Su and the 3rd young Master Su. Who would have thought the good-for-nothing 3rd young Master Su would even qualify to attend the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering? Suddenly, a figure blocked the path of Jiang Yifeng, Su Inshuo, and Su Dongqiu, taunting them in a sarcastic tone. The 3rd floor of Zhuangyuan Tower was already crowded with people, and hearing the commotion here, they all turned their curious gazes this way. Scholars are different from martial artists. When martial artists disagree, they go out and fight it out. Once they've vented their frustrations, the next moment they can feast on meat and drink wine together heartily. But scholars are different. The scholar, unwilling to admit defeat, only knows how to argue, glorifying it as a gentleman uses words, not fists. Even if defeated in a literary contest, the scholar would still find excuses, boasting that his mouth would outlast 3 days of cremation. Traps! Facing the figure blocking his path, Su Dongchu didn't even glance at them, uttering 2 disdainful words. It must be said that under Jiang Yifeng's guidance, Su Dongchu's delivery of the word trash was truly vivid. That arrogant demeanor was displayed to the fullest. Meanwhile, that figure stood frozen in place, unable to recover for quite some time. Is this young man the one recommended by Master Hu? Such disgraceful behavior, utterly lacking in manners. Zhao Bifang is, after all, one of Suzhou's 4 great talents, a senior to him. Yet he dared to call him trash. How utterly presumptuous. The young people nowadays are becoming increasingly disrespectful to their elders. Most of those attending the mid-yuan poetry gathering were elderly scholars. Seeing the young Su Dongchu daring to show no respect to Zhao Bifang, they felt a sense of disgust. Not bad. The tone still isn't haughty enough. Jiang Yifeng listened to the murmurs and pointing from those around him but paid them no mind, instead focusing on evaluating Su Dongchu's acting skills. This is the mid-yuan poetry gathering. How about we compete in poetry? Zhao Bifang suppressed his anger, maintaining the demeanor of a refined scholar. Are you worthy? Su Dongchu smirked disdainfully, once again shocking everyone with his words. Of course, all of these were taught to him by Jiang Yifeng, who told him that when someone challenges him to a poetry duel, he should use this trick. After all, physical confrontation isn't allowed at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Festival, so he should say whatever is most offensive. He didn't believe these face-conscious scholars would dare utter such words in such a setting. As for Su Dongchu, he's just a kid. A child's arrogant words and actions can be forgiven, let alone Su Dongchu, who doesn't care about his reputation anyway. Su Dongchu, this is the mid-yuan poetry gathering, attended by scholars. Mind your words, Zhao Bifang said angrily. Moreover, even your elder brother would show me some respect. Faced with such a lengthy sentence, Su Dongchu was momentarily at a loss for words, as none of the vocabulary his brother-in-law had taught him seemed adequate for the situation. So, he could only look at Jiang Yifeng. This move was taught to him by Jiang Yifeng whenever he encountered a problem. Just look at him. Jiang Yifeng quickly leaned his ear over and then nodded repeatedly. Understood, young master. Immediately after, he said, my young master said, life is short. Why should he humble himself to save your face? If you want respect, go find the eldest young master. Zhao Bifang angrily said, I'm speaking to your young master. How dare a mere bookworm like you interrupt? Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng turned to look at Su Dongchu. Su Dongchu's eyes lit up, for this was a question he knew how to answer. You're not worthy to speak with me. After speaking, Su Dongchu walked towards an empty seat. However, Zhao Bifang stopped Su Dongchu again, saying, no, today you must compete with me, or you won't be able to leave. Bravo! This time, Su Dongchu did not refuse and said, your talent is lacking, so I'll let you go first. This sentence was freely improvised by Su Dongchu. When he usually got into fights at the academy, he always let the other person strike first. Why should I go first? Because if I go first, you won't get a chance to compose poetry. After speaking, Su Dongchu walked to an empty seat and sat down, while Jiang Yifeng hurriedly poured wine. On the surface, Su Dongchu appeared calm, but in reality, he was nearly dying of nervousness inside. At that moment, countless eyes were watching him. If he showed even the slightest flaw, he could become the laughingstock of Su City. Humph! How arrogant! Zhao Bifang snorted coldly. Had someone bring over brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, pondered for a moment, and then began to write with the brush. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a poem was completed. After finishing, he reviewed it several times and finally nodded in satisfaction, feeling that this poem ranked among the finest in his collection of works. How could a spoiled young noble possibly compare with him? Please, esteemed elders, kindly evaluate. Jiang Yifeng waited until the ink had dried a bit before presenting the lyrics he had written to the prefect. It wasn't that the prefect was the most skilled in poetry appreciation at the scene, but his official rank dictated that, by all accounts, he should be the first to review it. As for the others, they could only gather around eagerly. Seeing Jiang Yifeng compose a poem, the other young scholars, unwilling to be outdone, also began to ponder. Although this appeared to be a personal feud between Jiang Yifeng and Su Dongqiu, it was, after all, the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Their reputations hinged on today's performance. Moreover, if they failed to produce even a single poem today, it would become a laughingstock. If luck was on their side and they could surpass Jiang Yifeng, their fame would soar. Humph! Trash! Seeing other young scholars begin composing poems, Jiang Yifeng smirked disdainfully, the word trash naturally surfacing in his mind. By this time, the prefect and several senior literary figures had already finished appreciating Jiang Yifeng's lyrics and unanimously praised them. This official believes this lyric can be released to the public. You have excellent judgment, Governor. I was thinking the same thing. Thank goodness you became an official, Governor. Otherwise, there would be no place for us in the great show poetry scene. The senior poets in the group were laying on the flattery thick. Though the governor knew they were just buttering him up, he couldn't help but smile after all. The feeling of being praised was undeniably pleasant. Then put it out there, the prefect said, handing the lyrics written by Jiang Yifeng to the attendant of the Zhuangyuan Tower. The attendant solemnly received it with both hands and loudly announced outside the tower, the first masterpiece of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Festival is now available for all scholars to appreciate. No sooner had the words fallen than Jiang Yifeng's lyrics were mounted and hung up by a designated person. The scholars gathered outside saw this and stepped forward one after another, beginning to carefully appreciate the work. In previous years' Zhongyuan poetry gatherings, it took a long time before any poems were released. Who would have thought it would be so early this year? Of course, this is Jiang Yifeng, one of the 4 great talents of Su City. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 great talents of Su City. This poem is exceptionally well crafted, with elegant diction and profound imagery. I actually think it's just average too much craftsmanship, with form but lacking spirit. Although it can be considered a fine piece, it somehow doesn't reach the level of being stunning, just about on par with previous year's standards. After Jiang Yifeng's poem was displayed, some liked it, while others found it mediocre, but overall, the evaluation was still quite positive. Of course, any poem selected by the Zhuangyuan Tower to be displayed is inherently of good quality. After all, today's Zhongyuan Poetry Gathering has brought together scholars from the entire Zhejiang Prefecture. As long as their works are shared, they can essentially spread among the literati. Whether it's for boosting reputation or aiding in future imperial examinations, the benefits are substantial. Inside the Zhuangyuan Tower, one after another, poems were presented to the governor. Unfortunately, compared to Jiang Yifeng's earlier poem, the others always had more or fewer flaws. By the end, not a single poem was deemed worthy of being displayed. There was no other way. The standards set by Zhuangyuan Tower were simply too high. Even those with some reputation in literary circles found it difficult to compose a poem that could meet the criteria for display. Ha ha ha! At that moment, Jiang Yifeng, who had been drinking, suddenly burst into laughter and continued, "Bring the brush, bring the ink, bring the paper." Upon hearing this, the staff at the Zhuangyuan Tower quickly brought over the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. Holding a cup of wine in one hand and a brush in the other, Jiang Yifeng began composing poetry once again. Unexpectedly, nephew Zhao's literary thoughts are flowing like a spring. He just composed a poem and already has new inspiration. The prefect stroked his beard and said with a smile, Jiang Yifeng is one of the 4 great talents of Su City. The most challenging part for him is composing poetry. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to produce at least 5 poems today, and at least 3 of them will be good enough to be shared. A senior figure in the poetry circle, who had a good relationship with the Zhao family, began to speak in Zhao Bingfang's favor. Of course, his words were mainly intended for the prefect's ears. As the highest-ranking official in Zhejiang Prefecture, the prefect had annual quotas for recommending talents to the imperial court. Gaining his favor could easily secure an official position, with the imperial examinations merely serving as a formality. Unfortunately, the cunning old fox of a prefect could hardly fail to see through their intentions. Feigning ignorance, he said, Then today, I shall have the pleasure of enjoying several more fine poems. Let us all remain silent and not disturb him. Ha ha ha! The poetry elder, who was on good terms with the Zhao family, let out an awkward chuckle. In the corner where no one could see, Wang Kun quietly approached Jiang Yifeng and respectfully called out, Big brother. Big brother, why are you dressed in a servant's attire? This is the clothing of a subordinate. What's wrong with a servant's clothes? Jiang Yifeng glanced at Su Yingxue and lowered his voice. Haven't you noticed? When I wear a servant's clothes, no one pays attention to me. That's true. Wang Kun was taken aback for a moment, then said with a hint of envy, To be honest, if possible, I'd even want to be a servant. You have no idea how many people I had to bow to today, all while maintaining a fixed smile. It's exhausting. Jiang Yifeng glanced at Wang Kun and retorted, You ungrateful dog, you don't know how lucky you are. With your level, if this restaurant weren't owned by your family, you wouldn't even be allowed inside. Wang Kun chuckled awkwardly. You're right, big brother. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng asked, This Zhao Bifang seems quite impressive. Is he really good at composing poetry? Wang Kun nodded. Of course. He's one of the 4 great talents of Su City, taught by renowned poetry masters since childhood. His poems are among the best in Su City. But he's showing off in front of your elder brother. What do you think we should do? Does elder brother want to teach him a lesson? I have this thought. Big brother, this doesn't seem right. Wang Kun said with a bitter face. He was just showing off. I don't think it's necessary to teach him a lesson yet. You're mistaken about that. Jiang Yifeng pondered for a moment and asked, Do you know why the Liangshan heroes were invincible in the early stages, facing any opponent with ease, but suffered heavy casualties when they went to fight Fang Lao? Wang Kun shook his head. I don't know. Jiang Yifeng said, In the later stages, they were no longer outlaws of the Greenwood. Before, if they didn't like someone, they did just cut them down first and ask questions later. But now, if they don't like someone, they wait for the other person to make the first move. Big brother, what do you mean? Strike first and gain the upper hand, hesitate and suffer the consequences. Rather than letting you back me into a corner, I'd rather leave you with no way out first. Big brother, I think I understand. Here! At the moment Wang Kun understood, Jiang Yifeng suddenly handed him a packet of powder, saying, Later, have the tavern staff mix this into the wine and send it to him. Wang Kun's eyes widened. Big brother, this isn't poison, it's a laxative, a very strong one. Oh, so it's a laxative. Then I'll go. Wang Kun let out a sigh of relief and then left. Not long after, a waiter from the tavern brought over a pot of wine. Jiang Yifeng saw this and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. It had to be admitted that Zhao Bingfeng's poetic skills were formidable. In no time, he had composed another poem. After being evaluated by the prefect, this poem was still considered a masterpiece and was once again released to the public. The scholars outside the Zhuangyuan Tower, seeing this, quickly gathered around to appreciate it once more. Amazing, truly amazing. It's only been such a short time, yet young Master Zhao has already produced 2 masterpieces. I'm afraid the title of poetry champion this time is undoubtedly his. One doesn't know whether to say the poets of this session are lucky or unlucky. Lucky, because they qualified to attend the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. Unlucky, because they encountered young Master Zhao. If I recall correctly, the most poems ever released in previous years was by a poet named Du Manhui, who only had 3 poems selected. If young Master Zhao releases one more poem, he could be mentioned in the same breath as that Du Manhui. Du Manhui is a great talent, one of only 2 top scholars from Su City. I think young Master Zhao falls a bit short, but having 2 poems selected is still quite impressive. There is no limit to the number of poems one can release, but as the quantity increases, the demand for quality becomes increasingly stringent. For Zhao Bifang to have 2 poems released is already astonishing. Releasing a third would require its quality to be at least twice that of the first. The third masterpiece of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, Zhao Bifang. Just then, the voice of the attendant echoed once more through the Zhuangyuan Tower. When the voice of the Zhuangyuan Lu attendant sounded for the 3rd time, the scholars outside the building instantly fell silent, all holding their breath. Each of their faces wore an expression of shock, their hearts exclaiming in unison, how could this be possible? It must be understood that Du Manhui, whose 3 poems had been released earlier, was the foremost literary giant of his era and even held the title of Zhuangyuan. Given his towering reputation, it seemed only natural that 3 of his poems would be selected. Looking at Zhao Bifang, although his poetry is considered exceptional, that's only within Su City. If placed in the context of the entire great show, his poems can only be classified as superior, still falling short of the top tier. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, on what grounds did Zhao Bifang, like Du Manhui, release 3 poems? Could it be some under-the-table manipulation? It wasn't just one person who thought this way, everyone shared the same suspicion. However, when Zhao Bifang's 3rd poem was displayed, all doubts in everyone's minds were dispelled. This poem is written so well, there's simply not a single flaw to pick. Compared to the previous 2 poems, this 3rd one is far superior. It seems Mr. Zhao's poetic skills have reached a new level. If the first 2 poems were slightly weaker than Du Manhui's, then this final one clearly shows signs of surpassing him. Are we witnessing history? All the scholars were stunned by Zhao Bifang's 3rd poem. Because from any perspective, this poem is an impeccable masterpiece, virtually unrivaled in the current literary scene of the Great Zhou dynasty. Even when placed in the entire history of the Great Zhou dynasty, it could barely be considered a superior work. Inside the Zhuangyuan Tower, nearly everyone's gaze was fixed on Zhao Bifang. As Zhao Bifang felt the eyes of others upon him, he suddenly had the sensation of being at the center of the world, with everything beneath his feet. With his unparalleled talent in both poetry and lyrics, Zhao Bifang was destined to leave his name in the annals of poetic history. Bam! Zhao Bifang downed the wine in his cup in one gulp, then smashed the cup to the ground. Staggering slightly on his feet, he turned his gaze toward Su Dongqiu. Su Dongqiu, I've already composed 3 poems, each one released by the Zhuangyuan Tower. What more do you have to say now? Zhao Bifang looked down at Su Dongqiu with a superior air, his voice laced with the tone of a victor. Swish! Almost simultaneously, everyone's gaze turned toward Su Dongqiu sitting in the corner, their faces breaking into mocking smiles. The more arrogant he was just now, the more humiliated he'll be later. Of all people to provoke, he had to challenge the poetry prodigy young Master Zhao in a poetry contest. We're not even asking him to compose a poem matching the level of young Master Zhao's 3rd piece if he can reach the standard of the first 2. we should already be thanking our lucky stars. It's not that I look down on him, but even those first 2 poems are beyond what someone his age could achieve. He's still too young and doesn't understand the true brilliance of young Master Zhao's dual mastery of poetry and lyrics. To think he dares challenge young Master Zhao is truly laughable. Amid the surrounding murmurs, Su Yingxiu's expression darkened with regret for bringing Su Dongqiu to the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. She feared Su Dongqiu would be so disheartened by Zhao Bingfang's superiority that he might never dare to compose poetry again, making her the sinner of the Su family. At this thought, she was about to step out, determined to protect Su Dongqiu from any harm at all costs. Heh! But just then, Su Dongqiu let out a cold laugh and said to Zhao Bingfang, "You are still trash. Ungrateful, reckless, utterly clueless. Still talking tough at a time like this. Tomorrow, I'll go to UL Academy and have Dean Hu expel him. Not only should the Academy expel him, but he should also be barred from any official career. Such an arrogant and disrespectful person is unworthy of studying the teachings of the sages." This outburst enraged everyone present. If not for the rule against physical altercations in the scholars' pavilion, there was no doubt this supposedly refined gentleman, who claimed to use words rather than fists, would have been unable to resist teaching Su Dongqiu a lesson with their hands. Esteemed senior poets, please don't be angry. My younger brother didn't mean it that way. Let me explain, Su Yingxiu pleaded urgently, trying to defuse the situation. She certainly didn't want the rare promising talent that the Su family hadn't seen in years to be ruined at today's Mid-Yuan Poetry Festival. Exactly, esteemed seniors and gentlemen, please don't be angry. My young master truly wasn't calling young Master Zhao trash. Jiang Yifeng, never one to miss stirring up trouble, shifted his tone. What my young master meant was including young Master Zhao. Everyone present here is trash. In an instant, the entire third floor of Zhuangyuan Tower fell silent. A terrifying silence. At this moment, whether those words were spoken by Su Dongqiu no longer mattered to them. What mattered was that Jiang Yifeng was Su Dongqiu's book attendant. Jiang Yifeng's words represented Su Dongqiu. Su Dongqiu! Suddenly, a sharp reprimand rang out. Immediately afterward, the poetry elder, who was on good terms with the Zhao family, angrily declared, "I could overlook your previous rudeness as youthful ignorance, but now you show no respect for your elders and openly insult everyone present. You've truly gone beyond all bounds of decency." Exactly. I can hardly believe this is a student taught by the Yeyang Academy. Master Hu is truly muddle-headed. To this day, I still can't fathom why he allowed you to participate in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering. A disgrace to UL Academy, a disgrace to Su City. All the literati on the third floor of Zhuangyuan Tower were denouncing Su Dongqiu. As the person at the center of the storm, Su Dongqiu also realized the enormity of his blunder. The slight intoxication he had felt moments ago vanished instantly, replaced by a look of terror as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng pretended to listen attentively, leaned close to Su Dongqiu, and whispered, "Close your eyes, don't listen to anything, don't think about anything. Wait until your brother-in-law says start." Su Dongqiu nodded gently and closed his eyes. Jiang Yifeng smiled confidently, turned to the senior poet, and said with a cupped hand salute, "Sir, I believe you've misunderstood my young master's meaning. He wasn't calling you trash, he was calling the poetry you composed trash." The senior poet snorted coldly, "Do you take us for fools? He's clearly calling us trash. What does that have to do with poetry?" Jiang Yifeng replied, "If I recall correctly, this is the Mid-Autumn Poetry Gathering, a place for composing poetry. Today's discussion is also about poetry. Why would you assume my young master was criticizing your character?" "Great!" The senior poet gnashed his teeth, never expecting a mere book attendant to be so sharp-tongued. "Bravo!" The senior poet narrowed his eyes and said, "I'll take his words as referring to poetry. How dare this wet behind the ears brat call our poetry trash? Can he compose better poems himself? This. Jiang Yifeng pretended to hesitate, but just as the senior poet began to smile, he grinned and said, My young master may not be able to compose the finest poetry, but surpassing the works of everyone present here, he can do that effortlessly. Young master, begin your performance. Just as Jiang Yifeng announced the start of the performance, it was as if a switch had been flipped in Su Dongqiu. His eyes suddenly snapped open. Then, under the bewildered gazes of everyone, he grabbed a jar of wine and began gulping it down in large mouthfuls. Bang! When he had drunk enough, Su Dongqiu smashed the wine jar directly on the ground, his steps unsteady and his body swaying incessantly. At this moment, Su Dongqiu was truly a bit drunk. Yet, he was unusually excited. He had waited far too long for this moment. For this moment, he had rehearsed all afternoon at home, even down to every glance and every word he planned to say, all memorized to perfection. He would use the words his brother-in-law had taught him to humiliate Xiao Bifang. No, he would humiliate everyone present, all the scholars of the entire great show. Compose poetry. I can't. But my brother-in-law can. My brother-in-law said he would mold me into a poetic immortal. So a poetic immortal I shall be. Sister, come write for me. Su Dongqiu snatched the paper and brush from the hands of the Zhuangyuan Tower attendant and handed them to the somewhat stunned Su Inshuo beside him. All right, I'll write it for you. Su Inshuo unfolded the hand paper, dipped her brush in ink, and turned her gaze toward Su Dongqiu. Bring in the wine. Su Dongqiu grabbed another jug of wine, took a sip, then tilted his head slightly upward. Have you not seen the Yellow River's waters descending from the sky, rushing to the sea never to return? Have you not seen the bright mirrors in High Hall's morning white hair, at dawn like black silk, by evening turned to snow? As soon as the first two lines were spoken, the entire third floor of the Zhuangyuan Tower was stunned. Even Xiao Bifang, who was slightly drunk, instantly sobered up. Because just this opening passage gave them a sense of grandeur and magnificence, surpassing countless others without even realizing it. Life's pleasures must be fully enjoyed. Do not let golden cups stand empty under the moon. Heaven has endowed me with talents that must be put to use. Though fortunes may scatter, they will return again. Slaughter sheep, butcher oxen, and revel in joy. We should drink 300 cups in one sitting. Su Dongqiu paused here, seemingly lost in thought, but in reality, giving others time to react. As my brother-in-law would say, let them lick their lips first. Bravo! A young poet, his eyes bloodshot, slapped his folding fan forcefully against his palm and exclaimed loudly, What a magnificent line! Heaven has endowed me with talents that must be put to use. Even if I spend 1,000 in gold, it will come back to me. Just these two lines alone, I, willingly admit defeat. With that, the young poet straightened his robes and bowed respectfully to Su Dongqiu. Ha ha ha! An older poet suddenly burst into laughter. I never imagined that at the age of 40, I would still lack the clarity of insight possessed by a mere youth. Life's pleasures should be enjoyed to the fullest. Never let the golden cup stand empty under the moon. Young Master Su, you're right, I am trash. This cup I toast to you. After speaking, he downed the wine in one gulp, then smashed the cup on the ground and laughed heartily up at the sky. In fact, it wasn't just these two. Nearly half the poets on the third floor of Zhuangyuan Tower resonated deeply with these three lines. After all, while most poets present had some reputation, they remained unable to secure official positions in court. To serve as an official is the ultimate dream of scholars. These three lines by Su Dongqiu precisely expressed their frustration and indignation at unfulfilled ambitions. Fine horses and furs of gold, call the boy to trade them for fine wine, that we may drown our age-old sorrows together. Su Dongqiu recited the entire invitation to wine poem, and as his voice faded, the entire Zhuangyuan Tower fell into complete silence. Because Su Dongchu's poem is truly breathtaking. Of course, Jiang Yifeng made some modifications to this poem, changing Senfuzi and Dan Qiushen to Hufuzi and Zhang Qiushen. These two were close friends of the immortal poet Li Bai, and obviously, Su Dongchu couldn't have known them. However, Su Dongchu was acquainted with Hufuzi and Zhang Qiushen. Don't stop the cups, don't stop the cups, I'll drink. A poet gulped down wine and soon finished a whole pot, swaying unsteadily as he bowed to Su Dongchu. You're absolutely right, I'm trash, I'm trash. Perhaps because he was drunk, the poet actually disregarded his dignity, shouting I'm trash as he walked out of the Zhuangyuan Tower, leaving the scholars outside utterly dumbfounded. Those scholars were puzzled, wondering what had happened inside Zhuangyuan Tower to drive a man to such madness. Master Su, I spoke too loudly just now. Please forgive me. Losing to you today is my honor. The poem you composed is among the very, very best in the history of the great Shou dynasty. I thought you were just arrogant, but I never expected you to have the capital for it. After reading this poem of yours, I'm afraid I'll be too embarrassed to write poetry for the rest of my life. One invitation to wine has humbled us all. I apologize for my earlier behavior. I am not qualified to critique this poem, no. In fact, no one in the entire great Shou dynasty is worthy of judging it, because we truly don't deserve to. This year's mid-year poetry gathering likely ends here. After this invitation to wine, none of us dare to compose another verse. Farewell, young Master Su. One after another, the poets bowed respectfully to Su Dongchu before leaving, just like the previous poet, shouting loudly that they were trash as they departed. There was no other way. The impact of invitation to wine on them was too profound. Regardless of the future, they felt that in this moment, they should cast aside all inhibitions and loudly proclaim themselves to be trash. Of course, by doing so, they were also venting the pent-up frustration in their hearts. After shouting it out loud, I actually felt much better. But these people never considered how much shock their behavior would bring to the scholars outside the Zhuangyuan Tower. My goodness, what's going on? Why is everyone shouting that they're trash? What happened? Is participating in the Mid-Yuan Poetry Festival this dangerous now? It's driving people insane. These are all somewhat renowned figures in the poetry scene. If they're trash, then what does that make us? The scholars were bewildered, and their curiosity about what had happened inside the Zhuangyuan Tower grew even stronger. Mr. Zhao, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Jiang Yifeng had been keeping an eye on Zhao Bifang. Seeing him trying to sneak away, he quickly stepped forward to stop him. What are you going to do? Zhao Bifang suddenly lost his confidence, along with the lofty aspirations he had while composing poetry earlier. Now, all he wanted was to slink away in disgrace or find a hole to crawl into. I'm not doing anything. I just wanted to ask, is it your poetry that's hailed as the double excellence? Jiang Yifeng teased. Poetry and verse, both peerless utter trash. Su Dongchu continued to look askance at Zhao Bifang, casually uttering these 6 words before falling silent. Yet, these very 6 words made Zhao Bifang's face burn as if he had been publicly slapped. Previously, he had considered poetry and verse, both peerless, as high praise, but in this moment, it felt like the deepest insult. In front of Su Dongchu's invitation to wine, he's nothing but dual mastery of poetry and lyrics. Gurgle. Whether it was nerves or sheer embarrassment, Zhao Bifang suddenly felt his stomach acting up. Zhao Bifang was a man of dignity. At least in public, he was a respectable man. Therefore, even though his stomach was writhing with excruciating pain, he still struggled to maintain his dignity. He clasped his hands toward Su Dongchu and said, "Young Master Su, I've had too much to drink today and my stomach is a bit unsettled. How about I seek your guidance on poetry another day?" Filth! Su Dongqiu snorted coldly. Jiang Yifeng quickly translated, "My young master says there's no need for guidance because you're not worthy. But since you lost this competition, there must be some punishment. The young master asks you to shout that you're trash, just like those before you. That shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Hearing this, Xiao Bifang glared fiercely at Jiang Yifeng. "Are you fucking kidding me?" Your young master merely grunted. "How did you manage to translate that into 2 sentences? Are these words what your young master wanted to say, or are they what you damn well wanted to say?" Xiao Bifang really wanted to curse out loud, but given his status, he couldn't possibly argue with a mere book boy. Besides, his stomach was truly in agony right now, feeling as if a 1,000-mile dike was about to collapse. With that, he cupped his hands once more. "Young Master Su, a bet is a bet. When I leave, I'll loudly declare myself trash. Farewell." Without even bothering to bid farewell to the governor and other elders, Xiao Bifang, with his legs tightly pressed together, scurried outside in small, hurried steps. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng was tempted to grab Xiao Bifang again and chat with him a while longer, but fearing Xiao Bifang might lose control, he ultimately decided against it. What a pity! The laxative prepared was still too little. Next time, increase the dosage to ensure he can't speak. Does anyone know what happened inside the Shuangyuan Tower? No idea. Could it be because of young Master Zhao's provocation? That's possible. Young Master Zhao's 3 poems dominated the entire gathering, leaving others ashamed of their own works. Exactly. Young Master Zhao excels in both poetry and lyrics. Since no one could compose better poems, they had no choice but to live in frustration. At this moment, the scholars outside the Zhuangyuan Tower unanimously believed that the renowned figures participating in the mid-yuan poetry gathering had all been provoked by Xiao Bifang. "I'm trash, I'm trash, I'm trash." However, just at this moment, Xiao Bifang ran out shouting that he was trash. Ignoring the shocked expressions of others, he quickly rushed to his own carriage and ordered the coachman to take him home as fast as possible. Although the coachman didn't understand why Xiao Bifang was in such a hurry, he didn't dare to delay and immediately prepared to drive the carriage back. However, Xiao Bifang was too famous in Su City, and many scholars regarded him as an idol. Now that they finally had the chance to meet him in person, they naturally surrounded the carriage, hoping to chat with Xiao Bifang. "Master Zhao, I've always admired your poetry. Today, I'm fortunate to meet you in person. Could you come out and have a word with me? Master Zhao, the 3rd poem you just wrote was truly magnificent, with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. I deeply admire it. Young Master Zhao, young Master Zhao." In the past, Xiao Bifang would have enjoyed this feeling of being admired and would have stepped down from the carriage to chat with these people, showcasing his approachability. But now, he just wanted to curse out loud because he truly couldn't hold it in any longer. Finally, the moment a fervent fan pulled open the curtain, Xiao Bifang could no longer control his sphincter and let it all out. If described with an idiom, it would be resounding through the 4 directions. At this moment, all the scholars surrounding the carriage, including the fervent fan, froze in place. After standing dazed for a while, the fervent fan clasped his fists and said, "Apologies for disturbing you. Please carry on." With that, the fervent fan closed the curtain, pinched his nose, and ran off. The other scholars also silently released their grip on the carriage and stepped back in unison, clearing a path for the carriage to proceed. "It's over. My reputation is ruined." Xiao Bifang felt utterly devastated. He never imagined that one day he would lose the face he valued most in such a manner. He felt like dying. The 4th outstanding poem from the Mid-Yuan Poetry Gathering, composed by Su Dongqiu, the poetry champion from Yuel Academy, is presented for all scholars to appreciate. Comment from the prefect, a single verse that surpasses the great Zhou, the pinnacle among verses, the summit atop summits. At that moment, the voice of the Zhuangyuan Tower attendant rang out, accompanied by the sound of clattering footsteps descending the stairs. Poetry champion Su Dongqiu. That playboy is the poetry champion. Although young Master Zhao just now behaved somewhat indecently, when it comes to poetry, I don't believe Su Dongqiu can surpass him. Young Master Zhao's third poem has already reached the pinnacle. I'd like to see what level this pinnacle above the pinnacle is at. Humph, a single poem surpassing the entire great Zhou, what an arrogant remark. These scholars, just like when they previously questioned Zhou Bifeng, began to suspect whether Su Dongqiu had engaged in underhanded dealings. After all, Zhou Bifeng's third poem was truly exceptional, the kind that would rarely appear even once in a long while in the great Zhou dynasty. However, the moment invitation to wine was displayed, with just one glance, all the scholars widened their eyes in astonishment. Immediately after, one scholar, with a face full of reverence, bowed toward the displayed invitation to wine and said, "I actually doubted such a divine masterpiece was the result of foul play. What a sin." Another gray-haired scholar suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. "Ha ha! Heaven has endowed me with talents that must be put to use, even if scattered gold returns anew. I understand now, I understand. With so many paths in this world, why cling to officialdom?" Having said this, it was as if he had cast off his shackles, his entire body feeling much lighter. Though young Master Zhao's poetry is also quite good, it pales in comparison to this invitation to wine. After reading this poem, I suddenly feel enlightened. What a splendid poem, truly splendid, splendid. The prefect's comment is absolutely right. This poem fully deserves it. A single verse that surpasses the entire great Zhou, the poem among poems, the pinnacle atop the pinnacle. Bring in the wine, don't stop the cups. Gentlemen, let's go drink. Let's go drink. Some scholars who were on friendly terms invited each other, heading off in small groups to drink. At this moment, they didn't want to study, didn't care about fame and fortune, didn't think about life's troubles. They only wanted to drink themselves into oblivion and revel in the joy of camaraderie and vengeance. As for the mid-autumn poetry gathering, it had already ended the moment invitation to wine was displayed. For the next 3 years, no, for the next 10, 20 years, as long as the mid-autumn poetry gathering continued, invitation to wine would be brought up again and again. This invitation to wine will undoubtedly be immortalized through the ages. Let's go too. Su Yinxiu's body trembled slightly. Even now, she could hardly believe that Su Dongqiu was capable of writing a poem like Invitation to Wine. It was truly astonishing. Jiang Yifeng nodded, hoisted the unconscious Su Dongqiu over his shoulder, and followed Su Yinxiu as they left. Shortly after the three had departed, a waiter from the Zhuangyuan Lu rushed upstairs in a panic. "Boss, esteemed guests, the scholars outside have become very emotional after reading Invitation to Wine. Many are clamoring to meet the poetry champion, that is, young Master Su." "What?" Wang Kun's father suddenly changed his expression and shouted, "Quickly go after that page boy. He's carried off the poetry champion. My heavens, if we don't retrieve the poetry champion, those scholars might go mad and tear down my Zhuangyuan Tower." The next day, Su Dongqiu, as usual, got up, washed, had breakfast, and then took Jiang Yifeng with him to ride the carriage to school. For him, last night's Zhongyuan Poetry Festival was like homework assigned by the teacher, something to be completed and done with. He never realized just how much of an impact Invitation to Wine would have. "Brother-in-law, I drank too much last night and my head hurts a bit. Do you think I might turn into an idiot?" Su Dongqiu rubbed his head with a worried expression. "Silly child, these are worries for the clever ones, not for you. Jiang Yifeng patted Su Dongchu's head with a faint smile. Oh. Su Dongchu didn't quite understand, but his brother-in-law told him not to worry, so he simply stopped thinking about it. Then, with eager eyes, he asked, "Brother-in-law, can you tell us about water margin today? My classmates are all waiting to hear the latest part." Jiang Yifeng was somewhat speechless upon hearing this. Originally, he told the stories of water margin to Su Dongchu, Wang Kun, and Song Yuan, hoping they would follow his lead as their elder brother, just like the heroes of Liangshan. But to his great surprise, the three of them shared the tales with their classmates, and the stories quickly became a sensation throughout Yuo Academy, with many students eagerly awaiting the next installment. Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "Tell them that if they want to read the rest, they can buy the second volume from you for 3 taels of silver per copy." The price of 3 taels of silver may seem substantial, but in the Great Shou dynasty, it's actually not considered too expensive, as ordinary books also cost 1 or 2 taels. One significant reason for the high cost of books is that the Great Shou dynasty has yet to develop printing technology. This is actually quite understandable. Currently, the Great Shou only produces hemp paper, which has coarse fibers and lacks the necessary softness, making it unsuitable for printing. As a result, printing technology has not emerged. In the absence of printing technology, books are all copied by hand, which is precisely why their prices remain so high. A few taels of silver, not bad. Su Dongchu nodded naturally, not finding it expensive at all. Creak! The carriage came to a stop, and the driver called out, "Young master, son-in-law, we've arrived." Hearing this, Su Dongchu looked at Jiang Yifeng and asked with an awkward smile, "Brother-in-law, how about I take a leave today?" Jiang Yifeng shook his head. "I'd allow you to take a leave any other day, but definitely not today." Su Dongchu was puzzled. Why not today? Jiang Yifeng smiled faintly. "After last night's Zhongyuan Poetry Festival, your fame is at its peak right now. Attending class today will bring you boundless glory. But I didn't compose that poem. The one who truly deserves the glory is you, brother-in-law. Who wrote it doesn't matter. Just remember, in everyone else's eyes, you are the poetry immortal. I can't write poetry. What if someone asks me about it? Saying that makes it sound like I can write poetry too. I also want to be a poetic genius, but I can't even distinguish the most basic tonal patterns. If I were to discuss poetry with others, I'd be exposed in just a few sentences. But you're different, you at least know the fundamental tonal patterns of poetry. Even if you discuss poetry with others, you wouldn't be exposed so easily. Use what I taught you yesterday. Trash. You're not worthy. Are you even worthy? Yes, exactly these. Jiang Yifeng nodded and then added, "Usually, you shouldn't look at people askance, or else the teachers instructing you might easily give you a hard time." Understood. Su Dongchu replied cheerfully. Big brother, second brother. Just as Su Dongchu was about to step off the carriage, Wang Kun and Song Yuan squeezed in. "I'm not skipping class today. What are you two doing here?" Seeing them, Su Dongchu thought they were planning to follow Jiang Yifeng to the coal mine for fun and quickly tried to pull them away. "Second brother, don't worry, we're not skipping school today either." How could Wang Kun not see Su Dongchu's thoughts? He then took out a money pouch and handed it to Jiang Yifeng. "Big brother, this is the money from selling the poems a few days ago, totaling 82 taels. There were 2 guys who couldn't swindle money from their families, each owing 3 taels. Should we find an opportunity to threaten them?" Jiang Yifeng looked at Wang Kun's bandit-like demeanor and shook his head. "They're our classmates, don't be so cruel. Just have each of them sign an IOU for 5 taels." Wang Kun nodded. "Understood, big brother. And don't forget to note down what their families do. We can use the IOUs at their family shops in the future." "Don't worry, big brother. It's basic procedure. We all understand. After speaking, Wang Kun took out another piece of paper and said, "This is yesterday's list, totaling 20 poems." Jiang Yifeng glanced at it but didn't reach out to take it. "Tear it up. We won't be doing this business anymore." "Why?" Wang Kun and Song Yuan quickly pressed for answers. For the two of them, the money earned from selling poetry might not be much, but the feeling of others seeking their help was incredibly satisfying. If they stopped this business, they would no longer be able to experience that satisfaction in the future. Jiang Yifeng glanced at the two of them. "Your big brother is now a teacher at Yuel Academy. How could he possibly do something that undermines education again?" Of course, this was actually his excuse. The main reason was that Su Ning composed dozens of poems every day and also had to write books, which was a bit too much for him. At this thought, Jiang Yifeng felt he was too kind-hearted, because he actually sympathized with his own employee. "All right." Wang Kun and Song Yuan were somewhat disappointed. Although the poems are no longer for sale, Big Brother has other business to entrust to you. Jiang Yifeng looked at Su Dongchu. "Shall we tell them about the new venture?" Su Dongchu looked utterly confused. "What business?" "Forget it. I'll explain it myself." Jiang Yifeng sighed helplessly and said, "From now on, you'll be responsible for selling books. Right now, it's Water Margin, and later it'll be Journey to the West, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Dream of the Red Chamber, and Jin. Never mind this one, you fledglings wouldn't understand this book at all." Water Margin. A smile appeared on Wang Kun's face. Water Margin was very popular at school, and many people wanted to read the later parts. If they could sell Water Margin, those people would definitely beg them for it. It might even be possible that selling Water Margin would be more satisfying than selling poetry. After all, not everyone buys poetry, but the vast majority will buy Water Margin. At this point, Jiang Yifeng added, "Remember, those without money can write an IOU. It will definitely come in handy later." "Understood." Wang Kun nodded vigorously. Actually, Jiang Yifeng didn't even need to give instructions for such matters. He had already known about it himself. "Right." Just then, Wang Kun looked at Su Dongchu and said, "Second brother, you should be careful when you go to the academy later. Many people have come today to visit you." "Visit me?" Su Dongchu was completely puzzled. Song Yuan then said, "The poem Invitation to Wine you wrote yesterday has become wildly popular. It's now circulating throughout Su City, and some scholars have even gone mad, barging into the academy and clamoring to meet you." Most people would feel somewhat nervous upon hearing this. But upon hearing this, Su Dongchu's face lit up with a smile, and he exclaimed loudly, "Ha, where are those people? I'm in an especially good mood today. I'll leave them a calligraphy masterpiece." Some principles the ancients didn't understand, only modern people do, such as the law of conservation. According to the law of conservation, it's not hard to understand that fame doesn't increase without reason, it merely transfers from one person to another. "Physics teacher, is this how I taught you?" Su Dongchu's fame has increased, which means one or more people's fame must have decreased. Speaking of declining fame, we can't overlook Xiao Bifang. It's fair to say that almost all of Su Dongchu's increased fame came from Xiao Bifang. Overnight, Xiao Bifang plummeted from being revered as a peerless master of poetry to rock bottom, becoming the laughingstock of Su City. Xiao Bifang was acutely aware of this situation, so after returning from Shuangyuan Tower, he locked himself in his room, unwilling to face anyone. He simply couldn't bear the thought of those who once idolized him now mocking him. Has the young master still not come out of his room? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a lean figure and sharp eyes walked over. This man was none other than Zhao Su, the patriarch of the Zhao family, a rather legendary figure. Unlike families like the Su, Wang, and Song, which had been passed down through generations. The Zhao family was built from the ground up by Zhao Su himself. It is said that before establishing the Zhao family, Zhao Su was merely a book attendant. Later, he gained the favor of his master, had his slave status lifted, and through decades of hard work, eventually amassed the vast fortune of the Zhao family. Master, the young master hasn't come out yet. The maid responsible for Zhao Bingfang's daily needs trembled like a startled rabbit at the sound, unable to meet the middle-aged man's gaze. Useless wretch! Zhao Su raised his hand to slap the maid but stopped mid-air, shouting instead, "Get out of my sight." The maid breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly fled. After the maid left, Zhao Su's fierce expression vanished, replaced by a look of concern as he turned toward the room and gently knocked on the door. "My son, it's just a little embarrassment at the mid-yuan poetry gathering. No one will care, and you shouldn't take it too seriously. Come out and eat. No matter how troubled a person feels, eating a good meal will always lift their spirits." Zhao Su was like any ordinary farmer father, constantly trying to persuade Zhao Bifang to take things more lightly. After a long while, a voice filled with despair came from the room. "Dad, I'm now a laughingstock in Su City. My poetry was crushed by Su Dongqiu, and he publicly humiliated me as trash. I even lost control of myself in public when leaving. How can I show my face outside? Just let me starve to death. Actually, it's nothing serious. As long as you can stop caring about face, these are all minor matters. I'm one of the 4 great talents of Su City, excelling in both poetry and lyrics. How can I not care about face? I never thought one day you'd be burdened by such empty fame." Although Zhao Su and Zhao Bifang were father and son, their values were completely different. What Zhao Bifang cared about face was worth less than a plain steamed bun in Zhao Su's eyes. Having climbed up from the bottom step by step, Zhao Su had seen too many people sell their dignity and pride just for a bite to eat. Over time, he came to believe that face and dignity were worthless. Only those who had no shame could make big money. "Forget it." Zhao Su let out a sigh, his gaze gradually turning cold. "You don't need to worry about this matter. Give your father a month and a half. By then, I'll make the Su siblings kneel before you to apologize." "Father, what do you plan to do? You're a smart child. Take a guess, why has our family been purchasing so much remi this year?" Hearing this, Zhao Bifang fell into silence, pondered for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. Zhuangyuan Street, the Third Brothers Restaurant. Although there are many restaurants on Zhuangyuan Street, Jiang Yifeng particularly favors the Third Brothers Restaurant. Besides wanting to support the Third Brothers business, another reason is that he can sign IOUs here. Shortly after Jiang Yifeng sat down, Su Ning arrived with a slovenly and seemingly lazy scholar in tow. "Boss, this is my friend who specializes in painting ladies of the court. His name is Tan Shubai." Su Ning finished speaking and tugged at Tan Shubai's sleeve. "Hurry and greet my boss. If you make a good impression, the boss might hire you. You could earn 3 taels of silver a month." Tan Shubai glanced at Su Ning. "Didn't you used to consider money as something filthy? Why are you dragging me here for such filthy things now?" Su Ning opened his mouth to explain, but ultimately said nothing. Because he couldn't quite explain why he had changed so much in just a few days. At first, he simply didn't want his parents to suffer from cold and hunger in winter, so he reluctantly agreed to work for Jiang Yifeng against his conscience. But when he bought a large piece of pork with silver and brought some rice home, his parents' faces lit up with smiles he hadn't seen in a long time. If he remembered correctly, the last time he saw his parents smile was when he became a scholar. At that time, he began to doubt himself, feeling that his previous thoughts might have been somewhat mistaken. "I knew you wouldn't be able to answer," Tan Shubai sneered, glancing at Jiang Yifeng. "My heart belongs to the world, and I won't serve you. However, this table of dishes looks excellent. It's been a while since I've had such a feast. With that, Tan Shubai sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to help himself to the food. Taking without asking is theft. Are you a scholar or a thief? Jiang Yifeng didn't stop Tan Shubai but crossed his arms and teased. Upon hearing the word thief, Tan Shubai froze as if someone had pressed pause. Then, with anger flashing in his eyes, he glared at Jiang Yifeng and said, I am a scholar, not a thief. So, scholars can just take food ordered by others without asking. If you ask me, that sounds less like a scholar and more like a beggar. Bam! Tan Shubai slammed his hand on the table angrily and said, If it weren't for Su Ning often helping me out, do you think I'd come to see someone like you, reeking of nothing but money? So you actually need Su Ning's help. I guessed right. You really are a beggar. 我不是乞丐。江一峰没有反驳唐叔白，拿起一个碗，敲出来一个豁口，说道：“你敢不敢拿着这只碗，跪在大街上，看看有没有人扔钱给你？”哎，唐叔白很想说自己敢，但事实上他根本不敢，因为就算不拿着破碗跪在街上，都有人朝着他扔过铜钱。当时他捡起铜钱还给对方，并且骂了对方一顿。虽然他志向高远，但事实情况是，他这一身出门，的确会被当作乞丐。江一峰见唐叔白没敢伸手，冷笑一声：“身为一个读书人，整天邋里邋遢，不修边幅，想必你家里也很脏吧？”唐叔白脸上一红，读书人处事，当扫除天下，岂能安适一时？江一峰嘲讽说道：“一屋尚且不能扫，有何本事扫天下？”暂且不论唐叔白在字画上的造诣如何，不过有一点可以肯定，这个属于那种本事不大，却总觉得自己很厉害。这种类型的人有一个特点，那就是无法脚踏实地，可能自己都要饿肚子了，但只要一张嘴就是国家大事，口中说出来的单位至少都是100万级别，身上却可能连4位数存款都没有。对于这样的人，江一峰不抱有太大希望，因为他们的脑子像是神经了一般，不是3言2语就能说服的。当然，江一峰也没想着说服唐叔白，他只是闲着无聊，拿唐叔白当乐子。哼！唐叔白冷哼一声，说道：“你可知昨晚的中原诗会上出现了一首《将进酒》的词，其中我最喜欢的是一句是天生我材必有用。老天爷让我生在世上，一定就会有我发挥能力的时候，现在的苦难全当是上天对我的考验。”说完这些，唐叔白轻蔑看向江一峰，嘴角浮现一抹讥讽笑容：“你这种浑身铜锈味的人，根本无法理解这首词的伟大。”紧接着他又露出崇拜表情，能够写出如此旷世神作的诗魁，想来与我一般，也是心系天下之人。江一峰不是他不想说，实在是他不知道如何开口。这时徐宁拉了一把唐叔白，低声道：“唐兄，别说了，起开。”唐叔白正在兴头上，见徐宁拉扯自己，便用力甩了下衣袖，昂首道：“徐宁，你可知天生我材必有用，下一句是什么？”徐宁硬着头皮开口：“千金散去还复来。”中原诗会实在是太火了，就算徐宁有很多工作要做，也约了一些关系不错的读书人前往状元楼。当然，他是没资格进入状元楼的，只能在外面一睹那些被放出来的佳作。从他的专业角度看，被放出来的4首诗词是真好，就算是最开始的2首，也让他望尘莫及。至于后面2首，就属于他做梦都不敢想的级别了。尤其是那首《将进酒》，实在太震撼了，他就没读过这么好的词。但是他同时也绝望了，能够写出这么好诗词的人，尚且都考不上举人，自己要文采没文采，要家世没家世，自己凭什么考上举人？就凭那颗廉价的赤子之心。那一刻，他愈加觉得自己的选择是正确的，为了那不切实际的幻想，浪费自己的人生，让父母遭受苦难，实在是不值。哼！唐叔白冷笑一声，嘲讽说道：“原来你还知道是千金散去还复来，苏诗魁连千金都不放在眼里，而你为了区区3两银子，竟然委曲求全，甘愿为他人鹰犬，实在是丢读书人的脸。”面对唐叔白的嘲讽，徐宁并没有反驳。 倒不是他觉得唐书白说的有道理，而是他感觉自己好友似乎是病了，就与以前的他一样，总觉得自己怀才不遇。他之所以没有反驳，是因为他从唐书白身上看到了曾经的自己。我们读书人理应像词中所写的那样，视金钱为粪土，只管喝酒作乐，不去管那无穷无尽的烦恼。你说，相比较词中的五花马、千金裘，你这3两银子算什么？又能干什么？这一刻，唐书白觉得自己与苏诗奎融为一体，他目空一切，所有一切在他眼中就是垃圾。徐宁是垃圾，江一峰是垃圾，也就桌子上的饭菜还算不错。Shut up！ 却在这时，徐宁突然暴喝出声，双目赤红，看向唐书白。你问我3两银子能干什么？我现在就告诉你能干什么。我能用3两银子买肉、买粮、买衣，让俺爹娘不饿肚子，在冬天穿上保暖的棉衣，还能在你没钱的时候接济你。这些天我一直在想，读书人是不是要立天下之志？我认为是要的，但前提是让自己有饭吃，有衣穿，有遮风避雨的地方。若是你连这些都保证不了，那你就是这天下的负担，你有何脸面立天下之志？唐书白没想到徐宁会突然怒喝，呆滞了几秒钟，冷冷道：徐宁，亏我以前还将你当作知己，没想到只是借你一些铜钱，你便一直记在心里，更是为了3两银子说这些违心的话。徐宁闻言，目光愈加坚定，只是一些铜钱？你说的好听，你可知这些年你借了我多少铜钱？唐书白一愣，他只管借钱，还从未想过自己借了多少钱。徐宁见唐书白不说话，冷笑问道：详细数字我也不记得了，但不少于1000枚铜板，你承不承认？唐书白点点头。徐宁把手伸到唐书白跟前：我不多要，你还我100枚铜钱，有没有？No, I don't。 10枚铜钱有没有？没。3枚铜钱？1枚铜钱呢？哎，唐书白身上还真有1枚铜钱，只是他要摸出来的时候突然停了下来。实话实说，此时若是拿出来1枚铜钱，比拿不出来还要丢脸。他身上没钱，至少还能说自己有天下之志，这是无价的。但是若是他拿出来1枚铜钱，就说明他全身上下，包括他的天下之志，就只值1枚铜钱。你连1枚铜钱都拿不出来，竟然还想千金散尽还复来？你有过千金吗？你有过五花马吗？你有过千金裘吗？你只看到了天生我材必有用，但你有没有想过，写出这首佳作的读书人还要依靠中原诗会提升名气，而你连进入状元楼的资格都没有，你与他都有很大差距，你有什么资格心系天下？这天下与你何干？徐宁越说越激动，都已经不考虑唐书白的脸面了，各种刺痛人心、直达灵魂的问题不断问出，而唐书白完全没有招架之力，一句话都说不出来。还有，徐宁声音冰冷，你可知写出《将进酒》的苏诗奎就是我老板的结拜兄弟苏东楚？你在他面前谈《将进酒》，你配吗？苏诗奎是眼前男人的结拜大哥。唐书白不可思议瞪大了眼睛，想要进行反驳，喉咙里却像是塞了东西一样，发不出声音，并且徐宁暴喝出的“你配吗”3个字不断在耳边萦绕，让他感觉周围的一切都在不停旋转，像是掉进了巨大漩涡之中。他连忙大口吸了几口气，这才没让自己倒下，但还是一屁股跌坐在椅子上，半天没缓过劲。难道我真的错了？唐书白不由自我怀疑起来。你没错。这时江一峰开了口，读书人的确要立天下之志，但你陷入了一个误区，你觉得只有入朝为官才算是完成了自己的志向，却没想过天下读书人那么多，朝廷根本用不了这么多。唐书白脸色苍白，这么说我读了这么多年的书白读了？江一峰却是不解，为什么你觉得不能入朝为官，书就白读了？ Because reading has lost its meaning. You're mistaken about this. The purpose of reading was never just to become an official, but to help you distinguish right from wrong, to understand not only how things are but also why they are, to broaden your horizons, and ultimately to elevate yourself. But if that's the case, what does this world have to do with me? You live in this world. Jiang Yifeng continued. You are a scholar. You can help those who miss their distant relatives by writing letters, teach children who cannot afford schooling, and impart the wisdom from books to those who have never had the chance to read. Remember this, with great power comes great responsibility. No, rather, we are all part of this world. We cannot remain passive just because our abilities are limited. As long as you take action, this world is connected to you. My goodness! I can't believe I just said something so profound. Have you considered switching careers, from being alive in son-in-law to becoming a success guru? Nah, forget it. Being a success guru can't compare to the comfort of being alive in son-in-law. Just as Jiang Yifeng was pondering whether to switch careers, Tan Shubai suddenly had an epiphany. I get it now. I finally understand. Thank you for your guidance, young master. What have you figured out? I want to help those who can't write letters to their distant loved ones, and I also want to be a teacher, educating children who can't attend school, and get out of here. You haven't figured out a damn thing. Jiang Yifeng didn't even wait for Tan Shubai to finish speaking before impatiently waving his hand. He never expected Tan Shubai's comprehension to be so poor. His own words had such depth, yet this guy could only grasp the surface level at best. He's really too dumb. As Tan Shubai was being shooed away by Jiang Yifeng, he walked out while scratching his head in confusion, wondering where he had gone wrong. Wait a moment. Jiang Yifeng suddenly called Tan Shubai back and, after a moment's thought, asked, Are you good at painting beauties? Tan Shubai nodded confidently, very skilled. In all of Sioux City, no one paints better than me. If I recall correctly, Liu Zongban, one of Sioux City's 4 great talents, is exceptional at painting. Are you better than him? Liu Zongban excels at landscapes and birds and flowers, but when it comes to beauties, he's not as good as me. Can you paint according to my request? As long as it's a woman, I can meet any of your requirements. Jiang Yifeng didn't say much. He asked the restaurant staff for some charcoal and a piece of paper, then began sketching with the charcoal on the paper. Soon, a lifelike female portrait appeared on the paper. Exactly. Jiang Yifeng could paint. However, what he knew was sketching, not ink painting. Of course, the reason he could sketch was mainly because, as a director, he needed to storyboard, a skill most directors possess. Tan Shubai witnessed the entire drawing process. At first, he didn't pay much attention, thinking the messy lines were just random scribbles. But as the rough edges gradually smoothed out, the feminine features became increasingly distinct, and a lifelike woman emerged vividly on the paper, strikingly realistic. As someone well-versed in painting, Tan Shubai quickly realized that Jiang Yifeng's technique in this artwork differed from his own. How do you find it? After completing the portrait sketch, Jiang Yifeng handed it to Tan Shubai. Tan Shubai studied it for a long time before offering his evaluation. It captures the likeness well, focusing on the facial contours with precise attention to small details. But what? It has the form but lacks the spirit. If I'm not mistaken, this style of painting isn't your strong suit. Of course, that goes without saying. I'm a director, not a professional sketch artist, and storyboarding doesn't require highly advanced sketching techniques. At that moment, Tan Shubai suddenly realized, I get it, this drawing method is something you just invented and haven't had time to refine yet. Otherwise, this style of painting would surely establish its own school. Jiang Yifeng paused for a moment before admitting, You figured it out. You're really clever. He didn't want to explain much about sketching, so he could only admit it. Although this plagiarized Da Vinci, as long as he had no shame, it was a trivial matter. Besides, regardless of who invented sketching in his previous life, in this world, sketching was his invention. No rebuttals accepted. Tan Shubai, hearing Jiang Yifeng praise his intelligence, scratched his head sheepishly and asked, "Boss, can I start working for you now?" "No rush." Jiang Yifeng looked at Tan Shubai and said, "I'll give you 1 day to draw a picture that makes men drool at first sight. If you can do that, you'll pass the preliminary screening." Tan Shubai couldn't help but ask, "This is just the preliminary screening?" "Of course." Jiang Yifeng pointed at Su Ning and said, "Ask him. Besides making him write scripts, didn't I also have him compose poems dozens a day? You young people shouldn't always think about enjoying yourselves. You should endure more hardship, it's good for you. I believe that as long as you can persevere, the future will be bright. You should cherish this opportunity I'm giving you to toughen up. I have high hopes for you, don't let me down." As a boss, whether the salary is high or not isn't important. What matters is knowing how to paint a grand vision. As long as the vision is painted well, employees will be motivated to work hard. Sure enough, Tan Shubai was filled with fighting spirit and nodded vigorously, "Boss, please believe in me. I will definitely not let you down." Jiang Yifeng showed a gratified smile. "Whether you disappoint me or not isn't important. What matters is not disappointing yourself. Seeing that you want to do something for this world, I thought of sending you to Maishan to educate those disaster victims." Tan Shubai expressed some concern. "Boss, I've heard that the disaster victims in Maishan resort to cannibalism." Su Ning replied, "Those are just rumors. The boss goes there every day, and those victims are nothing like what's being said." "That's good." Tan Shubai sighed in relief and then asked, "But how am I supposed to educate them?" Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment and said, "The character and cultivation of adults are already fixed, making it difficult to educate them. So, you should focus on teaching the children, help them learn to read and write, and understand the principles of being a good person." Tan Shubai scratched his head. "Doesn't that sound like a schoolteacher's job?" "Nonsense. A schoolteacher relies on teaching to make a living, but your work is painting, you don't depend on teaching. Doesn't that make it different from being a schoolteacher?" I guess it is different. So, in a way, I'm actually quite noble." Tan Shubai initially nodded somewhat uncertainly. Then a smile appeared on his face. With great power comes great responsibility. His abilities were modest, but being a teacher who enlightens the world was quite good too. Meanwhile, Su Ning, standing nearby, frowned upon hearing this. His thought was, the boss asked Brother Tan to be a teacher for free, and Brother Tan is actually quite happy about it. Of course, he didn't voice these thoughts aloud because he wasn't sure if his own ideas were correct. "The food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat. After that, I'll take you to Coal Hill." Jiang Yifeng invited the two to sit down. "Us." Su Ning was taken aback and looked at Jiang Yifeng. Jiang Yifeng asked, "Even Shao Tang has gone to educate the disaster victims at Maishan. As his good friend, shouldn't your ideological awareness be a bit higher?" Su Ning. Seeing that Su Ning didn't object, Jiang Yifeng smiled slightly. "2个不要钱的教书先生，1个月可以省下几两银子呢。不得不说，徐宁和唐书白真能吃，一桌子饭菜，江一峰都没怎么吃，他们俩就吃光了。吃完饭，江一峰换来酒楼伙计，抬手就要签欠条。江公子，你就饶了小的吧。”酒楼伙计见状，连忙去拦江一峰，苦着脸道：“你都在我这里签了5张欠条了，再签我就没办法交代了。”说着，酒楼伙计掏出来5张欠条，放在江一峰面前。原来这么多了啊！江一峰也不好意思继续签欠条了，问道：“你算下一共多少钱？今天给你结一下。”酒楼伙计哪敢犹豫，连忙找来算盘，把5张欠条的总金额加在一起，一共是985个铜钱。白吃了这么长时间，竟然连1两银子都不到。江一峰有些惊讶，接着便把目光看向徐宁和唐书白， 考虑要不要给他们两个降低薪俸。毕竟，只要让两人勒紧裤腰带，2两银子就够了。要是勒紧脖子，1两也差不多。实在不够，自己也可以画大饼为他们充饥。江公子，江公子。The tavern worker interrupted Jiang Yifeng's thoughts, pushing the IOU forward a bit. Here's 1 tael of silver for you. Keep the extra as your own. Jiang Yifeng generously took out a tael of silver and tossed it over. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Here's your IOU. The tavern worker was even happier than if he had slept with the madam, thanking Jiang Yifeng profusely. More than a dozen copper coins may not seem like much, but for a tavern worker whose monthly salary is only 1 tael of silver, this is equivalent to half a day's wages. Jiang Yifeng took the IOU, held it in his hand without tearing it up, and asked Su Ning and Tan Shubai, "How do you find the food here?" "Delicious," Su Ning and Tan Shubai answered in unison. In the past, they had barely managed to fill their stomachs. The dishes in the restaurant were nothing short of delicacies to them. Seeing how much they enjoyed the restaurant's food, Jiang Yifeng handed over the IOU and said, "Take this. Whenever you want a good meal for yourself or to treat your family, just use this to pay." Restaurant waiter. He thought the matter of signing the IOU was over, but to his surprise, Jiang Yifeng immediately handed the IOU to someone else. The problem was, when Jiang Yifeng settled the bill just now, he saw that there were at least several dozen taels of silver in the money pouch. There was absolutely no need to sign an IOU. However, he didn't dare to voice these thoughts. Jiang Yifeng was his young master's sworn brother. If he offended Jiang Yifeng, the young master would surely not let him off. "Thank you, boss." Su Ning and Tan Shubai witnessed Jiang Yifeng using IOUs to pay for meals, realizing that these IOUs could indeed be exchanged for goods, and thus they gladly accepted them. After leaving the tavern with Su Ning and Tan Shubai, Jiang Yifeng did not immediately head to Coal Mountain. Instead, he purchased 2 ox cart loads of supplies in Sioux City, spending all the 80-some taels of silver he had earned from selling poems. When Tan Shubai learned that all these supplies were prepared for the disaster victims at Coal Mountain, he was completely impressed by Jiang Yifeng. To be honest, if he were Jiang Yifeng, he wouldn't be willing to spend so much silver for others. What? Will wealth return once spent? Those without wealth always say such things. Ask those who truly possess it who would willingly part with their riches. In any case, among the several IOUs Jiang Yifeng gave him, he wasn't willing to part with a single one. As they were about to reach Maishan, Su Ning suddenly thought of something and pulled out 2 books, saying, "Boss, here are the 2nd volumes of Water Margin and the Plum in the Golden Vase. The remaining content will take another 2 days to write." Jiang Yifeng casually flipped through them and nodded in satisfaction. "Split the 2nd volume of Water Margin into 3 parts, upper, middle, and lower. Then we can find some scholars to copy them." Su Ning raised an eyebrow. The 2nd volume is only 60 pages in total. If we split it into 3 parts, each would only have 20 pages. Isn't that too little content? Scholars are too pedantic. Jiang Yifeng looked at Su Ning. When you have people copy the books, make the characters larger so that 20 pages can become 25. Leave a blank page every 5 pages, and then hire some illustrators to draw the content of the book. It doesn't need to be extremely refined, but it must be exciting. Xiao Tan will be in charge of designing this. Currently, Water Margin has tea fully spread yet, so the main buyers are the rich 2nd-generation students at UL Academy. Since they are rich 2nd-generation heirs, they naturally want to care about how much content a book has or what price it's sold at. It's all small change to them anyway. It's possible that when they see the illustrations in their copies of Water Margin, they'll think it's a deluxe edition and be quite pleased. Right. Jiang Yifeng thought of something and looked at Tan Shubai. You're not just illustrating Water Margin, you also need to illustrate the plum in the Golden Vase. Do you know how to draw that? Tan Shubai's face turned red. No. I don't know. He had read the plum in the golden vase before. Of course, it wasn't Su Ning who actively showed it to him. Rather, one day when he was starving and went to visit Su Ning, he accidentally caught sight of it. At first glance, he was so furious he nearly exploded. He never expected Su Ning, who cared so deeply for the world, to write such obscene literature. But as he kept reading, he found himself drawn in. It was absolutely brilliant. So explosive. Can even dream about it while sleeping. Seeing Tan Shubai blush, Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow and asked with a mischievous smile, "Haven't broken the seal yet?" Tan Shubai's face turned crimson as he hesitated and nodded. "What about you?" Jiang Yifeng then turned his gaze to Su Ning. Ahem. Su Ning cleared his throat twice and said solemnly, "Since childhood, I've kept my ears closed to worldly affairs, focusing solely on studying the classics of sages. Matters between men and women." Jiang Yifeng raised his hand to interrupt Su Ning, scoffing, "If you're untouched, just say so. All this explanation only proves you're guilty." 徐宁的脸也红了起来。Boss, couldn't you be a bit more tactful? Moreover, boss, you're even younger than us. I don't believe you've ever been to a brothel. However, at that moment, Jiang Yifeng said, "I'll entrust the production of Water Margin and the Golden Lotus books to you too. As long as you do a good job, I'll take you to the brothel." Brothel. Su Ning and Tan Shubai felt a chill in their hearts upon hearing this. In fact, scholars were not particularly averse to brothels. Many even admired them. Numerous stories about scholars and courtesans were adapted from real-life events. Unfortunately, brothels were not places that poor scholars like them could afford to visit. Boss, have you ever been to a brothel? Tan Shubai wasn't as proper as Su Ning, his face full of eagerness as he asked. Of course. Jiang Yifeng didn't shy away, proudly saying, "I went there not long ago, booked Sure, the top courtesan at Changshao Tower, for 22 taels. My fiancé paid for it." At these words, Su Ning and Tan Shubai froze on the spot. There was just too much information packed into that single sentence. First of all, the top courtesan at Changshao Tower is named Sure. What a lovely name. Secondly, seeing Sure once costs 22 taels. Based on their current salaries, they can afford to go once every 6 months. Lastly, when the boss visited the brothel, it was the madam who paid for it. My goodness! Is the boss's family status really that high? Under the admiring gazes of Su Ning and Tan Shubai, the carriage swayed and jolted its way to Coal Mountain. As soon as they entered the vicinity of Coal Mountain, Tan Shubai lifted the curtain, his eyes scanning the surroundings before finally settling on a distant spot where wisps of smoke curled upward. Looking at the sparse wooden huts, he slightly furrowed his brows and said, "Boss, are those few houses where the disaster victims live? It doesn't even feel like a proper village to me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng instantly had the urge to beat Tan Shubai to death. In Tan Shubai's eyes, these might just be a few isolated houses, but for Jiang Yifeng and the disaster victims, building these few houses was already no small feat. After all, it was only in recent days that these disaster victims had been able to eat their fill. Jiang Yifeng treated this like a construction game. Watching one house after another rise from the ground, he felt a great sense of accomplishment, fantasizing that one day this place would become a city even larger than Su City. As a result, Tan Shubai said this place couldn't even be considered a village, instantly deflating his sense of achievement. What a letdown. Just you wait and see if I don't make life difficult for you later. The carriage slowly approached the village. Since the road hadn't been built yet, they had to disembark from the carriage while still some distance from the village and proceed on foot. Everyone within sight was busy. Some were processing paper, mulberry bark, and bamboo. Others were building houses, and some were cooking. The only ones idle were the children chasing and playing around. In fact, there weren't many children, just a little over 100 in total. As mentioned before, the journey from Yuzhou to Socheng was long and arduous. Even adults might not endure it, let alone the elderly and children. The benefactor is here. A woman washing clothes by the river spotted Jiang Yifeng and suddenly shouted loudly. Before long, a large number of disaster victims surged from all directions, surrounding Jiang Yifeng and his group. Benefactor, have you eaten yet? Benefactor, I caught 2 rabbits yesterday. Take them with you when you leave. Benefactor. The victims kept talking, each chiming in with their own words. Compared to a few days ago, the victims' faces were now filled with smiles, their complexions much rosier. Apart from being a bit thin, their energy and spirit were almost no different from ordinary people. I've already eaten. I'll leave one for you, and I'll take the other one with me. Jiang Yifeng tried his best to respond to every victim of the disaster. Those who received a reply from him smiled even more brightly, and some even cheered with joy. Seeing this scene, Su Ning and Tan Shubai fell silent. The two of them couldn't understand why these disaster victims, living in such harsh conditions, could still be so happy. 这里没有石板铺成的道路，稍微积一点水，便会十分泥泞，走起路来都费劲。所谓的住处，也只是几栋孤零零的土房子，根本就不够住，注定有很多人要住在野外。当然，就算是土房子，在徐宁和唐叔白眼里也很垃圾，无法跟苏城内的房子相比，只能勉强遮风避雨。唐兄，徐宁看向一旁同样想不通的唐叔白，低声问道：“你觉得这里如何？”唐叔白犹豫了很久，苦笑一声：“我以为自己生活的环境已经够糟糕了，没想到跟这里一比，竟然好了那么多。这个对比很准确。”徐宁内心赞同点头，他是见过唐叔白家里的一个破烂小院，屋内家徒四壁，要不是他经常帮忙收拾，他都觉得无法住人。但就算是如此，唐叔白家里也要比这里好太多，两者完全没有可比性。就在这时，两人却听江一峰对那些灾民道：“这两位是我从城里请来的教书先生，他们可以教导孩子们读书识字。恩人，我们这些孩子都太笨了，花这个冤枉钱干嘛？”立刻有灾民感到肉疼。在他们那里，请教书先生可不便宜，月俸要2两银子，一般都是宗族乡绅筹办，同宗同村的人可以去上学。虽然请教书先生的大头是宗族和乡绅拿，但还是要交一些费用的，一般每年要给100斤左右的麦子。不过就算是这样，农村人也很少有人愿意送孩子上学。一来，孩子上学，家中会缺少一个干活的劳力；二来，上学的费用不仅仅是100斤麦子，购买笔墨纸砚和书籍的花销更大；三来，他们觉得自家孩子就算读书识字，也没有考取功名的可能，因此觉得上学就是浪费时间。面对灾民的话，江一峰微微一笑，指着徐宁和唐叔白，这两个教书先生不要钱。In fact, Jiang Yifeng had already anticipated this outcome. The disaster victims hadn't even had enough to eat for a few days. How could they possibly have money to send their children to school? Precisely for this reason, he thought of having Su Ning and Tan Shubai take on part-time roles as teachers. After all, both of them had the resolve to make a difference in the world. It wasn't as if he forced them into it. They were the ones who constantly talked about changing the world, so he simply helped them fulfill their dreams. As for why he insisted on having the children learn to read and write, he sought to establish the heart of heaven and earth, to secure the destiny of the people, to continue the lost teachings of past sages, and to open the way for eternal peace. Jiang Yifeng originally intended to loudly declare such a pretentious statement, just like the protagonists in other novels, but before he could even open his mouth, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. To be honest, he wasn't that noble, nor did he want to meddle in the affairs of the world. He just wanted to live his own life comfortably. Not to mention the distant past, Just take the journey from Sioux City to Maishan Dam. Every time I ride that carriage, it feels like it's trying to shake me to death. If only someone could invent suspension, riding a carriage wouldn't feel more turbulent than a car rocking back and forth. Besides that, there's plenty more he could complain about. Without electricity or light bulbs, after dinner, it's straight to bed, absolutely no nightlife to speak of. With transportation so backward, a mere 30-mile trip takes hours. What a waste of life. The problem is, as a documentary director, he might be able to exploit young celebrities or guide others in acting, but inventing and manufacturing these things, absolutely impossible. So he thought of teaching the knowledge he possessed to others, allowing them to build upon his knowledge and invent things that could improve their lives. But others would never allow their children to learn these unconventional skills. The scholars were too rigid-minded to accept what he taught, so he had no choice but to target the disaster victims from Maishan. After all, these disaster victims don't expect their children to pass the imperial exams, so what they learn isn't important. The teacher doesn't charge money, and the paper is free too. As for ink and brushes, the cost will be minimal. Our benefactor has already considered so much for us. If we hesitate any further, we'd be letting them down. I'm willing to send my child to school. I'm willing to. Among the disaster victims present, those with children in their families responded one after another. Although they all felt that reading and writing were unnecessary, since their benefactor had said so, they couldn't let him down. All right, everyone, stop crowding around me. Get back to work. Those who need to cook should go cook, and some of you go move the things I brought. I'll take a stroll with these two gentlemen. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Jiang Yifeng called out loudly to the crowd. Hearing this, the refugees stopped crowding around and quickly dispersed. What do you think of this place? Jiang Yifeng led the two along the muddy path. Due to its proximity to the coal mountain, the muddy water on the ground was black. Not great. Su Ning and Tan Shubai exchanged a glance and simultaneously shook their heads. In their imagination, even the beggars in Sioux City lived more comfortably than these disaster victims. But Tan Shubai slightly furrowed his brows and looked at Jiang Yifeng with confusion. Boss, there's one thing I don't understand. In my eyes, they have no food, no clothes, not even shelter. Why does every one of them wear a smile, as if they're genuinely happy? Seems quite happy. Jiang Yifeng chuckled lightly. Remove the word seems. They are genuinely happy. But they have nothing, no reason to be happy. No, no, no. Jiang Yifeng repeatedly shook his head and said, to you, they may seem to have nothing, but in their eyes, they must be thinking, we actually still have so much. Tan Shubai was covered in question marks. Don't understand. I don't understand. At this moment, a little girl about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in tattered clothes and holding a wild fruit in her hand, walked past. Jiang Yifeng stopped the little girl and asked with a smile, Little one, what's your name? Thinking that Jiang Yifeng was trying to take her wild fruit, the little girl quickly tucked it into her arms and said, Don't even think about tricking me out of my fruit. Jiang Yifeng gave an awkward laugh. I just wanted to know your name, not to snatch your fruit. Is that so? The little girl sighed in relief, took the fruit out from her embrace, and without caring whether it was dirty or not, took a big bite. 紧接着，她边吃边道：“我叫大鸭。”大鸭，怎么听着有些熟悉？江一峰稍微想了下，便放弃了，微笑问道：“大鸭，你告诉我，你开心吗？”大鸭用力点头：“开心啊。”你为什么开心 ？Let me think about it。大鸭歪着脑袋思考起来，期间还不忘啃2口果子。可能是因为我能吃饱，不用担心别人抢我的东西吃。对了，我家还有3只鸡，下的蛋可好吃了。二叔说明天还给我吃1颗。说完，大鸭露出高兴笑容。That's it。徐宁和唐书白却愣住了，差点以为自己听错了。 因为就算他们最穷的时候，也不至于为了一颗鸡蛋高兴，这要求也太低了吧。想到这里，唐叔白忍不住道：你喜欢吃鸡蛋，是因为你没吃过更好的东西，当你吃过更好的东西，就不喜欢吃鸡蛋了。我吃过好东西的。大丫继续道：那时候我阿爸和阿妈都还在，爷爷也在，阿爸和二叔很能干，所以能经常给我带好吃的。那你为什么觉得鸡蛋好吃？因为这些都没了啊。大丫的声音中带着伤感，说道：那条大河突然就发了大水，把所有的庄稼都淹没了，一家人只能没日没夜的逃。刚开始的时候还好，后来没了吃的东西，有些大人就开始抢别人的东西吃，他们还杀人，我们家吃的东西也被抢了，然后爷爷、阿爸、阿妈把食物留给我和奶奶，他们都饿死了。讲述这个故事的时候，大丫除了声音中带着一点伤感，并没有落泪，冷静的让人可怕。Are you not sad? Tan Shubai hesitantly asked. Sad? Diao paused for a moment before saying, but when a person is starving to the extreme, they can't even cry tears. At that point, all they can think about is eating. After a long time, the sadness fades. Though Diao said this, Tan Shubai understood that the situation was far from as simple as she made it sound. Of course, it's undeniable that Daya is far too mature compared to leading children. Having witnessed life and death so often, one becomes indifferent to them. I'm sorry for making you recall painful memories. Tan Shubai felt deeply apologetic. There's no need for you to apologize. The eldest girl waved her hand like a little adult and said, if you don't mention them, I might only think of Grandpa, Mom, and Dad once every few days. But now that you've brought them up, I'm thinking of them again. Hearing this, Su Ning and Tan Shubai were deeply shocked. They were very curious about what this little girl had experienced to make her so mature. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng spoke up. You two live in Sioux City and can't possibly understand what the refugees have gone through. Some things that seem normal to you are luxuries to them. What you see is that they have nothing, but for them, they have safety, food to fill their stomachs, and a home to settle down in. They are already very content. Daya reminded, and there are also 3 chickens. Jiang Yifeng sighed helplessly. Yes, and there are 3 chickens. Boss, we understand. They might not have understood before, but after hearing Daya's words, they realized Jiang Yifeng was talking about safety, food, and opportunities to earn money. These are things one often takes for granted, only realizing how precious they are when they're lost. Daya, come home for dinner. At that moment, an elderly woman approached from a distance, seemingly calling Daya home for dinner. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng quickly crouched down and asked, Day, would you like to come with me to Sioux City to eat some delicious food? Day raised her eyebrows. What kind of delicious food? Jiang Yifeng replied, apricot crisp candy, sugar frosting, pastries, roasted chicken. Great! Eldest sister kept swallowing her saliva, her eyes gleaming with excitement, almost unable to resist following Jiang Yifeng immediately. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng immediately stood up and said to the old woman, Granny, your granddaughter's sense of security is too weak. With just a small piece of candy, I could easily trick her into leaving. You should educate her properly, or she might get abducted. Eldest sister. The old woman was a bit far away and didn't quite catch Jiang Yifeng's words clearly. Thinking someone was trying to abduct her granddaughter, she rushed over at once. But upon closer inspection, she realized it was Jiang Yifeng, and her anxious expression turned to joy as she insisted on pulling him home for a visit. Unable to refuse the elderly woman's persistence, Jiang Yifeng had no choice but to follow her home with Su Ning and Tan Shubai. In a corner of the house, they spotted the 3 hens that the eldest daughter had been longing for. Benefactor, please come inside and sit. The elderly woman excitedly invited Jiang Yifeng into the house and even brought over the only stool in the home. Bravo! Although Jiang Yifeng could smell the stench of chicken droppings and various peculiar odors at the door, he still dug into the dark, damp earthen hut. The hut wasn't fully constructed yet. Only half of the walls were made of compacted earth, while the upper half consisted of branches and dry grass, serving as a temporary shelter from wind and rain. There was simply no other choice. With thousands of disaster victims in mission, building proper houses one by one would take too much time. Thus, they could only hastily construct simple shelters for each household first. Ensure that every disaster victim has a shelter to protect them from wind and rain before winter arrives. The unfinished earthen house of the old woman was already much better than what others had, as many didn't even have such a half-finished earthen dwelling. Su Ning and Tan Shubai examined the earthen house, feeling that describing it as bare walls with nothing inside would be a compliment. The table inside was a wooden stump. Judging by its color, it must have been cut down not long ago. The bed consisted of some stones laid on the ground, with dry grass placed on top of them. There were no quilts, only a few tattered clothes. Seeing such an environment, they thought of their previous complaints and fell silent. Has Ernil gone to work? From the sight of 3 chickens, Jiang Yifeng guessed this was the home of his model worker. Unfortunately, the model worker wasn't home. He had gone to the coal mine to dig. The village was not built inside the original coal mine pit but was relocated by Jiang Yifeng to a spot near a river outside the coal mountain. He left early in the morning. The elderly woman smiled and said, "He's very busy now mining, stripping paper mulberry bark, and even helping others with their work so they can build our house sooner." The disaster victims had little money, so whenever help was needed, they relied on mutual assistance. Someone helped Li Ernil's family build their house, so it's only natural for Li Ernil to help others in return. However, Jiang Yifeng asked with concern, "Ernil works at such high intensity every day. Can his body handle it?" The old woman replied proudly, "My 2 foolish sons are full of brute strength. As long as they have full stomachs, they have the energy to work. It's no problem. That won't do either. Without proper nutrition, problems will arise sooner or later. If one could eat rich food every day, high-intensity labor wouldn't be an issue. The key problem is that they can only have rice made from stale grains daily. Although this is already quite decent food for disaster victims, laborers simply can't sustain their bodies on such a diet." At this thought, Jiang Yifeng abruptly stood up. "Old sir, I must take my leave now. I'll come visit you again in a few days. I'll see our benefactor off." "No need." Jiang Yifeng refused the old woman and left with Su Ning and Tan Shubai. When they reached the village entrance, Jiang Yifeng stopped and asked, "You've seen the plight of these disaster victims. Do you still have the determination to aspire to govern the world?" Hearing this, Su Ning hesitated. He had originally thought that aspiring to govern the world meant becoming a court official, standing in the grand hall to devise brilliant strategies for the emperor. But after arriving here, he realized his previous thoughts were too naive. Aspiring to govern the world was not at all what he had imagined. It required consideration of every aspect of daily life. Firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, and tea, these things he had once dismissed without a second thought, were precisely what the common people needed. Yes! With unwavering determination, Tan Shubai articulated each word clearly. The people are the foundation of the nation. If the foundation is shaken, how can the branches and leaves remain still? If I cannot even handle these disaster victims properly, how can I talk about aspiring to govern the world? Good, well said. Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but applaud in approval. Then, just as Tan Shubai raised his head at a 45-degree angle, feeling somewhat proud inside, Jiang Yifeng continued, "Since you have such determination, I'll lend you a hand. You can stay. Su Ning, let's go." With that, Jiang Yifeng quickly led Su Ning away. "Wait a moment." Tan Shubai could no longer afford to feel proud and hurriedly chased after them. Boss, don't leave me behind. I don't even have a place to stay here. How am I supposed to survive? If these disaster victims can survive, why can't you? They're used to suffering, but I can't handle it. If you don't experience the hardships these disaster victims endure, how can you help them? You have to manage, whether you can or not. Boss, if you keep chasing me, damn it, I'll break your legs. There was a distance from the village entrance to the carriage, and someone like Jiang Yifeng, who wasn't used to physical labor, couldn't possibly outrun Tan Shubai. Chased to desperation, he stopped and threatened Tan Shubai to stop pursuing him. Just like that. Watching the carriage disappear into the distance, Tan Shubai slapped himself across the face and cursed, "Look at you, showing off for what? Now you're stuck here with no way back." He stood in place for a while, watching the carriage grow increasingly distant, before finally turning and walking toward the village. On the carriage, seeing that Jiang Yifeng truly had no intention of bringing Tan Shubai back to Sioux City, Su Ning couldn't help but express his concern. "Boss, Brother Tan is as weak as a kitten. Leaving him here, I'm afraid he won't be able to endure it." Jiang Yifeng rolled his eyes at Su Ning and said, "I'll give you two choices. First, I think what you said makes a lot of sense, so I plan to keep you here to take care of him. Second, you feel that although your brother Tan may be physically weak, his will to survive is extremely strong, and he can definitely endure it." Upon hearing the two options, Su Ning hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. After careful consideration, although Brother Tan may be physically weak, he's someone who's used to hardship. This little difficulty won't hold him back. Boss, you can rest assured. There's no need to worry about him. Jiang Yifeng cast a very disdainful glance at Su Ning, ignoring him, while his mind was preoccupied with how to improve the meals for the disaster victims. Bye. That's impossible. The Great Shou dynasty lacked advanced animal husbandry techniques, making meat and eggs insufficient to meet demand. If they were to purchase them, it wouldn't take long for the prices of meat and eggs in Sioux City to skyrocket. At that time, not to mention him, even the Su family would struggle to bear such enormous expenses. What a headache! In this era, resources are already scarce, and there's simply no good solution. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but feel nostalgic for the fast-growing, though not particularly tasty, broiler chickens and hogs from his previous life. It's just a pity that these chickens and pigs were bred through breeding methods, and he didn't have such technology. How about going to the butcher's to check out the pig offal? Jiang Yifeng suddenly thought of a type of ingredient mentioned in other novels that turns waste into treasure. By the time Jiang Yifeng returned to Sioux City, it was already afternoon. First, he made Su Ning get out of the carriage and scram. Then, he headed to the market to check the price of pork offal. To be fair, Sioux City, being a major urban center, had an exceptionally large market where everything was sold, even exotic spices from distant lands. Unfortunately, the price of spices was exorbitant. Just a glance at them made Jiang Yifeng's heart ache. They were far beyond his means. Soon, he found a butcher's shop at the edge of the market. To be precise, this place is not just a butcher shop, it also handles the slaughtering of pigs and sheep. Jiang Yifeng checked the prices of mutton and pork and immediately smiled bitterly. As he had guessed, both mutton and pork were quite expensive. Mutton cost 20 copper coins per jin, while pork was slightly cheaper but still required 12 copper coins per jin. What does this mean? The hired help at Wang Kuen's household earns a monthly salary of 1 tael of silver, equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, which can only buy 50 catties of mutton or a little over 80 catties of pork. At such prices, ordinary people can usually only look at the meat, and only during festivals are they willing to buy some to satisfy their cravings. It seems that pork and mutton are truly out of the question. Jiang Yifeng immediately gave up on buying meat, glanced around at the butcher shops, and finally stopped in front of the largest one. The butcher was a burly man with a thick beard, bare-chested and wearing an apron, skillfully dissecting a pig. After watching the entire process, Jiang Yifeng could only describe it in 2 words: smooth as silk. Boss, how much for the pig offal? Pig offal? The butcher, seeing Jiang Yifeng's attire, thought he must have misheard and paused before saying, pork offal is 6 copper coins per pound. But are you really going to buy pork offal? Although Jiang Yifeng was alive in son-in-law, his clothes were so luxurious that he didn't seem like someone who would eat pork offal. Ingredients like pork offal were only bought by common folks to satisfy their cravings. True nobles would even eat pork, preferring mutton instead. Can you make it cheaper? Upon hearing the price, Jiang Yifeng secretly clicked his tongue, thinking to himself that the novels claiming pig offal was cheap or even given away for free were all lies. In fact, upon closer consideration, it makes sense. During famine years, people are so hungry they eat tree bark and even clay. They'll consume almost anything. How could they possibly avoid eating pig offal? As long as pig offal is edible, it will be used as food. At most, the culinary skills of this era simply can't make pig offal taste good. But no matter how unpalatable it is, it's still meat, so the price can't be too cheap. Pork offal isn't expensive to begin with, and you still want it cheaper. The butcher slightly furrowed his brows, clearly somewhat displeased. I'm buying a lot. Jiang Yifeng was intimidated by the butcher's imposing manner and said with an awkward smile, since I'm buying a lot, shouldn't I get a discount? The butcher shook his head. Even if you're buying a lot, I can't sell it to you cheaply. Why? No reason. Buy it if you want, or leave if you don't. Don't waste my time. The butcher was already getting impatient and shooing people away. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yifeng realized that Lu Zhishen had good reason to kill Zheng Guanxi. This pork seller is too domineering. Are you the boss's big brother? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Yifeng turned to look and saw a young man slightly taller than himself, with a sturdy build, staring at him with an excited expression. Who's your boss? Jiang Yifeng was covered in question marks. Of course, my boss is Su Dongqiu. The young man grinned and introduced himself. Big brother's big brother. My name is Zhu Rong. You can just call me Shao Rong. Jiang Yifeng looked at the teenager, who was taller than himself and couldn't bring himself to say it, so he asked instead, finished school? Zhu Rong scratched his head sheepishly. No, I was kicked out by the teacher. Why did the gentleman drive you out? The teacher asked me to recite the Book of Rites, but how could I possibly recite it? So I just let the teacher punish me directly. Did you get punished? Punished? Then why were you kicked out? When the teacher hit me, I thought his strength was too weak, so I asked if he hadn't eaten. I was planning to give him some pork to nourish him, but he suddenly got angry and kicked me out. Jiang Yifeng initially wanted to say the teacher was wrong, but after hearing Zhu Rong's account, he felt the teacher letting him off with just expulsion was lenient. Who would dare provoke the teacher during corporal punishment by asking if they hadn't eaten? At this thought, he even felt like going to Yuil Academy to see what kind of eccentric classmates Su Dongqiu had. Big brother of the boss, what are you doing here? Zhu Rong asked warmly. I want to buy some. Jiang Yifeng was about to state his purpose when he suddenly thought of something and asked, what does your family do? Zhu Rong replied, our family sells pork. Jiang Yifeng raised an eyebrow. Are all the pork shops here yours? Of course not. Zhu Rong shook his head and said, our family's butcher shop is that one, the smallest one. Following Zhu Rong's pointing finger, Jiang Yifeng spotted an inconspicuous butcher shop in the corner. Compared to other butcher shops, this one can only be described as mini. not even 1/5 the size of the one where he just asked for prices. Moreover, there wasn't a single piece of pork at the butcher's stall, only a butcher knife. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that not all of Su Dongchu's classmates came from wealthy families, some were from ordinary backgrounds. He had thought Xu Rong was like Wang Kun and Song Yuan, whose families monopolized the pork business. But I never expected there would be just a small stall. So he said bluntly, I wanted to buy some pork offal, but the price was too high, 6 copper coins per pound. When I tried to bargain for a lower price, he just drove me away. Kick you out directly. Xu Rong rolled up his sleeves and asked, Big brother's boss, tell me who drove you away, and I'll go beat him up. Forget it. Jiang Yifeng held Xu Rong back, saying, better avoid trouble when possible. Besides, they were just a bit rude, they didn't actually do anything wrong. Xu Rong said, it's not just his attitude that's bad, he's trying to cheat you. The price of pig offal is at most 4 copper coins per pound. He must have seen you dressed well and wanted to take advantage of you. Is this really a pig butchering scam? Jiang Yifeng was taken aback for a moment, then let out a bitter laugh, never expecting to be fooled in such a mundane place. Everyone, stop what you're doing right now. Whoever just tricked my boss's elder brother, step forward immediately. At that moment, Xu Rong stood in front of all the butcher stalls, hands on his hips, shouting loudly. This is the market, immediately drawing the attention of passers-by. Seeing this, Jiang Yifeng quickly tried to pull Xu Rong away, not daring to provoke the fierce-looking pork seller. It's me. However, it was clearly too late. The butcher from earlier, holding a cleaver, was charging toward them with an aggressive demeanor. Yet, just as Jiang Yifeng thought he was doomed, the butcher suddenly knelt before Xu Rong. This sudden scene completely stunned Jiang Yifeng. He couldn't understand why the butcher, who had seemed so fierce, suddenly knelt before them. No! He wasn't kneeling to him. There is only one possibility. The butcher was kneeling to Xu Rong. But how is this possible? Xu Rong's family also sells pork, and their stall is very small, it doesn't look like they have the means. At that moment, Xu Rong glanced at the butcher shop owner and asked Jiang Yifeng, Big brother's boss, is it him? It's him. Jiang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. That makes things easier. Xu Rong took the butcher's knife from the meat shop owner, turned to look at Jiang Yifeng, and said, Big brother's elder brother, which finger do you want from him? I'll chop it off for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yifeng widened his eyes in disbelief, stammering, You're going to chop off his finger. He deceived you, so according to the rules, we must chop off one of his fingers. Jiang Yifeng pulled Xu Rong aside and whispered, Isn't your family in the pork business? Why are you acting like a gangster, always ready to chop off fingers? Xu Rong was taken aback. Gangster? Jiang Yifeng pondered for a moment. I mean, like a gang. My family is the gang. Xu Rong admitted outright, saying, My grandfather, Xu Yido, is the current leader of the Kai gang. Pretty much all the small vendors and stalls in the market belong to our gang. Jiang Yifeng didn't know much about ancient gangs. The ones he could remember were the Tiandehui, which sought to overthrow the Qing and restore the Ming, the salt gang involved in smuggling salt, and the beggars gang, whose leader knew the 18 subduing dragon palms. Never would have thought, today I encountered a vegetable gang. As the name suggests, the vegetable gang should be related to meat and vegetables, similar to the salt gang in terms of naming. Just from the name, you can tell what this gang primarily deals with. Big brother's boss, which finger do you want after all? Seeing Jiang Yifeng remain silent, Xu Rong asked again. Jiang Yifeng hesitated for a moment and asked, Can we not chop off his fingers? Although the butcher's attitude was poor, in his opinion, it didn't warrant having his fingers chopped off. The punishment seemed too severe. Hearing this, Zhu Rong misunderstood Jiang Yifeng's intention and asked, "Big brother's boss, if not his fingers, then what part of him do you want to chop off?" "What I mean is, we don't need to chop off anything. Just have him apologize to me, and that will suffice. The elder brother is truly benevolent and righteous." Zhu Rong clasped his hands towards Jiang Yifeng in a salute, then kicked the butcher shop owner and scolded, "What have I told you all along? Our vegetable gang does business with integrity, no shortchanging, no price gouging, no passing off inferior goods as quality. Do you want to end up like that Zheng Guangxi, killed by Lu Tixue?" Listening to Zhu Rong's reprimand of the butcher shop owner, Jiang Yifeng developed a strong admiration for the vegetable gang, as he also detested practices like shortchanging and selling inferior goods as quality. But by the end, the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily, thinking to himself, how did this suddenly turn into a reference to water margin? Moreover, if he remembered correctly, Lu Tixue killed the tyrant of the West not because the latter was dishonest in business, but because he oppressed old Jin and his daughter. However, there was one thing that brought him some comfort. Zhu Rong actually used the tyrant of the West as a cautionary tale to remind the vegetable vendors to be honest in their dealings. "Young master, I was wrong. Seeing the noble guest dressed so finely, I was momentarily overcome by greed. I swear I'll never do it again." The butcher pleaded for mercy with tears streaming down his face, terrified of having his fingers chopped off. "All right, stop howling." Zhu Rong glared at the butcher with disgust and said, "The boss's elder brother has forgiven you this time. If you dare to do it again, I'll chop off your entire hand." "Thank you, kind sir." The butcher kept kowtowing to Jiang Yifeng. "All right, get up now." Jiang Yifeng, feeling all eyes in the vicinity turn toward him, quickly stopped the butcher from continuing to kowtow and helped him to his feet. He preferred to keep a low profile and disliked being the center of attention, as it made him feel uneasy. Zhu Rong barked, "Although the boss's elder brother won't chop off your fingers anymore, punishment is still necessary. From now on, all the pig offal from your butcher shop must be delivered to the boss's elder brother for free." "No need to give it for free, I'll pay for it." Jiang Yifeng continued, "Of course, sometimes I might not have enough money and may need to sign an IOU. I wonder if that's acceptable." The butcher looked at Zhu Rong. "Is that okay?" "Of course it is." Zhu Rong showed an expression of disdain for the butcher's intelligence. "Nowadays, our academy has started using IOUs. Compared to silver, IOUs are much more convenient." Hearing Zhu Rong's words, a faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Yifeng's lips. The butcher shop owner said, "Noble guest, you can sign an IOU." Jiang Yifeng asked, "Can the price be a bit lower?" "Noble guest, you may give whatever you see fit." Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment, "I can't let you lose money either. 3 copper coins per pound, I'll take as much as you have. Even the unsellable scraps, I'll buy them all at this price." "All right." The butcher agreed. In fact, not many people bought pork offal every day, which meant that the offal often couldn't be sold out, and most of the leftovers would be thrown away. If Jiang Yifeng could buy all the pork offal, the price might be lower, but overall, the butcher might even earn more. If any other bosses have leftover pork offal or scraps that you can't sell, you can also sell them to me 3 copper coins per pound. There were several thousand disaster victims in total, and the offal from just one butcher shop would definitely not be enough. So, Jiang Yifeng planned to buy all the available pork offal. With this pork offal and some additional meat purchases, it should be possible to provide proper nutrition for those disaster victims doing heavy labor. As for the other butchers, none dared to refuse. They all quickly agreed to reserve their pork offal for Jiang Yifeng. With these assurances from the bosses, Jiang Yifeng felt relieved. He bought a set of clean pig offal and left the meat selling area. Although the issue of pig offal was resolved, there was still another problem at hand: how to make the offal taste delicious. It's important to note that this era had very few seasonings, so making pig offal tasty was no easy task. Fortunately, Zhu Rong had come along. Zhu Rong, much like a supermarket shopping guide, quickly helped Jiang Yifeng purchase as many seasonings as possible: Sichuan pepper, scallions, ginger, and dogwood. The dogwood is the same as mentioned in Wang Wei's poem. Alone, a stranger in a foreign land, I miss my family all the more during festive times. I know my brothers would, with dogwood spray in hand, climb up the mountain and miss me so far away. Dogwood was one of the 3 ancient spices, capable of providing a spicy flavor to food. In ancient times, when chili peppers were unavailable, dogwood was used to achieve that heat. After purchasing what he needed, Jiang Yifeng planned to return home to give it a try. Turning to Zhu Rong, he said, "Thank you for today. Would you like to come with me to the Su family for a visit?" Zhu Rong scratched his head shyly. "Big brother's elder brother, no need. I still have to go home and face my punishment." Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but laugh. Actually, he thought Zhu Rong was quite a good kid, but he didn't pay attention to the occasion when speaking, often meaning well but causing trouble. However, he could tell that Zhu Rong had a strong sense of chivalry. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng couldn't help but wonder, "You call Dongchu boss, which means you're no match for him. But I can't figure out how could someone your size possibly lose to him." It's not that Jiang Yifeng favored Zhu Rong because he thought highly of him, but rather that he was genuinely curious. Zhu Rong was taller than him, with a strong and sturdy build, dark skin, and an overall sense of power radiating from his entire body. In contrast, Su Dongchu might have been slightly taller than the average person his age, but he was definitely not as tall as Zhu Rong, and his limbs didn't appear as thick or robust, showing a clear physical disparity. He simply couldn't understand how Zhu Rong, with such a significant size advantage, could still lose to Su Dongchu. "How could I possibly beat the boss?" Zhu Rong seemed to recall something, shuddering twice. "No way at all. The boss is way stronger than me. He's, holy shit. Boss is big brother. Let's catch up another time. I need to run for my life first." With that, Zhu Rong turned and fled as if he'd seen a ghost. He had barely escaped a dozen meters when Jiang Yifeng felt a gust of wind pass by. Looking closely, he saw a middle-aged man nearly 2 meters tall, built like a bear, wielding a butcher's knife and charging furiously after Zhu Rong. "Zhu Rong, you damn brat, kicked out by the teacher again. This is the 3rd time this month. I swear I'll beat you to death. Dad, this time it really wasn't my fault." With that, Zhu Rong began recounting the incident to the burly man as he fled for his life. The middle-aged man fell silent after listening, not speaking for a long while. Just as Jiang Yifeng thought the middle-aged man was about to point out Zhu Rong's mistake, he heard him say, "So it seems it really wasn't your fault. Could it be that the master doesn't like pork?" Zhu Rong said with a straight face, "The master comes from a noble family, so he probably doesn't eat pork but prefers mutton." Bang! The middle-aged man slapped Zhu Rong on the back of his head with such force that Jiang Yifeng felt it could have knocked him out cold. "You're really stupid. Since you know the master likes to eat lamb, why didn't you think of sending lamb?" I didn't think of it. Be more careful next time." "Oh, don't brush me off. If you make such a foolish mistake again, I'll hang you up and beat you." The middle-aged man sighed after speaking. "Our Zhu family falls asleep as soon as we open a book. Only you can still read. Your grandfather still hopes you'll top the imperial exams. Dad, please talk to Grandpa and tell him not to entertain wild ideas. In this lifetime, no, not just this lifetime, but even if you add the next lifetime and the one after that, I could never pass the imperial exams. Sigh, next time, let's send the teacher more meat." As the father and son chatted, they walked on, gradually disappearing into the distance without realizing it. Jiang Yifeng watched the two depart and suddenly smiled, then turned and left the market, heading back to the Su residence. When he returned to the Su residence, it was still early. Su Yinxue hadn't come back yet, and it was unclear what she was busy with. As for Su Dongshu, he hadn't returned from school yet. Taking advantage of the fact that neither had returned, Jiang Yifeng brought the prepared pork offal and seasonings to the kitchen. "Young master, why did you bring back pig offal?" Uncle Li, who was in charge of the kitchen, covered his nose and said, "Quickly throw it away. These things are dirty. If the young lady sees them, she'll be furious. I don't care if she gets angry or not. Listen to me and turn this pig offal into something edible," Jiang Yifeng said. "This?" Uncle Li hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. "I usually only use lamb as ingredients. I've never cooked with pig offal before. I don't know how to make it." Uncle Li had been managing the kitchen for the Su family since his father's generation, so the food he prepared was considered high-end in the eyes of commoners. Thus, by Uncle Li's generation, they only knew how to prepare high-end dishes. As for ingredients like pork offal, he simply didn't know how to cook them. "If you can't even do this, what's the use of you?" Jiang Yifeng looked down on Uncle Li for a moment, then carried the pork offal into the kitchen and threw it onto the cutting board. Uncle Li, probably curious about how to prepare pork offal, quickly followed to see how Jiang Yifeng would handle it. Yet, he saw Jiang Yifeng holding a knife, standing still for a long time in front of the pig offal. So, he asked, "Young master, what's wrong?" "What's wrong? Hee. Damn it, I only know how to eat. I don't know how to cook at all. I don't even know how to handle pig offal." But since he had already boasted, if he couldn't produce something decent, he would lose all face. Clang! Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment, then threw the cleaver onto the chopping board and shook his head, saying, "Uncle Li, I can't do it, or I'll end up harming you." Uncle Li looked utterly confused. "Son-in-law, how would that harm me?" Jiang Yifeng asked, "Have you ever heard the saying a gentleman keeps away from the kitchen?" Uncle Li shook his head, "No. The meaning of this saying is that a gentleman like me should not enter the kitchen or cook. If I were to cook, would Shuo blame you if she found out?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Li was startled. In the entire Su family, who doesn't know that Su Yinxue values scholars the most? Back then, she went to great lengths just to get the third young master into Yuil Academy. If Su Yinxue were to find out that the young master had entered the kitchen, she would indeed likely fly into a rage. "Thank you, young master. Otherwise, something bad might have happened." Uncle Li picked up the kitchen knife. "Young master, just tell me what to do, and I'll handle it. Thank you for your trouble." Jiang Yifeng let out a sigh of relief and said, "First, cut this thing open and wash away the dirty stuff inside. If it still smells bad, you can use flour to wash it. That helps remove the odor. After washing, cut it into smaller pieces. Yes, just like this. These ingredients don't need to be fully cooked yet. What you need to do now is stir-fry them until they're cooked through and release their aroma. These Sichuan peppers don't seem to be enough. Do we have more?" "Yes, keep adding them in, don't worry, the spicier, the better. Add more Sichuan peppercorns, the best is both spicy and numbing. Do we have any lamb at home? Slice some more lamb. Why isn't it chilled? Forget it, this will do. Slice it thinner, even thinner." And so, under Jiang Yifeng's direction and Uncle Li's skilled hands, those pig offals were transformed into food. When Su Yinxue and Su Dongshu returned and just stepped through the door, they were greeted by a strange sight. The usual dining table had been moved away, replaced by one with a hole in the middle. Inside the hole sat a stove, upon which a pot was placed. Though they couldn't tell what was inside the pot, It bubbled and churned continuously, looking like boiling blood. Around the pot, there were many ingredients placed, but it seemed none of them were cooked yet, they were all raw. What is this? Su Yingxue frowned slightly as she looked at the scene. This is hot pot. Jiang Yifeng grinned and said, this is a new way of eating that Uncle Li and I developed together. Try it quickly and see if it suits your taste. Uncle Li just said that if it doesn't taste good, all the responsibility is his alone. Uncle Li. Listening to Jiang Yifeng's introduction, Su Yingxue slightly furrowed her brows. She wasn't someone unwilling to try new things, but the scalding hot soup and raw meat really didn't whet her appetite at all. But the thought of removing all these things and having Li Gui cook again seemed like too much trouble. She had been busy all day and now just wanted to eat something before resting. Forget it. Let's just eat whatever's available. Su Yingxue pondered as she walked to the table and sat down. Looking at the ingredients and the steaming pot, she asked in confusion, how do we eat this? First, pick up a piece of whatever you'd like to eat, then place it in the pot. Once the color of the meat changes, you can scoop it out. In front of you are the dipping sauces I prepared for you. Choose whichever you like, and then you can eat it. Jiang Yifeng explained the steps of eating hot pot in detail to Su Yingxue. Finally, under her eager gaze, he stuffed a piece of meat into his own mouth and exclaimed, so delicious. Su Yingxue. Stinky man. I've been exhausted all day outside. Can't you let me eat first? Phew. Now even if you offer me food, I won't eat it. Su Yingxue, in a fit of pique, picked up an unidentified piece of meat, swished it in the hot pot, dipped it in sauce after it was cooked, blew on it with her crimson lips, and then put it into her mouth. At the moment she swallowed it, Su Yingxue actually felt a small sense of accomplishment. Because this was the first time in her life she had cooked food to completion. But the next second, Su Yingxue widened her eyes, her fair and delicate skin visibly flushing red, and tiny beads of sweat formed on her forehead, making Jiang Yifeng gulp involuntarily. My goodness! My wife is just too beautiful. Thankfully, I didn't give my first time to the courtesan sure back then, otherwise, I would have lost big time. Darling! Don't worry, the first time is only for you. Jiang Yifeng. Su Yingxue was so overwhelmed by the spiciness that she kept gasping for air, fanning her mouth with her hand while glaring at Jiang Yifeng. Why is this hot pot so spicy? Jiang Yifeng replied, because this is spicy hot pot. Although there are many types of hot pot bases, only the spicy one can make pork offal taste delicious. The strong flavor of spicy hot pot can mask the unpleasant smell of pork offal. What I mean is, why make it so spicy? It's delicious this way. Jiang Yifeng couldn't possibly tell the truth. He picked up a piece of pig's large intestine, boiled it until cooked, and placed it in front of Su Yingxue. Take a closer taste. Isn't this spicy and numbing flavor quite exhilarating? Exhilarating? Su Yingxue paused for a moment, then picked up the pig's large intestine and put it in her mouth. In an instant, the spicy flavor spread throughout her mouth, making her gasp sharply once again. But what followed was an indescribable sensation that eased the fatigue of her busy day and whetted her appetite. It really is like this. Su Yingxue was somewhat surprised. Without needing Jiang Yifeng's guidance, she proactively picked up a piece of pork intestine and began dipping it into the hot pot. As she ate, she asked, "What kind of meat is this? I've never had it before. It tastes surprisingly good." Jiang Yifeng naturally wouldn't tell Su Yingxue that what she was eating was pig intestines, the part where pigs store their waste. So, with a smile, he replied, "I'm not sure what it is either. Li Gui bought all the ingredients. I just came up with this way of cooking. If there's any issue with the ingredients, it's all Li Gui's fault. What could possibly be wrong with the ingredients?" Su Yingxue spoke while picking up another piece of pork chop with her chopsticks, eating as she continued, "Right now, those few noble families and the Zhao family are getting a bit carried away. The price of Remy is several times higher than in previous years. I think there's something unusual about it." "What's unusual about it?" "The Zhao family's methods are unusual." Su Yinxue paused, looking somewhat puzzled. Although the Zhao family has always been domineering, they've never been as ruthless as they are this year. From the way they're acting, it seems they don't intend to let any other family purchase Remy at all. Jiang Yifeng smiled and asked, "What do you think the Zhao family's goal is?" "No idea." Su Yinxue pondered for a moment, then gently shook her head. Jiang Yifeng looked at Su Yinxue with a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Actually, you do know. You just don't want to admit it." Su Yinxue remained silent for a long time before sighing. "I feel the Zhao family wants to take this opportunity to eliminate the Su family and those small weaving families." "There's no need to guess. The Zhao family's intentions are exactly that." Jiang Yifeng picked up a piece of kidney and blanched it. He initially intended to eat it himself but couldn't stand the strong smell, so he considerately placed it in Su Yinxue's bowl instead. "Here, have this to nourish yourself." "Thank you." Su Yinxue thanked him politely. Although she didn't know what Jiang Yifeng had given her, his gesture was still commendable. Remy is the material for weaving cloth and making paper. Without Remy, the Su family and those small weaving families wouldn't be able to produce new paper or cloth, ultimately leading to their downfall. Seeing that Su Yinxue had eaten the pig kidney, Jiang Yifeng returned to the previous topic. At this moment, Zhu, who was standing beside Su Yinxue, spoke up in rebuttal. "The Su family and those other families have some reserves. They can hold out for a few years. I don't believe the Zhao family can maintain such high prices for Remy every year." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng laughed and looked at Zhu. "The Zhao family doesn't need to maintain high prices for purchasing Remy every year. Just 1 year is enough to leave the Su family and those other families struggling to survive." "How is this possible?" "He's right." This time, even without Jiang Yifeng's explanation, Su Yinxue said, "Our families can hold on for a few years, but the paper and cloth merchants who source from us can't wait. If they can't get goods from us, they'll look for new suppliers. Once they establish stable partnerships with others, they won't come back." Jiang Yifeng teased Zhu with a playful look. "Your young mistress is much smarter than you. Learn more from her." Phew! Pearl was somewhat unconvinced. In her eyes, Jiang Yifeng was still that useless man who went to brothels without paying and had the madam come knocking at his door. Jiang Yifeng ignored Pearl and, noticing Su Yinxue's furrowed brows, asked with a smile, "Is there still something you don't understand?" Without waiting for Su Yinxue to answer, he continued, "Actually, the matter isn't as complicated as you think. The Zhao family's goal is simply to eliminate competitors and monopolize the entire market. The benefits of monopoly are beyond your imagination." The Zhao family's actions seemed incomprehensible to Su Yinxue, but in Jiang Yifeng's eyes, they were perfectly normal business practices. Take the ride-hailing app wars from his previous life as an example. Initially, there were many ride-hailing apps in the market. To eliminate competitors, one of them aggressively invested 2 billion in subsidies. Other ride-hailing apps either had to burn money alongside them or exit the market altogether. With just the strategy of subsidies, this ride-hailing app wiped out all its competitors and monopolized the entire market. They're all families from Su City. Isn't this too shameless? Su Yinxue slightly furrowed her brows. Though reluctant to admit it, facts have proven that those who care about face often lose to those who don't. If it weren't for me, the Su family would be in danger this time. Jiang Yifeng chuckled softly, thinking his wife could be quite naive at times, actually believing in such things. However, considering Su Yinxue was only 16, a bit of naivety was perfectly normal. You only know how to flatter yourself. What skills do you have to defeat the Zhao family? Zhu rolled her eyes at him. I may not have great skills, but I'm just more shameless and have fewer principles than the Zhao family, Jiang Yifeng replied with a slight grin. Su Yingxue frowned slightly upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's words, clearly displeased with the more shameless and fewer principles remark. However, she also understood that her own methods were utterly ineffective against the Zhao family. If it weren't for Jiang Yifeng's appearance, who found an alternative way and discovered other paper-making materials to replace Remy, the Su family might have suffered the most among all the families this time. After all, those families engaged in weaving, besides Remy, could still use silk and kudzu as raw materials. Without Remy-made linen, they would only lose part of the low-end market. However, the Su family had only Remy as their raw material. If the Su family cannot obtain Remy, they will lose the entire Zhejiang County market, and paper merchants will have to source from other counties. Su City and even the entire Zhejiang County will face a paper shortage. A paper shortage. A sudden realization flashed through Su Yingxue's mind as she looked at Jiang Yifeng and said, I know what the Zhao family is planning. They want to produce paper and seize the Su family's market. She wouldn't have thought this way before, but Jiang Yifeng's words reminded her that the Zhao family head is someone who stops at nothing, shameless and without principles. Thinking along these lines, the Zhao family wouldn't go to such great lengths and spend so much silver just to dominate the low-end market of fabrics. The Zhao family also aims to take over the papermaking industry in Zhejiang County. At this thought, she felt a pang of fear and began to feel grateful for Jiang Yifeng's appearance. Otherwise, she might have lost the foundational industries of the Su family. Involuntarily, she glanced at Jiang Yifeng, curious to see this man's reaction. However, Jiang Yifeng acted as if nothing had happened, happily boiling mutton and eating with relish, completely ignoring what she was saying. You! Su Yingxue was so angry she wanted to hit someone. Grating her teeth, she asked, What was I just saying? Jiang Yifeng was entirely focused on the hot pot mutton and hadn't been paying attention at all. He casually replied, If you don't even know what you said, how could I possibly know? He really hadn't been listening. Su Yingxue felt inexplicably angry, threw her chopsticks on the table, and said petulantly, I'm not eating anymore. At this moment, Jiang Yifeng realized he had misspoken and silently blamed himself. As a live-in son-in-law, he had actually angered his wife. After finishing this piece of lamb, he must reflect on his behavior. So delicious. Jiang Yifeng finished a slice of mutton and then prepared another, but instead of eating it himself, he placed it into Su Yingxue's bowl. Be good, don't be angry. I was just teasing you. Jiang Yifeng smiled at Su Yingxue and continued, The head of the Zhao family is an ambitious man. Naturally, he wouldn't be interested in the low-end markets of smaller families. The only thing that truly tempts him is the Su family's paper-making market. You actually saw through this long ago. Su Yingxue was somewhat astonished. Jiang Yifeng smiled without saying a word. In the previous life, the ambition of the Zhao family head was so obvious that even a high school student who paid a little attention to social news could see through it, let alone a primary school student. Because the Zhao family's actions were too blatant. Very few people would believe that the Zhao family's massive purchase of Remy was solely to help Zhao Bifang pursue Su Yingxue. It was clearly just a pretext. What about the Su family? Su Yingxue didn't even realize it herself, but she had grown somewhat dependent on Jiang Yifeng. Xue, you need to consider first what methods the Zhao family might use against the Su family. Su Yingxue frowned in thought for a moment. The only thing I can think of is tampering with the raw materials. Jiang Yifeng once again guided Su Yingxue's thinking. You can compare the Su family's industry to a river. The upstream is the papermaking raw materials, the midstream is the papermaking technology, and the downstream is sales. Su Yingxue's eyes lit up. The Zhao family prevents the Su family from obtaining papermaking raw materials upstream, steals the Su family's papermaking technology midstream and downstream. Jiang Yifeng raised his hand to interrupt Su Inxue. The paper produced by the Su family holds a monopoly, so there's no need to consider downstream. After all, any paper they make can be sold. Su Inxue nodded in agreement, her face darkening. So it seems the Zhao family has stolen the Su family's papermaking technology. Jiang Yifeng smiled faintly. I'm afraid it's not just the papermaking technology they've stolen, they've likely poached quite a few of the Su family's papermaking workers as well. Impossible. Zhu shook her head, refuting the claim. The Su family treated those papermaking workers so well they would never betray them. Childish. Jiang Yifeng scoffed. I saved the lives of those disaster victims, ensuring they had enough to eat, yet I don't even believe they are 100% loyal to me. How can you guarantee those papermaking workers won't betray you? Zhu said, the Su family offers high wages. Jiang Yifeng replied, the Zhao family can double that. Pearl added, the young lady visits these workers during every festival and holiday. Jiang Yifeng said, double their wages again. Pearl continued, the Su family provides meat for the workers. No one treats their workers better when it comes to food. Jiang Yifeng responded, the Zhao family says they'll keep raising the salaries. Pearl grew impatient, you're being shameless. Who acts like this? Just because you're rich, you think you're something special. Jiang Yifeng shrugged arrogantly, you got that right. Being rich is indeed something special, and it means I can do whatever I want. Miss, look at him. Unable to out-argue Jiang Yifeng, Pearl had no choice but to call for backup. He wasn't wrong, money really can make you untouchable. Su Inxue looked at Jiang Yifeng with a hint of concern in her voice. If the Zhao family has already obtained the Su family's papermaking technique, how should we respond? Why respond at all? Jiang Yifeng countered with a question, then continued, if the Zhao family wants it, just give it to them. Not just the Zhaos, any family that wants it can have it. Can you be serious for once? I'm being very serious. If you were serious, why would you let me give the Su family's papermaking technology to other families? Because I want to stir up the waters in Su City. Jiang Yifeng narrowed his eyes and explained, once other families obtain the papermaking technique, they will inevitably start producing paper as well. And to make paper, they'll need remi, which will lead those families to compete with the Zhao family for remi, driving up its price even further. Su Inxue worriedly said, if that's the case, the Su family's market share will be divided. Xue, you're very smart, but your perspective is quite limited. You need to learn to step outside. Step outside. Step outside your own identity and observe the bigger picture from an outsider's perspective. I don't want to jump now, you tell me. Su Inxue's mind was in turmoil, unable to think calmly, so she simply grabbed the chair. Jiang Yifeng chuckled awkwardly and got straight to the point. You've only been focusing on the papermaking industry, but haven't you noticed that the Su family has already taken control of the upstream? Upstream? Su Inxue was taken aback for a moment before suddenly realizing, the upstream of the paper industry is remi, but remi is ultimately just a raw material for papermaking. The Su family now has more than just remi, there's also mulberry bark, bamboo. We can wait for the major families to drive up the price of remi and then sell them these papermaking raw materials. This way, even if the Su family doesn't produce paper, we can still make a hefty profit. Having figured this out, Su Inxue felt a weight lift off her shoulders and finally understood what Jiang Yifeng meant by jumping out. Swags you. But at this moment, Jiang Yifeng sighed and said, although you've jumped out, you haven't jumped far enough, it's still far from sufficient. Su Inxue widened her eyes to look at Jiang Yifeng, her face showing a hint of surprise. She had thought she had already jumped out and found a perfect solution, never expecting that in Jiang Yifeng's eyes, Her lip wasn't thorough enough. Could there be an even better solution? But she really couldn't figure it out. For some reason, Su Inshuo felt inexplicably irritated, as if her intelligence had been completely outmatched by Jiang Yifeng. So, she retorted defiantly, "I don't believe you can come up with a better solution." Jiang Yifeng grinned at her. "Since you don't believe me, then there's no need for me to say it." Su Inshuo snapped angrily, "Fine, don't say it. Who cares to hear it anyway? I'm full, let's go for a walk to digest." Jiang Yifeng patted his belly and left directly. Su Inshuo froze on the spot. Until Jiang Yifeng left the Su family, she immediately stood up, exasperated, and said, "Look at him. I said I wouldn't listen, and he really stopped talking. Couldn't he just give in a little? If he had softened even slightly, I would have forgiven him." Jewel listened to Su Inshuo's words and slightly furrowed her brows, because she sensed something different in them. That was, her young mistress was starting to care about Jiang Yifeng. In the past, her young mistress had been indifferent to Jiang Yifeng's secrets whether he spoke or not. It didn't matter to her, and she wouldn't bother about it. But now, just because Jiang Yifeng was being a bit mysterious, the young lady got so angry. Isn't this a sign of caring? Moreover, the tone in the young lady's voice gave her a feeling, as if a young wife was acting coquettish. Oh my! Could it be that the young lady has fallen for Jiang Yifeng? "Let's go!" Su Inshuo suddenly slapped the table, her gaze resolute. "Zuer, let's follow him. I want to see what he's up to." Hearing this, Zuer quickly tried to stop her. "Miss, it's already late. As women, it's inconvenient for us to go out." After a moment's thought, Su Inshuo suddenly said, "That's easy, we'll disguise ourselves as men." After leaving the Su family, Jiang Yifeng wandered aimlessly around Su City. Although he had been in this world for quite some time, he had never had the chance to observe it properly. Taking advantage of his free time today, he wanted to immerse himself in this world. The architectural styles of the Great Shou dynasty encompass a wide range, featuring styles from various dynasties of China, but they are primarily dominated by the Han and Tang architectural styles. Culturally, it shares 80% similarity with Huaxia, especially the imperial examination system and the recommendation system, which are practically identical. Of course, there are differences as well. However, the level of civilization is somewhat inferior, only comparable to the early Han dynasty. They can only produce hemp paper, and printing, gunpowder, compasses, and silver notes are all absent. As a director of traditional craft documentaries, Jiang Yifeng was eager to understand ancient life and the circumstances under which those traditional crafts were created. How did I end up at Changshao Tower? Jiang Yifeng looked up and realized he had actually arrived at the Spring Night Pavilion. The Spring Night Pavilion at night was incomparable to its daytime self. The women, dressed in sheer gauze, stood either upstairs or at the entrance, waving their handkerchiefs and calling out incessantly. "Come play, my lord. My lord, it's been so long since you last visited." "Sir." Jiang Yifeng looked at those coquettish women with a disgusted expression on his face. As a refined gentleman, he was at odds with the Spring Night Pavilion. However, upon second thought, he felt he was being too extreme. After all, wasn't the Spring Night Pavilion also a part of ancient culture? Since he wanted to integrate into this world, he had to accept both its good and bad aspects. Thinking of this, Jiang Yifeng looked at those charming women and sighed. "My willpower is still lacking. It seems I need to temper myself properly." With that, he strode toward the Spring Night Pavilion with the determination of, "If I don't enter hell, who will?" "Sir, get lost." Jiang Yifeng glared fiercely at the courtesan who approached him and said in an unquestionable tone, "Bring Madame Lu to me." "Madame Lu, you are..." The courtesan seemed to have thought of something, her face filled with astonishment. However, just as she was about to reveal Jiang Yifeng's identity, she was glared at fiercely and immediately shut her mouth, obediently running back into the spring night pavilion. Before long, Madame Lu came out, her gaze toward Jiang Yifeng tinged with resentment. Why have you come again? I came because there was a need. Can you please stop coming? What do you think? Forget it. Mother Lu sighed and turned away, leading Jiang Yifeng out. The courtesan who witnessed the entire scene wore an expression of astonishment, taking quite a while to calm down. She whispered, "This is true love." The storyline she added in her mind was, Jiang Yifeng loved Madame Lu, but Madame Lu, worried it might affect his future, didn't want him to come. Yet Jiang Yifeng still came, and precisely when he was needed. Mother Lu couldn't bear to disappoint Jiang Yifeng, so she had no choice but to let him in. This is a love that defies worldly conventions. Truly moving and admirable. Inside the elegant cottage, Jiang Yifeng and Madame Lu sat at opposite ends of the table. Madame Lu's face was icy cold, while Jiang Yifeng wore a broad smile, simultaneously placing 20 taels of silver on the table. At the sight of the silver, Madame Lu's frosty expression melted into the coquettish smile of a brothel madam, reaching her hand toward the money. Young master, you're too kind. Jiang Yifeng stopped Madame Lu with a grin. Don't rush to take the money yet. Answer my question first. Madame Lu hesitated for a moment before replying. Ask whatever you want, but I can't guarantee I'll answer everything. Jiang Yifeng chuckled. Oh, you will answer. Madame Lu raised an eyebrow. You're that confident? I've always been confident. Ask away. First question. What's the highest price the Zhao family has offered for purchasing Remy? Upon hearing this question, Mother Lu rolled her eyes at Jiang Yifeng. Do you really think I'd know such confidential information? Jiang Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, Then share some useful information. Madame Lu replied quietly, All I know is that the Zhao family is very determined and hasn't reached their limit yet. Jiang Yifeng asked again, In the entire Su city, how many families are eyeing the Su family's paper-making business? Many. Aunt Lu was taken aback for a moment. In the entire Zhejiang County, only the Su family can produce paper, almost holding a monopoly. Which family wouldn't want a piece of such a lucrative business? Jiang Yifeng was quite satisfied with this answer. Although in his view, paper-making technology was nothing remarkable, in this world, the Su family possessed the most advanced paper-making techniques. It was precisely through papermaking that the Su family amassed great wealth, becoming one of the top families in Su City. The third question. Jiang Yifeng looked at Madame Lu with a serious expression and asked, Do you want to make money? Upon hearing Jiang Yifeng's question, Madame Lu was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, My desire to make money is stronger than a thirsty widow's craving for a man. Jiang Yifeng sincerely gave a thumbs up upon hearing this. That's a great analogy. Thank you. Auntie Lu spoke as she stood up to fetch the 20 taels of silver. 3 questions, 20 taels of silver. This money comes faster than spreading legs for clients. However, just as her hand was about to touch the silver, Jiang Yifeng withdrew it. Auntie Lu's face darkened as she asked in a low voice, What do you mean by this? Don't rush. Jiang Yifeng said unhurriedly, You want to make money, don't you? Just give me 1,000 taels of silver, and I'll make sure you earn at least 3,000. Madame Lu snorted coldly, Why should I trust you? Jiang Yifeng smiled and replied, Because I'm the son-in-law of the Su family. So what? The Su family, papermakers, me, a live-in son-in-law, got it now. Upon hearing these key words, Mother Lu turned to Jiang Yifeng in shock, her whole body trembling slightly. Because she had already roughly guessed what Jiang Yifeng was planning to do. In an instant, a chill ran through her entire body, and her first reaction was fear. That was the Su family. One of the top families in Suchum. Dealing with her would take just a finger. Yet, she also felt this was a tremendous opportunity. That's the Su family's papermaking technique. Once she learns the formula, all the major families in Su City will come after her. To say the least, selling it for 500 taels per family could easily earn her tens of thousands of taels. With tens of thousands of taels, she could simply leave Su City. She didn't believe the Su family would still have the mood to bother with her by then. But how credible is the other party? Thinking of this, she looked at Jiang Yifeng and asked, "Why did you come to me?" Jiang Yifeng showed a helpless expression. "I just arrived in Su City. Who else do I know besides you?" "That's true." Mother Lu nodded slightly. If it were anyone else, she might have had some doubts, but with Jiang Yifeng, she didn't need to question at all. Because when this man first arrived in Su City, it was her own daughter who had received him. "But can you really obtain the Su family's papermaking technique?" "Of course, I can't." Jiang Yifeng looked at Madame Lu with a sly smile and said, "But don't forget the third young master of the Su family. I may not be able to do anything about that woman Su Inshua, but deceiving a young boy is quite easy. As long as he can obtain the Su family's papermaking technique, that's all that matters. You're the Su family's son-in-law. Why would you betray them?" "Precisely because I'm the Su family's son-in-law that I must betray them." "Did you really think anyone would be willing to be a son-in-law for life?" Madame Lu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The status of a son-in-law living with his wife's family was very low in the Great Shou dynasty, and someone like Jiang Yifeng, who didn't even have money to visit brothels, undoubtedly had an even lower status. It's a bold guess that Jiang Yifeng was neglected in the Su family, which is why he betrayed them. Exactly. After pondering for a long time and weighing the pros and cons in her heart, Madame Lu spoke up. "I can give you 1,000 taels of silver, but I must first verify whether the Su family's papermaking technique is genuine." "Sure." Jiang Yifeng took out a piece of paper from his pocket, densely covered with steps. Of course, this was not the Su family's papermaking technique, but a simplified version based on the papermaking methods from his previous life. It could still produce paper, albeit with much lower efficiency. Mother Lu trembled as she reached out her hands. This was something worth tens of thousands of taels of silver, coveted by every family in Su City. Jiang Yifeng asked, "How long will it take you to verify it?" 3 days. "No, 2 days. So urgent." "Nonsense." Jiang Yifeng looked nervous and said, "If the Su family finds out what I've done, they'll tear me to pieces. How can I not be in a hurry? I was careless." Mother Lu smiled apologetically and, after a moment's thought, said, "How about I find a girl to keep you company? I'm a gentleman." "Then no girl it is." "No." Jiang Yifeng straightened his expression and said earnestly, "I've heard that Miss Shorshore has a great talent for poetry. As a refined gentleman, I'd like to invite her here to exchange a few words with her." A refined gentleman indeed, quite the player. Madame Lu smiled meaningfully before taking her leave. Before long, the door of the elegant chamber was pushed open again, and Madame Lu entered with Miss Shorshore in tow. "Sir, I've brought Miss Shorshore to you. You two can enjoy studying poetry together. I'll take my leave now." With these words, Madame Lu turned and departed. The moment the door closed, Miss Shorshore gracefully approached Jiang Yifeng, settling onto his lap with a delicate arm draped around his neck, artfully revealing a glimpse of spring's splendor. So generous. Such purity. Jiang Yifeng glanced for a few seconds, feeling the blood rush downward throughout his body, which made him slightly dizzy, so he averted his gaze elsewhere. "Sir, why aren't you looking at Shorshore? Isn't Shorshore beautiful? You should know that my fiancée is Su Inshua, the most beautiful woman in Sioux City. Sure froze instantly, cursing inwardly at the disappointment, and thought of getting up to leave. But the thought that Jiang Yifeng might soon possess 1,000 taels of silver forces me to stay despite my reluctance. Sir, you do have a sense of humor, Sure said coquettishly. As the saying goes, the grass is always greener on the other side. No matter how beautiful the one at home is, she can't compare to a delicate flower like me. But I haven't even gotten the one at home yet. Should I really give my precious first time to a courtesan like you instead of saving it for the one waiting at home? What kind of joke is this? I'm a son-in-law with ideals. Of course. Jiang Yifeng couldn't possibly say these words out loud. Holding Shure's slender and soft waist, caressing her smooth and tender skin, he revealed a lecherous expression. You make a very good point. Why don't we start right now? Sir, don't be in such a hurry. Sure stopped Jiang Yifeng from taking off his clothes and said softly, how about we order some food first? We can eat and chat, and once we're happily drunk, we can begin. Damn it! I knew you'd pull this trick again. You talk big about being ready to offer yourself anytime, but in reality, you're just trying to make money from every angle, even squeezing profit from the meal. This whole table of food costs over 20 taels of silver. He was dining at Wang Kun's family tavern, where 200 copper coins could buy a table full of dishes. But I don't feel like eating now. What if I only want to eat you? I'm hungry. Sure said coquettishly. If this humble one doesn't eat her fill, how can she satisfy you, my lord? Isn't that right? Yes, Jiang Yifeng said with a smile. Then everything will be done as you say. Do whatever you want. Thank you, sir. Sure spoke as she stood up from Jiang Yifeng and opened the door of the elegant chamber. Soon, someone arrived. After Sure gave a few instructions, the person left. Sure sat back on Jiang Yifeng's lap. Sir, the food will take a while to arrive. Shall we discuss poetry first? At first, Sure was still quite confident. Don't look down on her just because she's a courtesan. She has been studying music, chess, calligraphy, and painting since childhood and believes she is no less skilled in these arts than any scholar or literati. But she never expected that Jiang Yifeng's challenge for her would have nothing to do with music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. Chickens and rabbits are kept in the same cage. There are 46 heads and 128 feet in total. How many chickens and rabbits are there? After careful examination by Sure, she finally determined that this was an arithmetic problem. Sure was speechless. She had seen people come to the brothel to recite poetry, engage in intellectual debates, or satisfy physical needs, but this was the first time she had seen someone present an arithmetic problem. This is just too bizarre. However, Jiang Yifeng's thought was, since you claim to know everything, can you solve math problems? Miss Sure, didn't you just say you knew everything? Jiang Yifeng deliberately put on a disappointed expression. If you can't, that would be such a letdown. I might as well leave. As he spoke, Jiang Yifeng was about to stand up. Wait a moment. Sure quickly called out to stop Jiang Yifeng. She hadn't made any money from this man, yet how could she let him leave so easily? It's just a math problem. I refuse to believe I can't solve it. Having thought it through, Sure coquettishly said, Young master, don't rush. Allow Sure some more time to think. Bravo! Jiang Yifeng smiled and nodded, sitting quietly to the side as he watched. Meanwhile, Sure, the top courtesan of the Spring Night Pavilion, leaned over the table, earnestly delving into the problem. However, math problems aren't something you can just solve by wanting to without systematic study. There's simply no way to crack them. Of course, as a poor student, I'd say even with systematic study, I still couldn't solve them. After a long while, the food was served, but Sure was still deep in thought. All this time, she hadn't even figured out where to begin, completely clueless. Sure, maybe we should just forget about it. Jiang Yifeng, while admiring Sure's curves, deliberately provoked her. Although you're good at everything, this math problem is incredibly difficult. Among all the women in Sioux City, probably only my wife could solve it. If it were any other woman, hearing that they weren't as good as Su Inshua, they would accept it calmly. After all, Su Inshua is the most beautiful woman in Sioux City and a renowned talented lady. It's perfectly normal not to measure up to her. The problem is, as the top courtesan of Changshao Pavilion, Sure felt indignant. Her beauty was no less. She was also known as a talented woman, and most importantly, she was a courtesan. Under normal circumstances, even if a man's wife at home was beautiful, many lords and nobles would still visit brothels. The reason is that the grass is always greener on the other side. She refused to believe that she, this wildflower, couldn't compare to Su Inshua's domestic flower. Sir, don't be impatient. Give me a little more time. Sure cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yifeng and said in a coquettish voice, "This." Jiang Yifeng hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, take your time with the calculations. I'll go out and take a look." "Thank you, sir." Sure lowered her head again, immersing herself in that arithmetic problem. Jiang Yifeng stood up, opened the door of the elegant room, walked out, and then closed the door behind him. The moment the door closed, the smile on Jiang Yifeng's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of fury as he angrily sought out Madame Lu. "Master, what are you?" "Madame Lu, I came to the Spring Night Pavilion for pleasure, but your girl was busy solving math problems and completely ignored me. I posed an arithmetic question as a flirtatious gesture, not for her to study seriously. What a disappointment." After finishing his rebuke, Jiang Yifeng turned and left in a huff, leaving Madame Lu utterly bewildered. "WH. What does that mean? So, solving math problems. How is this possible?" Mother Lu simply didn't believe Jiang Yifeng's words and hurried to the elegant cottage, pushing open the door. The moment she opened the door, she saw Sure just as Jiang Yifeng had described, lying on the table, deeply engrossed in doing something. "Young master." Hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Sure thought Jiang Yifeng had returned. Looking up, she was surprised to see it was actually Madame Lu. She asked in astonishment, "Madame Lu, what brings you here?" Madame Lu sternly questioned, "What are you doing?" Sure answered truthfully, "I'm doing math problems." "Oh dear." Aunt Lu was nearly driven to her wits' end. "You were perfectly fine. How did you suddenly start doing math problems? Young Master Jiang has already stormed off because of you." Upon hearing that Jiang Yifeng had left, Sure immediately said, "Aunt Lu, this math problem was given to me by young Master Jiang." But Aunt Lu retorted, "Young Master Jiang just said that math problems are for flirting, not for you to study deeply. How could you sigh, so unprofessional?" She. Why hasn't this table of food been eaten?" "I was too busy." Sure was about to explain when she suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "Mother Lu, did Mr. Jiang leave any money when he left?" Mother Lu asked, "What money are you talking about?" "The money for these meals, and the money for me keeping him company. Not a single penny left. I'll go ask him for it." Mother Lu grabbed Sure's arm. "What reason will you use to ask for money? First, you didn't accompany him at all, spending the entire time doing arithmetic problems, so you can't charge for companionship. Second, because you didn't accompany him, young Master Jiang got angry, and the entire table of food was left untouched, so you can't charge for the meal either." In fact, after giving her reasons, Madame Lu also sensed something was off, but she ultimately chose to side with Jiang Yifeng. The reason was simple. It was for the sake of their upcoming collaboration, which involved a deal worth at least tens of thousands of taels of silver. Compared to tens of thousands of taels of silver, what does this table of food count for? Jiang Yifeng quickly slipped out of the Changsha Tower, feeling extremely pleased with himself. Today, he had seen what he wanted to see, touched what he wanted to touch, experienced the culture of the brothel, and achieved his goal, truly killing two birds with one stone. However, just as Jiang Yifeng was basking in his triumph, two figures blocked his path. The two of them had gloomy expressions, their gazes toward Jiang Yifeng filled with anger. Swag Xiu, Zu'er. Although both were disguised as men, Jiang Yifeng recognized them at a glance. It wasn't because he was overly familiar with them, their disguises were simply too poor, even more unconvincing than those seen on TV. Anyone who wasn't blind or foolish could tell at a glance. At this very moment, Su Yinxue was on the verge of exploding with anger. She never expected that Jiang Yifeng would actually return to the Spring Night Pavilion again. This was already the third time. For the first two times, Jiang Yifeng had excuses and reasons, but for this third time, she wanted to see how he would explain himself. With this thought in mind, Su Yinxue was about to confront him. However, before she could speak, Jiang Yifeng grabbed her hand and quickly led her away from the Changsha Tower to a less crowded spot. Then, Jiang Yifeng said sternly, "Who told you to follow me? Do you realize you almost ruined everything?" Su Yinxue was momentarily stunned by his questions, but soon she thought that since Jiang Yifeng was the one visiting a brothel, he should be the one at fault. Why was he questioning her instead? Immediately, she angrily retorted, "Don't try to change the subject. I'm asking you, why did you come to such a filthy place as a brothel? Get down to business. What serious business could you possibly have at a brothel besides fooling around with those women?" In her leisure time, Su Yinxue's favorite pastime was reading, so she was quite familiar with brothels and knew exactly what men did there. The thought of it made her furious. How could Jiang Yifeng visit brothels when she was this beautiful? Could those women even compare to her? Jiang Yifeng didn't explain, but instead asked in return, "Let me ask you, what is the Su family's next plan?" Su Yinxue was taken aback for a moment but still replied, "Of course, it's to spread the Su family's papermaking technique." "Then tell me, how do you plan to spread it?" "Naturally." Su Yinxue suddenly stopped, her brows furrowing as she realized she didn't have a good method to disseminate the Su family's papermaking technique. Spread by the Su family themselves. This is obviously not feasible. Although every major family desires the Su family's papermaking technique, if the Su family were to leak it themselves, it would inevitably raise suspicions and lead to speculation about whether the Su family has some ulterior motive. After all, even a beggar on the street wouldn't give away their begging bowl to someone else. For the Su family, the papermaking technique was like a beggar's bowl in hand. Therefore, to avoid arousing suspicion from other families, they needed to find a reasonable way for others to obtain the Su family's papermaking technique. Jiang Yifeng, the Su family's life-in son-in-law, neglected and resentful, deceived the Su family's third young master into handing over the papermaking technique, then sold it to Madame Lu of the Spring Night Pavilion for 1,000 taels of silver. Do you think this excuse is plausible? PL. Plausible. Su Yinxue widened her eyes, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. It had to be admitted that, at present, Jiang Yifeng's plan was the most perfect. After all, none of the ideas she had come up with could compare to his. Phew! Jiang Yifeng snorted coldly. "I used myself as bait to lure all the families in Su City into the game. Do you know your appearance almost ruined my plan? Use myself as bait to lure all the families of Su City into the game." Upon hearing these words, Su Yinxue's heart trembled, giving rise to peculiar emotions. Previously, She had imagined her husband to be as a great hero or a literary giant, but at this moment, she found herself more captivated by a man who treated the world as a chessboard and the numerous families as mere pieces. However, Zhuo retorted, Jiang Yifeng, I think you're just making excuses to visit the brothel. If you wanted to spread the papermaking technique, you could have chosen someone else. Why did it have to be the brothel? Besides, both the young lady and I are dressed as men, just like any other man. Even if we appeared before you, no one would notice anything unusual. Although Zhuo is a servant in the Su household, she grew up with Su Inxue. While they appear to be mistress and maid, their relationship is more like that of close friends. So, when she saw Jiang Yifeng scolding her young lady, she became very angry. Jiang Yifeng glanced at Zhuo and then looked at Su Inxue. Let me make this clear first, no matter how much you like this girl, I won't let her be a chambermaid. She is too foolish. Pearl was still an innocent young girl who had never experienced such matters, so she never expected Jiang Yifeng to speak so bluntly. Her face instantly flushed red. Jiang Yifeng continued, First of all, I've only been in Su City for a few days. Who else do you think I could turn to besides the madam of Changshaolu? Secondly, brothels, tea houses, and taverns are the most well-informed places, and they're also the fastest at spreading news. As long as the madam is willing, any piece of information can spread through every street and alley of Su City in just one day. Lastly, your disguises as men are far from perfect. Your feminine features aren't fully concealed, and your mannerisms don't resemble those of men. Others might just find your behavior odd, but the girls at Changshaolu can tell at a glance whether you're male or female. Upon hearing this, Su Inxue anxiously asked, Then what should we do? Did we really mess things up? Jiang Yifeng pinched his chin and pondered for a long time. Fortunately, you didn't enter the brothel, or it would have been hard to explain. As for now, to avoid being exposed, we must put on a show. Su Inxue asked, What kind of show? Jiang Yifeng thought for a moment and said, The eldest daughter of the Su family discovers that her life-in son-in-law, Jiang Yifeng, visited a brothel. In a fit of anger, she kicks him out of the Su family. Hearing these words, Su Inxue bit her lip, unwilling to agree. She didn't want to drive Jiang Yifeng away. So, she asked, Where will you go if you leave the Su family? Jiang Yifeng sighed, I'll have to endure the hardship of staying at an inn, and if necessary, even endure staying at a brothel. Why are you going to the brothel again? Can you blame me for going to the brothel? It's all your fault. Do you think I want to go to such a place? Su Inxue knew she was in the wrong and couldn't argue back, but she felt very uncomfortable inside. Jiang Yifeng said, Xue, you have to believe me. I went to the brothel for serious business. All right. Su Inxue compromised and continued, However, I want Su Dongchu to protect you. Jiang Yifeng had just obtained the pass to the brothel, and before he could even smile, his expression instantly froze. Xue, Dongchu is still a child. Isn't it inappropriate to take him to a brothel? He can write poetry in the brothel. I don't see anything wrong with it. Jiang Yifeng felt like he had shot himself in the foot. After a moment of thought, he added, I'm worried that Master Hu won't agree. Su Inxue said, earlier, when you proposed to Master Hu that Dongchu, Wang Kun, and Song Yuan should study according to your method, I didn't agree at the time. But now, I do. Jiang Yifeng, Su Inxue continued, the third young master of the Su family, deceived by his brother-in-law, began to suspect his own sister of plotting against him. As a result, he broke ties with the Su family, stole the family's papermaking technique, and spent his days carousing in brothels with his brother-in-law. This perfectly fills the gap in your plan. Flawless. Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng was completely at a loss for words. It seemed that Su Dongqiu was protecting him, but in reality, she was supervising him to prevent him from misbehaving in the brothel. At the thought of this, he felt wronged. He was that kind of frivolous life in son-in-law. At most, he would just play along with the girls in the brothel, enjoying the unrestrained spring scenery, but he would never lose his virtue. Why couldn't they trust him? At this moment, Su Yingxue leaned close to Jiang Yifeng and whispered in his ear, "I'll allow you to visit the brothel, but don't you dare misbehave or try to hide anything from Su Dongqiu. Let me make this clear, he possesses the strength of 5 quadrants. Every single movement in that brothel, he can hear clearly. If I find out you dared to act recklessly, you're dead." Just as expected. Su Dongqiu isn't here to protect me, he's here to keep an eye on me. Jiang Yifeng let out a bitter laugh and suddenly thought of something. Curiously, he asked, "Xue, you just mentioned that Dongqiu has the strength of 5 quadrants. What does that mean?" Su Yingxue's voice carried surprise as she replied, "This is the classification of a warrior's strength. Don't you know that?" Jiang Yifeng quickly searched through his predecessor's memories and shook his head. "No, I don't." "Then what were you doing back in Yuzhou all this time? Turn a deaf ear to worldly affairs, and devote oneself solely to the study of sages' books. What a bookworm! Swaxio, you're being very rude. Do you believe I'll spank your bottom?" Seeing Jiang Yifeng at a loss, Su Yingxue smiled triumphantly and explained, "Scholars are divided into literati and warriors. The literati contribute wisdom, while the warriors contribute strength. Scholars are the literati, possessing the ability to govern the world, devise strategies, and assist rulers. The most outstanding among them can even determine the fate of the realm with a single plan. There are many types of warriors, including swordsmen, blade masters, assassins. They uphold chivalry and resolve conflicts with force. If they recognize you, they might even die for you. Warrior ranks progress from low to high, starting from the 1st to the 9th quadrant, followed by Grandmaster and Supreme Grandmaster. The Supreme Grandmaster is the highest level a warrior can achieve, though one can establish their own school upon reaching the Grandmaster level." After listening to Su Yingxue's explanation, Jiang Yifeng finally understood why Su Dongqiu was the top figure in the academy and why the burly Zhu Rong was no match for him. However, he immediately became curious about the warrior's strength, imagining whether those powerful warriors could shatter the void and suppress an entire dynasty single-handedly. So he asked, "How strong can a grandmaster be? Can they split a mountain with a single punch?" "A mountain?" Su Yingxue glanced at Jiang Yifeng. "What nonsense are you thinking? How could a human possibly split a mountain? Not even mountains can be split apart. Seems like this isn't a cultivation world, nor a Xianxue world." Jiang Yifeng had no choice but to lower his standards and asked, "Can a grandmaster take the enemy general's head amidst 10,000 troops?" "No, they can't." Su Yingxue raised her hand to stop Jiang Yifeng from continuing his questions and said, "A grandmaster can handle at most 100 or 200 soldiers, but once surrounded, they would undoubtedly meet their end." Jiang Yifeng frowned. "Just 100 or 200 soldiers can kill a grandmaster." Su Yingxue noticed Jiang Yifeng still lacked a clear understanding of warrior strength, so she explained, "Being able to lift 1 ding represents 1 ding of strength, which is exactly 400 jing. 5 dings of strength would be equivalent to 2,000 jing." Hearing this, Jiang Yifeng fell silent. "All right. It's not a high martial world either, just slightly stronger than a low martial one. At best, it could barely qualify as a mid-martial world with relatively low combat power." Damn it! He had previously fantasized about flying on a sword, covering thousands of miles in a single day. But in the end, it was all just bubbles. Of course, Su Dongqiu's ability to wield 5 quadrants of strength is already terrifying. It's important to understand that Wu Song, who killed the striped white-browed tiger, only possessed 1,000 jin of strength, equivalent to the power of 3 or 4 cauldrons. With just 3 or 4 cauldrons of strength, one could kill the striped white-browed tiger. Su Dongqiu, who possesses the power of 5 cauldrons, can almost certainly kill a tiger as well. It seems I need to adjust the power levels before water margin is published. A proper tiger-slaying hero should at least be a grandmaster. 3 or 4 cauldrons of strength are too weak. Jiang Yifeng thought to himself in silence. In water margin, the martial prowess is generally higher than in reality. Otherwise, in the eyes of those truly powerful warriors, water margin would just be a group of third-rate experts playing house, instantly losing its appeal. The 3 of them chatted as they walked, and before they knew it, they had returned to the Su residence. At this point, Su Yingxue asked, "Is our cross-dressing as men really that easy to spot?" Jiang Yifeng glanced at the makeup on their faces and nodded. "Let me put it this way, unless someone is a fool or blind, anyone who takes a closer look at you two can tell right away." "I don't believe it." "How about finding someone to test it?" "Test it then," Su Yingxue said, looking around as she planned to find someone. Helplessly, it was already late at night, and there wasn't even a ghostly figure on the streets, let alone a person. "Eh, young master." Just then, Zhu'er suddenly pointed towards the shadows ahead. In the shadows, a figure was sneaking around the Su family's wall towards the back door. From the familiarity of his movements, it was clear he had used that back door many times before. He must have gone out to play again. Just wait till I. "Young lady, you could test the third young master." Pearl quickly stopped Su Yingxue and whispered a reminder. Su Yingxue hesitated for a moment, then nodded and turned her gaze towards Jiang Yifeng. She wouldn't call out herself, otherwise Su Dongqiu might recognize her by her voice. "Dongqiu!" Jiang Yifeng had no choice but to call out. "Who is it?" Su Dongqiu was like a startled feline, immediately going on high alert. When he saw it was Jiang Yifeng, the wariness on his face turned to joy, and he quickly ran over. "Big brother, why are you back so late too?" Su Dongqiu came up to Jiang Yifeng, glanced at Su Yingxue and Zhu'er, and couldn't even be bothered to greet them. "I had some business to take care of at the brothel today. That's why I'm back so late. My brother-in-law went to the brothel to drink flower wine." In Su Dongqiu's eyes, going to the brothel was all about drinking flower wine. "Brother-in-law, did those young ladies mention me before? When I left last time, they asked me to visit them often, but I haven't had the time. Sigh, it's all my sister's fault. She keeps such a tight leash on me every day, not letting me go to the brothel. Otherwise, I'd be drinking flower wine there every day." Su Yingxue, who had initially been relieved that she hadn't been recognized, suddenly turned icy cold, her eyes burning with intense fury. Ahem, ahem. Jiang Yifeng noticed Su Dongqiu teetering on the edge of self-destruction and quickly coughed loudly to remind him, "Actually, I think your sister is quite nice. She's good at making money, beautiful." "Stop right there." Su Dongqiu cut Jiang Yifeng off. "Brother-in-law, to be honest, my sister isn't worthy of you at all. When it comes to making money, how can she compare to you? The only thing she has going for her is her looks, but there are plenty of beautiful women out there. Where does she even rank? Sometimes I think about it and feel really bad for you, brother-in-law. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have to lower your standards. Of course, it's also my parents' fault. Why couldn't they have made my sister a bit more outstanding?" "Wow! You've blamed everyone in the family except yourself." At this moment, Jiang Yifeng naturally didn't dare to follow Su Dongqiu's lead. While making meaningful eye contact, he said, "I don't feel wronged. Your sister is already quite good." When he said the word sister, Jiang Yifeng deliberately emphasized it. "What's so good about her? I haven't felt it all these years." "Brother-in-law, Now even you're talking nonsense with your eyes wide open. And my sister, she never reflects on herself. After all these years, she hasn't improved at all. Not like me through my relentless efforts, I'm almost becoming a poetry immortal. Brother-in-law, what's wrong with your eyes? Why do you keep blinking today? Su Dongqiu noticed Jiang Yifeng's constant blinking and immediately asked with concern. However, at this moment, Jiang Yifeng, looking at Su Yingxiu's icy expression in the shadows, dared not answer Su Dongqiu's question. He was extremely worried for his second brother. After some thought, he steeled himself and quickly said, Xiue, you're amazing. Even your own brother didn't realize you were disguised as a man. I can only help you this much. If you still don't catch on, then there's really no other way. Brother-in-law, you always scare me. At this hour, my sister must be resting. How could she possibly be here? Su Dongqiu spoke while casting a disdainful glance at Su Yingxiu and Zhuer, who were disguised as men. Besides, where's the disguise? They're clearly men. Is that so? A cold smile appeared on Su Yingxiu's face as she asked, Then guess should I be happy that my disguise as a man is so convincing? Or should I be angry that my own brother sees me as so unimpressive? Yeah, it's my own fault. After all these years, I still haven't improved. And I guess it's also our parents' fault for not making me better from the start. Su Dongqiu might not have recognized Su Yingxiu disguised as a man, but the voice instantly gave her away. At that moment, he felt an icy chill pierce through his entire body, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Sis! I. Su Yingxiu smiled and patted Su Dongqiu on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Family scandals shouldn't be aired in public. Your not so excellent sister won't make a scene here. We'll talk it over slowly at home. After speaking, Su Yingxiu took Zhuer back to the Su residence. Although Su Yingxiu didn't seem angry, based on Su Dongqiu's years of experience getting beaten, he could tell his elder sister was really furious this time. Thinking of this, Su Dongqiu looked at Jiang Yifeng with a face full of resentment. Brother-in-law, why didn't you remind me? Jiang Yifeng said, First, I coughed, then deliberately emphasized my tone. Finally, seeing you teetering on the edge of disaster, I risked your sister finding out and revealed her identity. Otherwise, who knows what else you might have said. Su Dongqiu recalled the sequence of events and realized it was indeed the case, regretting that he hadn't picked up on Jiang Yifeng's hints. Brother-in-law, you have to save me. Before, when your sister wasn't around, I could still find excuses to save you. But this time, you insulted her right in front of her. How am I supposed to save you now? This time, even Jiang Yifeng was at a loss for what to do. He had no doubt that if he dared to save Su Dongqiu, Su Yingxiu wouldn't spare even him. But Jiang Yifeng leaned closer to Su Dongqiu and whispered a reminder. The weather is getting colder lately, so you should wear more clothes to keep warm. Su Dongqiu's eyes lit up as he instantly grasped Jiang Yifeng's meaning. However, how could Su Dongqiu's little trick possibly deceive Su Yingxiu? Seeing Su Dongqiu looking much more bulky than usual, Su Yingxiu immediately understood what was going on. She ordered someone to strip off his upper garments, exposing his upper body. That night was one filled with endless screams. The next day, as soon as Jiang Yifeng woke up, he saw Su Dongqiu deliberately limping in front of him, as if blaming him. Brother-in-law, look how pitiful I am. Last night, my sister beat me for half the night and even broke my leg, Su Dongqiu said to Jiang Yifeng, putting on a pitiful act. You were just limping on your right leg. How did it switch to the left now? Jiang Yifeng lifted his eyelids and asked. Is it the right leg that's lame?